Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope you guys are having an amazing Friday. Yeah, I can't find the hearing for today. So I'm just assuming it's not going to be streamed. And I've been checking X. It's not going to be streamed. That's me. I'm checking X to see if Bryson Boom Paul had um okay, let me see. I don't know why the House and the Senate, why they keep having these really late night votes. Sorry, y'all, I'm on X and I just saw that. I'm trying to. Okay, he's posting stuff, but he is not posting a link for today. Okay, hold on, y'all. Okay, okay, this is this is crazy, but I will tell y'all the state has filed another motion right now. We may just proceed with day 6. Good morning, everybody that's joining. I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure out if we're going to be able to see the hearing today. But the state filed another motion, and it gives them all of these dates that the state is just unavailable to do anything. August 5th through the 6th, the 14th through the 22nd, the 27th through the 31st, the 15th of December, all the way into January. They're saying they can't do anything. Okay? No hearings, depositions, new matters, nothing. You go to court September 10th. What do you mean you can't do anything? At this point, I wish the state just might need to give it up. They just might need to give it up. they are there's when I say it feels like they're stalling at every chance they can, they are stalling. They are stalling. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna just go on with day 6 because I'm looking on Bryson Boom Paul's page and I don't see any links for today. Don't see anything on New 6. So we're just gonna proceed on. Nothing, Vitra. Nothing. So for me at this point, if the trial starts September, right? We have August coming up. Now they don't have anything in September. I will say that. They don't have any blocked out dates for September, but they do have the dates in August and December. Maybe they're thinking they're going to be done with the case. Oh no, pretty. I was looking for a hearing today. It was supposed to be a hearing today on the state trying to stay the case again. This is like their third hearing request. Good morning, everybody joining. Hey, Erica. Hold on, Ayo. Let me get them for you because I got. Oh, I shared it though. So just a second. Let me look and see. Let's go. Okay, August 5th through the 6th, the 14th through the 22nd, and then it jumps to October 27th through the 31st. And then I guess this is their Christmas break, December 15th through January 4th. He can't do the state saying they won't be available for any of those days. Nobody. Any of those days, they are unavailable. I'm just going to say maybe they think they'll be done. But the October dates, let's see. That's the end of October. Maybe they think they're going to be done. I'm just going to say maybe they think they're going to be done. Oh, Melly goes to court again September 10th. Sorry. And Portland goes to court the same day. And it seems like they're going to be tried together. Yesterday, the state said that the day before yesterday, the state said they're going to be filing a motion to sever the two. They don't want to try them together. And I understand. They don't want to try them together. I wouldn't want to try them together. Too confusing, because if you don't try them together, you don't have like two people sitting there. He did it. He did. Like, you don't have that. The jury would kind of wonder, think about Cortland, but Cortland's going to be sitting right beside Melly. I won't want to try them together. But today, Alice said that day 6, it's the 10th. I'm sorry, the 10th, 1-0. 1-0. Ayo, they're always crying, but my problem with the state is they're not fooling anyone. They're not prepared. That's, hey, Emmy, point blank, period. They're not prepared. That's the problem. They are just not prepared. And so they're doing everything they can to delay the start of this trial. I think that's just what it is. They are praying, okay? Praying for a miracle. But here is my thing. If you are not ready, let the man go home. He's been in jail almost 7 years. Let the man go home. If you're not prepared, let him go home. And then you guys figure it out. You can't figure it out when you've had 7 years to figure it out. He's been through one trial. It was a mistrial. Now, here we are. You're still trying to delay a second trial. Do you want to put him in jail another 7 years? At some point, a judge is going to have to say, listen, y'all going to have to let him out. At some point, a judge is going to have to let him out. Let him out. Right, Summer. How aren't you ready? At some point, a judge is going to have to put their foot down, let him out of jail, and then let them figure it out while he's on the outside. I always have to make a disclaimer. I'm not promoting for anyone, any criminal to get out, but you still have rights in this country, okay? You don't get to just lock someone up, throw away the key, and hide them. You don't get to do that here. And that's exactly what they're doing. How are you not ready? What more do you need? Hey, Ash, what more do you need? So this is day 6 now. Alice said day 6 was good. And we're supposed to roll over to day 7 too. So we're going to see how the day. Oh, I'm sorry. I cannot do 6 and 7. I'm sorry. I'm glad I remembered that. Mariah's going out of town. I have to do her here tonight. So I'm going to do all of day 6. Yesterday, I was like, oh, I'm going to be on tomorrow for 12 hours. She was like, my hair appointment is tomorrow. I said, girl, I forgot. I thought it was on yesterday. But it's tomorrow, child. I mean, it's today. It's today. So I've got to braid her hair. So I'm going to be out of here after this is over. No, I haven't watched. I didn't watch the first time court. This is my first time watching. This is my first time watching a trial. Good morning, Shataka. So no 12 hours. No. Baby Mariah was like, my hair appointment is today. No 12 hours today. I might come on tomorrow, though. I have to make it up. Mariah, she said, don't tick me off today. My bad, girl. Okay, y'all. This is day 6. But we need to just try, even though there is no hearing, we are on here earlier today. Court, I heard. So far, yesterday we watched a little Felicia Holmes. We watched Felicia Holmes in day 5. I felt like day 5 was kind of a waste because Christine really can't prove in court this phone was Melly's. You know? Now personally, I feel like it was his phone. But the judge is telling her, you need to authenticate it some way to let us know this was his phone. But the fact that the phone would come up in Sakchaser's name, I don't think it was, it may have been in his mom's name. People were using it after he went to jail. There's so many things that kind of make you feel like the phone really did float. So if the phone floated around, here we go.
5. If the court recalls yesterday, I was inquiring with the witness whether or not he had, Miramar Police Department had any other software to test the results of their Celebrite download on. He said no, wasn't done. The state advised me half an hour ago that there was another one done on another software in June of this year, which the state did not disclose, purportedly because we asked for discovery to be closed, even though the state opposed the closing of the discovery and the court denied closing discovery. Nonetheless, the state indicates that it failed to meet that discovery obligation because we were asking to close discovery, but wants now to introduce through another witness the fact that another analysis was done in June of this year. And we would object to that admission based upon the discovery violation and the ambush that would ensue.
So you're alleging there's a discovery violation, so you allege that I need to do riches in here and just find out whether what you're saying is true and not true, and whether it's inadvertent or intentional, and make some decisions. You heard what the counsel suggested, so what are you telling me?
Yes. So Your Honor, in terms of there was an additional evaluation that was done, this was done, and the only reason why it's even coming up is because of counsel's questioning. So based on counsel's questioning and asking if there was.
Now, wait a minute, y'all. How the hell is Christine sitting here blaming the fact that she didn't disclose something because of counsel's questioning? Let me tell you something. Christine is Miss Love Jr. Christine is sneaky. And I always have a problem with this. Hold on, y'all. Christine too sneaky for me. She is too sneaky. Hold on.
There's additional or other ways to prove it. Different witness, Detective Melly, did a second analysis of the cell phone. Because at the time when Zeller had it and did this, they did not have an additional software program called Graykey. Miramar Police has then subsequently obtained the license for Graykey. So the state's position is that based on questioning by defense, the state then would instruct the witness to go and do an additional download of the phone on that. So that was done in June of 2023. On that, the phone and everything is the same. The only difference is there's additional location data that is on the new download that was not on the prior download. So there's any more information on that. None of that is exculpatory, which is going to say that the defendant was not at the scene of the homicide and not there on that. The state doesn't have it in their possession yet. My understanding is it will be dropped off later this afternoon.
So is it fair to say then that defense requested whatever downloads there were, and a download, the Celebrite download, was turned over to them?
Yes.
The first one?
Yes.
But there had been a second download done, and that download was not sent to them?
It's not yet even been turned over to the state. I'm waiting for it from the detective. He's going to be bringing it later this afternoon.
Okay, and when did this second happen?
That would have been about a week or 2 weeks ago. I'd have to double check on the date. I haven't seen it for the exact time.
So subsequent to the trial starting, you still were having downloads done?
In terms of if there was any other information, anything that was exculpatory, then I'd have to make sure that that was fully explored and turn that over to defense.
And so that it has been turned over to them, so the defense doesn't know anything about it. Mm-hmm. And then defense counsel asks questions about other possible programs that they might have had, because he doesn't know if there are any or not. And the witness, Zellner,
yes.
Answers that they don't have it. And so something that he doesn't know, that prior to his testifying, you've already run a second program through a different detective already on a different system.
Yes, so the defense didn't depose Detective Zeller because then they could have asked questions such as, does Miramar now have additional software that this could be done on? So they chose not to do so on that.
Question.
What is is she now blaming the defense because they can't read her mind? But Erica, this is crazy to me.
Comes back to this when this second download was done on different software. That was just 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
When is it that you found out about it?
I still don't have a copy of it. I was talking with the detective last night on it in terms of the download being done. I have to look and see exactly on the date and what he communicated to me about the results.
Who asked for the download to be done?
It was discussed with the detective in pre-trials as to if there was any other information, if there was any updates to the Celebrate program, as Detective Zeller testified to, that sometimes downloads are redone once there is updates to the software.
So this is new information that Detective Zeller doesn't know about.
Correct.
And Detective Moretti hasn't been closed about.
Correct.
Right here.
And it's something that's new to you that you just came up and in your pre-trial. How long ago was that?
I have to look on the exact date on when that was.
Yeah, tell me what the
sometime
date
the week, I believe, of May 21st or 23rd, sometime at that, during the course of that week. As to when the actual analysis was done, I couldn't tell you right now, because I don't have it yet. But, this is analogous to, for example, if defense were to cross-examine a witness about evidence that was tested or not tested. If they open that door, then the state would be able to go forth and send.
The fact that she is sitting in front of this judge, and she is trying to blame the defense for her not disclosing information. I don't know what Judge Murphy is going to do here, but you got to keep this out. They asked a question and opened the door. They opened the door to you saying, oh, you know what? I do have some extra testing. So you were just not going to use it? Like, come on, Christine.
Additional items for testing on that.
And to your knowledge, there's no cutoff on the script.
Correct.
Thank you. Anything else?
Yes, Your Honor. There were 2 questions that the court just asked the state, which I noticed were not answered. The first was, who asked for it to be done? The second was, when did you, Ms. Bradley, find out that it was done? Neither question was directly answered. Both answers were evasive. If I asked a question that precipitated the state going and doing further investigation, one, we again keep arguing that that is an ambush that affects the fairness of the trial, and that's why there needs to be a discovery cutoff. But also, that's not what occurred here. The state's discovery obligation is triggered by the rules, not by questions I put to a witness during trial. So if the state was aware of the existence of the fact that another download was done, whether the report was not, and that we are in trial, and then puts a witness on the stand to say, well, we're going to turn it over to you now because you asked a question, I don't think is a good faith response. One, we need a discovery cutoff, and we need one to be put in place now so that this propensity for ambush is not enabled. Also, that's not the case in this instance. There was an analysis done. Ms. Bradley knew about it. She knew of her obligation to turn it over. She didn't turn over the fact that it was done, nor did she turn over the report. Apparently the report she is now claiming has not yet been finalized. If the analysis was done, it's a download. If the download was done, then the material from that download exists. This isn't a test that's done. It's a download. So if this download was done a few weeks ago, that is the material that should be turned over. and it was not. And we would object to any reference to it. And the defense team is going to discuss what other, one, without also for the court to inquire of the state if there's any other discovery out there about which they know to exist and have not turned over. And we're going to discuss whether or not we're going to seek any further relief. But we would ask that the state be prohibited from engaging in this ambush. I've had it for over a month now.
No, so I have to look at the notes on that and answer on, so if Your Honor wants me to respond on those, I can go and check exact dates on emails.
That's fine. You can check the dates and that kind of thing. Right now, I'm deferring ruling on it. Detective Moretti's not anticipated to testify today, is he?
No.
So we'll talk about that later in the day.
Sure.
Okay?
We also moved for discovery.
Understood. I heard it. I defer ruling on it. All right.
Thanks.
Let's bring the jury in, please.
If we can have the witness resume his seat.
Sure.
Are there any?
You bring the jury in.
There's no family.
They'll take care of it.
He can't let it in. Okay, we're back to the FBI agent, guys.
Angel, I did get a question, and I was just discussing it with the attorneys regarding the scheduling, and my understanding from speaking with the attorneys is that they anticipate the trial would conclude before the end of July. Trial is a fluid process. You don't always know exactly what the next witness is or who the witness is going to be. Can you hear me? I apologize. So let me start over. I received a question about when the schedule of the trial, it's anticipated to conclude. I spoke with the attorneys. They advised me they believe the trial would be over before the end of July. I want to remind you also that because the attorneys reminded me, I forgot that there's the week of July 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. That week we're not going to be in session. It's we'll finish out the end of June and then pick it up again on July 10th. The week commencing Monday, July 3rd, we're not going to be in session. But the attorneys think the trial will conclude by the end of June. All right. So, when we were last here, Special Agent Collins is on the stand as a witness. He remains under oath. And counsel, you want to finish with your correct examination?
Yes, Your Honor, if I may.
You may.
Okay, Detective Collins, we had just discussed about your training and experience. So remind the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, in what field do you work?
I'm testifying here today in my role as a cast asset, so cellular analysis survey team, a group that specializes in historic cell site analysis and device location analysis.
And have you used historical records to locate fugitives and missing persons before?
Yes.
Did you conduct historical cell site analysis in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Did you prepare demonstratives to help show and explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your analysis is and how it is completed.
Yes.
I want to start with and go over the cell site records. Are those records provided to you?
Yes.
And so it's been previously admitted into evidence as states 63 and 64. Thank you. Starting with state 63. I'm going to open up some of the records and if you would be so kind to follow along. So starting with what is in state 63, going to the tracking number 2058127. And so it's clear. I want to also publish state 28. This phone number 772-713-9807. Is that one of the phone records that you?
Okay, y'all remember 9807? That's the phone they are trying to attach to Melly. And look at this. Y'all see that 5'8", 120 pounds.
Analyzed in this case.
Yes.
Okay. And states 28 is a pawn slip. Have you ever seen that one before?
No, I haven't.
So going back to the same phone number, 772-713-9807. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're looking at in these phone records?
Sure. So this is a report from T-Mobile. It's an engineering report, and you may also hear it as referred to as a true caller quantum data or time in advance data. But essentially what this is it's records of, from the network's perspective, location where the phone likely was during particular times. So you'll see a series of columns on here. At the top, it explains what is contained in each column, and then you'll have a series of entries. All that is associated with a particular time. So column A in this case is end latitude, and column B is ending longitude. It says what the confidence level is, the IMSI, column E, and the IMEI. Those are numbers that are assigned to the device. So the IMSI is sort of like your SIM card. It's a subscriber number that authenticates on the network, so that when you're on a cell phone, communicating with the network knows that your customer is paid and they can give you network resources. The IMEI is about the device that you have in your hand.
It's been a little while since geography, so could you please explain what latitude and longitude are?
Yeah, those are coordinates on the Earth. So if you wanted to know where a particular person was at a certain point in time or whatever, those latitude and longitude coordinates correspond to a specific spot on the Earth. So we could plot those in any mapping software. Like we could copy and paste this in Google Maps right now, and it would drop a pin in Google Maps, for instance, and say, okay, that's where latitude 25.984685, longitude minus 80.375979 is here.
And is that what you use to do your analysis, just those latitude and longitude?
No, I use other information on this sheet.
So you talked about the IMSI, IMEI, and so I'm going to go scroll over and just if you could explain. So the next column is, so we said roaming group, I think model and make would be the next columns that for you to explain.
Yeah, so the roaming group, it's T-Mobile records, the phone that records apply to, you can see the model and make. It's an Apple phone, it's an iPhone 10. We'll skip to column. You can see in column K, it will say what type of record this is for. So data, which would be whatever, some sort of internet connection, whether you use email or social media, or we'll say voice and data. Voice is obviously you're making like a voice call.
Okay, so going down to row 91, is that an example of the voice and data?
Yes.
Make it a little bit bigger. Zoom in so it's easier to see for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Okay, continuing up at the top again so that you can explain the columns. Which specific column are you looking at when you are analyzing these records and the data in that?
So usually one of the most important ones is the time and the date. That's column N, because often when you're doing a case, in this specific case, I was asked, are the records consistent with certain things the detectives had wanted to know based on the investigation that they had done separately. So you need the time and date.
And it's, when you're looking at this time and date, what is that telling you?
The time of the record.
Okay.
So when column, row 2, when you see October 26, 2018 at midnight 000, you will know that the latitude, longitude points attributed to that in columns A and B, or a little further down the spreadsheet, we'll see that a distance measurement from the tower that is associated with that particular date and time.
So with regards to the date and time, do you have to take into account if the records are kept in Eastern Time or UTC?
These are in local time, so Eastern time.
So the time that's on here is the time that the event happens here in whatever location it's plotted in.
Yes.
Okay. So going forward, continuing across, and then which column, you talked about distance from the tower. Which column are we looking at for there?
So you'll see if you scroll over further, S&T, you'll see cell site and so start cell, start E node B. E node B is another name for cell site, like 4G technology for cellular providers. So depending on what technology, whether it's 3G, 4G, et cetera, they call the hardware different things. It performs the same function. So that's a tower. And we will know that that tower is at a certain spot in the real world. So if I know that at a certain time, column 2, where that time was at midnight, the phone connected to a tower named 76963, the antenna 23, I can go find where tower 76963 is, plot that on the map and say, okay, this tower is here, and the antenna is pointed in a particular direction, and at midnight, the phone was in that direction, and then we'll see if you scroll further to the right. You'll see a distance there. So in column AO, it'll say 2.96 miles. So at that time, midnight, on October 26th, that phone was 2.96 miles from that tower.
Okay, so we've gone through a lot, and I'm going to break it down a little bit in some of the things you talked about. You talked about 3G, 4G, 5G.
Yeah.
What is 3G, 4G?
Different technologies for, evolutions for the phone. Each time, if there's a rollout, generally there's improvements in how well the phones work, the cellular networks work.
Okay, with regards to 3G, what type of information does that limit you to? In terms of distance from the tower, if it's a 3G tower, what type of range are you working with?
Okay, well, so that does play a factor in the certainty of work. We'll see in the reports later, but this timing advance is an estimated distance from the tower, right? But there's a margin of error, a margin of uncertainty associated with it. And so at 3G, for instance, the network can only say within, depending on the type of 3G, 234 or 244 meters, what that distance is. If it's 4G, they can tell within 78 meters. They'll say, okay, this is the timing advance increment.
And in the case that we have before us today with the 772-713-9807 phone number, what types of towers and service was being used?
During the period that I reviewed and analyzed and plotted, it was exclusively 4G.
4G. So in terms of how wide is going to be your margin of error on the 4G towers?
78 meters.
78 meters. So can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to how that data, that distance, how that is computed?
Sure. So essentially, this is it's sort of like if you think about throwing, if I had a ball and I'm playing catch with myself, throwing it off the garage and when it comes back to me. So the cell tower will send out a burst of signal to the phone, and then the phone sends it back to the tower because the network knows when it sent the signal, when it received it back, it has an amount of time. And we know the speed that cell signal travels at, 'cause it's the speed of light, so by multiplying distance by time, or excuse me, speed by time, we get a distance.
Is the speed of light constant?
Yes.
It's been a while since physics. So you just kind of explain that a little bit for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to how that works.
Yeah, so it's, it's the speed of light doesn't change. Cell signal with the speed of light anywhere in time. It's going to be the same.
Is the speed of light affected by foliage or trees or leaves or anything like that?
No, speed of light's the same.
Are cell signals or service affected by changes in environmental conditions?
Can be slight changes, but generally not. And if there's a change, we're talking about like minuscule amounts of meters, not miles.
So meters, not miles. And what types of environmental conditions would be required to have a change of those meters, not miles?
Well, if your phone is in a, like, a lot of the buildings down here are built for hurricanes, so if there's lots of concrete walls, that could affect it. If the path that the signal takes to the phone is not a direct line, but say it bounces off something, like we call that multipath, so if it hit a glass building and then came to the phone and then went back, obviously those things would increase the time that it took for the signal to go there and come back, so that would then increase the distance.
Okay. With regards to hurricanes, is that something that affects? Blizzards?
I mean, the way that would affect this would be if that had a catastrophic effect on the network and then the network wasn't functioning properly.
Okay. If there are records that you are analyzing, what does that tell you about that specific tower?
That it was working.
Okay. Going on again, so you've explained a little bit about a cell tower or cell phone and how it works, and you mentioned cell towers. What are cell towers or antennas?
Yeah, so obviously our cell phones don't have wires coming out of them to make a call or send a text or do whatever we want on our phones. We have to connect to the cellular network. We do that through cell signal, which connects to an antenna, which is usually not on a tower, and then through the network's infrastructure, the call or the data transactions routed through its core and then handle however you need to handle it. So a tower can be anything that has antennas on it.
Have you created a demonstrative exhibit to show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a cell tower is?
Yes.
Would it help in explaining and the understanding of the testimony?
Yes.
Okay.
Judge, we're going to object before she publishes it to the jury and maybe go sidebar.
Yes.
Okay, I want to tell, hold on, let me make sure I get it right. Niera, I hope I said that right. That this is day 6, but I don't even know if we've really gotten to the meat and potatoes of the case. All you've missed, opening statements, which I think laid a great foundation to the case. Then you missed, I really enjoyed listening to the police officer that was on scene when Cortland Henry got to the hospital with the 2 bodies in the car. I enjoyed listening to her. You missed that they came through with pictures, some of the crime scene photos. talked about how they did some of the testing. You missed that. There was a little there was some funny moments with one of the crime scene detectives who didn't change her gloves when she was checking the crime scene. But yesterday we had Melly's ex-girlfriend's mom. She testified. Now, yesterday, I think that was the start. Like, oh, this might be crazy. Christine Bradley, which is the lead prosecutor, that's who you hear talking. I don't really care for her right now. Someone asked me at the beginning of the trial, how do you feel about her? I'm like, well, I don't really feel anyway. I feel like she is confident. She thinks she has her man, and she's trying to prove that. Now you're starting to see she's a little shady. I don't like. I see why she got kicked off the case. It's like you feel it coming. It's kind of like how Miss Love should have got kicked off the case, and she didn't. You just feel it coming. Jennifer, I don't know why all these prosecutors are so shady. If you do things the right way, we don't have instances where someone could possibly get off on a charge because of a technicality. You don't have that if you do things the right way. And Christine, I just think Christine, she really believes in her heart that Melly is their man. She really believes it. You can tell. She believes that this man is guilty. And I think sometimes these prosecutors are too personally invested. Right? They're too invested, and then they just start doing whatever to get the conviction. And that's what we see happening here. Oh, did y'all notice they started doing the YSL things with the sidebars? Have y'all noticed? This must be new. Okay, here we go.
During your deliberations. This is to assist the witness in explaining or illustrating his testimony. These demonstratives. All right, counsel, you may proceed.
On polls, on the image on the right, there's two triangular shapes. Each of those on each side, if it's triangle shape, there's multiple pieces of equipment mounted on them. So that would be in the cell tower example that has 3 sectors or antennas pointed in 3 directions. So each of those sides that has multiple pieces of equipment, those are transmitters and receivers. Can I?
I was just about to tell you that it's a touch screen, so if you touch it, you can draw on it as well.
Fantastic. So all of these would be part of one sector, one side, and all of these would be part of one sector, and all of these. So this would have 3 sides. And if you think about like what these are doing, if you wanted to imagine that it's like a flashlight, because visible light, cell signal, all part of the electromagnetic spectrum, they have the same characteristics and properties, right? So this would be like somebody standing on top of the pole with a flashlight pointed in one direction, sending light that way. And this side is a flashlight pointed in another direction. This side is light going in another direction. That way, there's light or cell signal going in all directions to service, in this case, phones that are within the coverage area of the tower.
So you mentioned a little bit about the coverage area and the 3-sided. Going on to what's on page 4 of the demonstrative exhibit at this point. You explained the flashlights and things like that. Can you demonstrate again on this particular image, the sector 1, sector 2, sector 3, and why that's important?
So this would be, as we were discussing further, further drilling down into what this example of tower could be. So here again, with the 3-sided tower, and you'll see that each side has a particular direction that that flashlight is pointing with the antenna sends signal. That will be recorded in the tower list by something called an azimuth. So in the records that we'll have for the phone we were just talking about from T-Mobile, it will say the azimuth is 0. And what that means is that the flashlight is pointed 0 degrees, like out of a compass. And that will be where the coverage is the strongest, like that's the center of the beam, but it creeps out. And so we will cover from approximately 300 to 60 for 120 degrees on that side. Each side, if we have 3, would be divided up like a pie to cover 120 degrees. That way we'll have 360 degrees of coverage for the tower. Towers don't have to be three-sided, they can be six-sided. They can be one side that covers 360. It's up to the network engineers who build out and optimize the network, what they want to create based on what they need to. But the most common type is three-sided tower.
Is the information as to how many sides on any given tower something the FBI captures and takes note of?
The providers provide that to towers.
And is that provided to the FBI?
Yes.
Is that done and updated so it is at the time of whatever the records were created?
Right. Yes.
Could you take those same records that you were given and look at the towers that are working today and make an analysis?
Yeah, so whenever you do the analysis, you have to make sure you're using the tower list that corresponds to the time of the records because networks change over time.
And are the azimuths, is that always part of the records that are given to you on each tower?
Yes.
When you pick up your phone and you make a call, what determines what cell tower the phone uses?
So the phone picks the tower that it's going to connect to for its initial connection. The way that does that is if you guys, anyone's got their phone with them right now, so we're sitting here not using them. The phone is still scanning the environment. It's constantly looking for signal strength and signal quality. The phone's going to identify the tower to the sector. When I say sector, I mean a tower and an antenna that offers the clearest, strongest signal. When the phone wants to make a call or send text, that is the antenna, the tower that the phone is going to reach out to. So that's very important for what I do because that means that when the call is initiated, it's not based on the network or something. It's based on what the phone sees. It's based on what the phone sees as the tower that is the clearest and strongest signal.
Does the phone always use the closest tower?
No. The phone always uses the tower with the clearest, strongest signal. Usually, or often, that is the closest tower. However, there's other things that can determine what the clearest, strongest signal is. For instance, line of sight. If the closest tower doesn't have a clear line of sight to the device, then the phone may use a tower that's slightly further away because the signal strength and signal quality are better from the antenna with a direct line of sight, for instance.
Are all the antennas and cell towers, do they look like the ones that we showed in the previous slide?
No.
What does a cell tower look like?
Whatever the companies want them to look like, right? That's a good one because I use in this because everyone can identify that as a cell tower, but I'm sure everyone has seen antennas that look like they're hidden flagpoles, antennas that are mounted on the sides of buildings, up here on the roofs of buildings. They can be small antennas that are just on the tops of street lights or they can look like anything.
In terms of the general direction that the cell tower antennas are pointed, are they at 90 degrees out or are they angled downwards towards the majority of the phone?
Usually they are tilted down.
If you saw an example of it picking a cell tower that's further away, would you look at the records and try and determine why that's happening?
So I see a red flag or something to me that stands out and it's being atypical. When I'm doing my analysis, usually I'll look further into it and say, okay, why is this not connecting to one of the towers that I expected it?
So we've described the CDRs and the information that's used on those. Is that the same that you did for each and every phone in this case?
So we were looking at the time in advance reports, the engineering data, the CDRs, the call detail records are different data sets.
And just explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what's the difference between the timing advance, the engineering reports, and the CDRs.
So the CDRs, or the call detail records, are records of the phone's communications, like calls and outgoing, certain types of text messages, etc. That will say date and time, the numbers involved in the call, tower, the azimuth, etc. But it doesn't have the extra information that the engineering report does. So the call detail records, which looks like billing records that you usually see with your phone if people actually look at their billing records. It would say tower and sector in addition to it, but it won't say distance from the tower. It won't have the legend longitude coordinates, or all the extra information in the time of advance report. The other really important thing to delineate between those two is, I just said that the phone picks the tower that it uses based on its measurements. And so the call detail records, the tower that is used is picked by the phone. It's that first connection. In the time in advance report, the engineering data, that's the network's perspective. So that's what the network is seeing behind it. And the tower that's listed in the engineering report may not be the serving cell. It may not be the tower with the clearest, strongest signal. It could be, but it could also just be another tower within the network that saw that phone and said, hey, I see you, or I see your device this far away. So it's important to keep in mind what type of report you're looking at, because it obviously can affect the conclusions that you're doing.
So in terms of the way you illustrate the difference between a tower being used or a sector and a time in advance, or the distance measured on that, I want to make sure it's very clear. What we're looking at right now, what does this illustrate when we see just a round circle in your reports?
So this will illustrate the tower that the phone used, or if it's from a data report, the engineering report, the tower that is registered listed as seeing the phone. All the green dots in the middle of this graphic, those are all cell towers, and you'll see that there's one tower in the center of the map that has a blue circle around it. So that would be the tower that the phone connected to. That's not, I think it's not like if you're using Google Maps and you're just seeing a blue dot. When you pull that out, this is not the location of the device. This is the tower.
Okay, and can you just, so it's clear.
And this right here, did you guys hear what he said? This is not the location of the device, but the location of the cell tower. He also said that the phone will choose which tower it wants to operate from. It's not like it's going to be the closest tower always. Most times it happens that way. But that's not a 100%, it's not a 100% thing that is going to operate from the closest tower to the phone. And I think that is important.
Point out a couple of the towers that are on this map and just highlight them so it's clear what you're talking about. Because sometimes the color doesn't come across great on the screen.
So these green dots would be other towers that weren't used or weren't, that didn't see the phone. This one here in the center of the blue circle would be the tower that was listed in the report. And then this big blue circle, that's not a coverage area, that's not saying that, hey, the phone has to be somewhere in here. I'm just flagging that as saying that is the tower that is listed in the report. That's the tower that was used over the cell phone.
Is that your testimony that the phone is definitely within that circle somewhere?
No, definitely not.
Why not?
That's not what this is intended to do. This is just intended to show this is the tower.
Oh. So now we're going to go into the cell site. How would you indicate that in your report?
So cell site, tower and sector, or tower and antenna. This is showing the direction that the flashlight is pointed. So this like wedge or a slice of pie, or however people like to think about it, that will show the direction of the flashlight's beam. So the azimuth, the center line would be, in this case, like 180 degrees due south, and then the illustration shows the estimated ends of the coverage area. But what's really important about this is that this is just showing the direction that the antenna is pointing, the direction of the beam. So this is, again, not showing where the phone is. In other words, I'm not saying that the phone has to be within this blue shaded area. I'm not saying that the phone has to be within the arms of this black wedge. I'm saying this is the direction that the antenna is pointing.
Are you able to tell anything about the strength of a signal from a tower at any given time?
No.
Why not?
It's not reflecting the records that I have.
In terms of the average signal strength, is that something you have training and experience on from the various cellular telephone providers?
That's right. No.
So is there any determination or anything that can be made about distance from a tower just based on what cell site the phone or device was using?
No, from your call detail records, you cannot tell distance.
So I want to go on to this type of illustration. If this type of illustration is used in your report, what are we looking at?
So this would be an example of the engineering data from the time of advance report. So now we see, again, the blue wedge saying, okay, this is the sector that recorded the phone, here's the direction that it's pointed, and then we have that distance from the sector. So the distance, whatever we can say this is, for instance, 1 mile. So a particular example would be 1 mile here. And we see that it's a certain thickness of the band because the time of advance, margin of error or size, depending on the technology, can only get down to a certain distance. So for 4G, again, it's 78 meters. For 3G, it's about 234 meters. So the size of this band will depend on the technology that you use.
So in the records in this case, what is the width of the band in your report?
78 meters.
Okay.
So in this case, what I'm expecting, based on the information from the phone, from the engineering report, is that the phone would be somewhere within this band, this like curve and shape, whatever. That's based on the data from the engineering reports saying, okay, the phone was 1 mile from this sector, this antenna points this direction. Here's 1 mile. The phone should be somewhere within that band.
With just one data point, can you narrow down where in that band it could be?
No.
With multiple data points, can you draw conclusions as to the location of the phone because of multiple records?
Yeah, potentially. So one way we could do that is meet intersecting bands. If we had another tower, could you zoom out a little bit, please?
Sure.
Like let's suppose that this tower down here also recorded a measurement. Maybe that it was a certain direction and distance, and so we had bands that intersected, then we could say, like, okay, I might make the conclusion the phone is in that smaller coverage area where it's where the intersections of the bands are, we can kind of triangulate. We could also use other information that's not related to cellular technology if there's other facts from the investigation.
Is that type of information provided to you when you're doing your analysis?
Yes.
And do you identify areas potentially of interest?
Yes.
Okay. Going on to this next slide here, what are you illustrating in this particular map?
So this shows the green dots are T-Mobile towers in the South Florida area at the time of 2018, at the time relevant to this analysis or case. And the takeaways there are just there. You see in densely populated areas, there's a much higher concentration of towers, right? Because there's more people who have more devices, there's more demand and have more resources. So the providers need to have more towers in smaller coverage areas to provide service to those devices. When you get to more rural areas where there's fewer people, fewer devices, the networks will usually have fewer towers that will have bigger coverage areas. So.
Okay. Is this map fairly accurately depict the towers that were in South Florida in October of 2018?
Yes.
So going on to the areas of interest. If we can identify the ones that are listed here, I'm going to start with 805 Northeast 4th Avenue in Fort Lauderdale.
So that's shown in the upper right portion of the map with an orange flag and the white letters NE on it. That was a location. All these locations were provided to me by the detective who requested that I do the analysis. That was one of the locations identified.
And how do you plot or map these locations?
With mapping software, our mapping software school maps.
Okay. And does that fairly and accurately depict the locations of the items of interest that provided to you?
Yes.
Okay. So moving on, so you have a crime scene with coordinates on it.
Yes.
Is that again provided to you by the detective?
Yes.
Next, reported shooting. How would you identify that on the map and point it out, please?
So the reported shooting Location is a blue flag with a little eye in it, shown here on the map, sort of, I guess, in general in the lower left.
Okay. After that, there's Memorial Hospital is your next. How is that identified on the map?
You have Memorial Hospital, 1901 Southwest 172nd Avenue, Miramar, Florida. It's shown on the map with a red square and a white H.
Okay. Next location is labeled as McDonald's. Where is that on the map?
McDonald's is 17001 Miramar Parkway, Miramar, Florida. That's shown with a red circle and a yellow M on it.
Okay. And Sunset Lakes is the next one. If you could point that out.
Sunset Lakes is located at 18513 Southwest 40th Street, Miramar, Florida. That's shown on the map with an orange flag that has the white letters S and L.
And so last but not least, the Montessori Academy.
Yes, the Montessori Academy, 19200 Pines Boulevard, Pembroke Pines, Florida. It's shown on the map with an orange flag that has the letters M and A in white.
Are those locations that we just discussed consistently plotted throughout the rest of the mapping that you do in this case?
Yes.
So I want to go to the phone number 772-713-9807. And then the phone number 954-248-9081. Do you know who either of those phone numbers belong to?
Objection, outside of the scope of knowledge,
Excuse me.
and hearsay.
As is. Sidebar, please.
I don't know. I know the detective treated that.
So-
Excuse me. Yes, I'm sorry.
We'll stop it right there. All you know is what somebody told you.
Right.
Okay, so I don't want to get into any of that. I just want to know what your personal knowledge is. You don't have any personal investigation or knowledge as to who these phone numbers belong to.
No.
Okay. And you just know that the phone numbers that were provided to you.
Yes.
Okay, and the 772-713-9807, that's the same one that we discussed in States 28 that I published earlier.
Objection, Your Honor. He also testified that he never saw the document before, so it's outside of the scope of knowledge.
Sustained.
Thank you.
So with regards to the 772-713,
Objection, Your Honor. She cannot leave it up there
speaking
published.
objections,
She's
Your Honor.
tainting the jury.
Just take it down, please.
So 772-713-9807, that specific phone number. On that, I want to talk in the 954-248-9081. Between 3:20 a.m. and 3:57 a.m., did you analyze the data for both of those phones?
Yes.
And if you can tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what this data is showing and explain it to them.
Sure. So the several slides like this in the report. So we'll talk a little bit more about this first one, just so everyone understands which the slide says. At the top, it says the analysis of the two phone numbers that conducting analysis for. It says the time period that I'm analyzing, so October 26, 2018, 3:20 a.m. to 3:57 a.m. And then the bulk of the slide is the graphic, is the map. You see all the green dots all over the place. Those are T-Mobile towers, like we talked about before. And then you'll see that certain towers are highlighted with a circle showing that those are the towers that saw the phone. Some circles are red, some circles are blue, some circles are red with a blue perimeter around them.
And so I'm going to kind of zoom in up here on this top section, the 3:20 a.m. If you could just show some of the red with blue circles and then the blue and red on that.
Yeah, so there's an example of a red circle, and what that means is that you can call it, since it's hard sometimes to remember numbers, it's called the red phone and the blue phone. So the red phone was seen by that tower. And that's why there's a red circle there. Here, the network saw the blue phone on that tower. Here's an example of a tower that it saw both.
Judge, may we approach Sidebar, please?
Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel remain along with the defendant. Witnesses also present. The state's present. All right. So I don't understand. You're saying you didn't have this report?
So we got this report this morning while I was sitting in the courtroom. We don't have a printer here. So I asked the state to do the professional courtesy and give me a copy of the documents that she'd be using for this testimony. I'm trying to refer to what she's up to. She gave me 7 pages, by the way, which we started, and I was objecting to it being published because it still had the names in. She said, I'm not using that first page that I handed you, I'm using every other page. So I'm looking at the pages to try to go along with what she's showing, and I'm noticing she gave me a report from a whole other phone. All I'm asking is to give us the actual documents that she's showing the witness. And to say I emailed it to you while we were sitting in the courtroom is a little disingenuous because I don't have a printer to be able to print it out. So I just asked.
So you have the report, all 3 reports, but the reports that you have that were generated to you have the phone number as well as a name. It's identified that the phone is associated with.
No,
correct?
She redacted that.
No,
Yes.
but you have the 3 reports.
Yes.
Discussing the phones, and you were given those reports some time ago, and yesterday your objection was made that it's conclusory as to whose phone it was, and I sustained that objection, told her to redact the name.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And you're telling me you don't have the form of the reports with that redaction of these maps or whatever they are. With the names being redacted. Is that correct?
So I have it in email, but I'm asking for paper form so I can follow along.
Understood.
Yes,
All right.
that's exactly.
Thank you. So can you make copies for those?
I printed, I found all of them. If there's one that she's missing, I'm happy to do so and pull them up again. I printed them all this morning for her.
Counsel's suggesting she doesn't have them, so I just want to make sure she has
Of
them.
course, and that's not a problem. So, but they've all been turned over via email. This is all in there, the original copies as well that were provided.
Counsel does not have the ability to print something out in the courtroom now. She's asking counsel for trading, Liberty's asking for a copy of it. Let's provide her a copy.
I'm happy to do so. I just need to know exactly which one she says she's missing and which one she says she has. I don't want to have to duplicate them if possible.
None of the documents she's published
So
since
just
testimony
do
started.
me a courtesy, just print all of them out.
Sure.
All right?
Should we take a break while the jury's on?
We can, but can we finish this first?
Oh, yes, I thought you
So
were
you're
finished.
gonna make copies of all the documents.
So she has in her hand some of them already. So I just want to make sure I don't double print them.
Just double
On that. So
counsel's suggesting she doesn't have them. So let's just print them all.
Okay, well, she does have some of it. Just want to make sure.
For the record,
Listen, I don't know, you're saying they're sent, counsel's suggesting she hasn't received those things. I just want her to get copies of it. I don't want your constant back and forth.
Thank you. Because they just. I'm sorry, I was over here eating, but I just had to come off camera. I had to get back on camera to say, just print the. She's got something. What doesn't she have? Why does it matter? And see, let me just talk to you, government employees, right now. Okay? Because Christine, right now, you're acting like you paying for the printer paper. You're acting like you have to pay for the ink that's in the printer. Government employees that act like the stuff is coming out of their check really, really piss me off. Babe, just go print it. I'm sitting back here cursing, okay? I am back here cursing because all of the back and forth, the judge is saying, he said it twice. He said, well, listen, I don't know what she does and doesn't have. She's just saying she don't have it. Let's just get it to her. Well, obviously she has something. Why, Christine? Why? Like, Brianna said Christine got to be a Chipotle worker. Hey, Ken, good morning. There are employees like this. Like, I remember when I worked for the IRS, I remember people that would be sitting beside me making stuff hard for people. Baby, this does not affect your pay. This will not affect your pay. If you can do it, do it. Damn it, Christine, just print it. Well, obviously she has some in her hand. It doesn't matter what. Okay, y'all. Okay, I'm gonna stop ranting. Cause what?
Well, she has to just give her the copies. That's it. It's easy. Just get her the copies.
Damn.
All right, Mr. Demons, you need a restroom break?
Sir.
All right, we're in recess. Thank you.
You gave me so you're going up to 9:07 and have nothing on it.
Y'all know I'm gonna have to do a video about that. Cause I that printer paper, hey Brianna, that just ticked me off really, really bad. I'm not sure why Christine decided that's what she wanted to do. Okay, I don't know if we're back. Okay, yeah. Okay. He should have been sick of her, Jasmine. That was crazy. Hey, Miss Cherie. That is just crazy. That was just crazy. Well, I'm just trying to see what doesn't she have. How about you just print it and shut up?
It's not something I can do regardless.
And one more thing. Jennifer just reminded me. Jennifer, it was her. Of course. Sure, I can make it, but what doesn't she have? Like,
That's right.
All right, let's get back on the record. I understand, well, first of all, do I reflect the presence of the defendant, his counsel, assistant state attorneys? We're still waiting for the state to provide certain documents to defense counsel, i.e. Some maps that were being used as demonstratives. Counsel Sidebar suggested that she didn't have them. They were emailed to her, but she doesn't have hard copies, and Raven literally wants the hard copies. So, I instructed the state attorney to go ahead and do that, provide those hard copies, and that's in the works because the printer in the courtroom doesn't seem to be working. So while we're waiting on that, let's go back and talk about the discovery cutoff that counsel suggested he wants. What's the state's position on the discovery cutoff?
that if there is anything that council brings up with regards to the witness that suggests additional analysis or anything can be done, that the state would do it on that.
So your quote,
What sense does that make? If there's anything that the defense brings up that suggests additional analysis, the state should do it. Why, as a seasoned prosecutor, why aren't you performing these analysis already? And do you guys understand that he's not asking for anything extravagant? Do you guys remember during Karen Reed, Jessica Hyde suggested that she would not only use Celebrate? Remember her report, she said that you need to use many tools. So not just Celebrate. There are other software programs that do the same thing as Celebrate. So you use a few of them to make sure you're accurate in the information you're presenting. That's all he's saying. He was not asking for her to go do anything special. All he asked was, because this is probably normal, well, what else did you use outside of Celebrate? That's it. What else did you use? And she is presenting to the judge as if they requested an additional dump of that phone. They did not. And how can you work trial like this? So every time we ask a question, you're going to go behind us and do what we've suggested you should have done? How does that work? That's just like sitting at a test and you going down your test and there's a question that you didn't know would be on the test. The teacher is supposed to give you a moment to go study and figure it out. No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works.
Yes, sir.
anything else that you want to be heard on regarding this discovery call?
Yeah.
Anything the defense wants to be heard on?
Yes, sir. I just started to do some research, and quite frankly, I've only candidly found a case. It's in the 4th DCA, but it concerns a civil matter, and it speaks of the need for a discovery cutoff to avoid the very term I used, ambush and surprise, and that when a party conducts itself in a way as to ambush, they're not to get the benefit of that. These trials, we understand, life goes on beyond trials. So the evidence that can be introduced into a trial should have some finite and determinable parameters. The notion that the state comes here and asks jurors to put somebody to death suggests that they have completed an investigation that warrants that co-signature. To suggest that, okay, there are a lot of things that we could have done and we didn't do, and if you ask about it, we're going to go do it and introduce it while the proceedings ensue, is not only an ambush, but it's an insult to the process. They're saying that they have the evidence. Now, the state can get up there and say, hey, the defense is making some ridiculous cross-examination and we don't have everything because what we have is enough, which is when they bring an indictment of this nature, or any indictment, they're saying we have enough now, beyond a reasonable doubt. But what they cannot do is, as these proceedings go forward, continue to investigate and plug holes that we reveal to exist as the process goes on until this case goes to verdict. I'm not quite sure when this would end or how there is even a gatekeeping function of the court if there is no gate and there is no fence and there are no lines and no parameters of propriety. The state is making a representation by bringing this indictment that they are ready and they have proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And if that proof beyond a reasonable doubt also includes areas of investigation that were not pursued, then they should explain to a jury why it was not pursued and why the failure to pursue it does not undermine their case. They don't get to keep plugging holes as the proceedings go forward. And so, as the Fourth Circuit said, that is ambush. And the purpose of, the Fourth DCA said that is ambush. And the purpose of a discovery deadline is to avoid surprise, avoid ambush, and a party that engages in that ought not to get the benefit of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hold on.
Just briefly, I mentioned that defense hasn't yet to provide any reciprocal discovery, but alluded to some yesterday, that they were looking at Instagram posts and everything that had happened as recently as this week, but yet they have provided nothing to the state. So if there's any deadline of any sort that needs to be imposed on both parties.
Thank you. Oh, Counsel, my understanding is that's the way it works, is that it's not Richardson violations apply to both sides, doesn't apply to just one side. It's deadlines apply to both sides. There's an obligation to that's not what it's all about.
We apologize, the pictures decided to not work. I'm sorry.
What I'm saying is that the whatever obligations that are imposed would be applicable to both sides when there's discovery cutoff or not. My thought is as to the discovery cutoff, you can keep investigating the case however you feel fit, and you're more than welcome to do that. However, that doesn't mean that anything you find can be used at trial as in evidence. This thing with Mr. Moretti, where when I'm out of town on vacation, you're asking the detective, or he's offering, I'm not really sure how it happened, to continue and run this through another process, and the defense doesn't know about it. The defense cross-examines Mr. Zellner, or Officer Zellner, and is not aware that he's asking questions about other programs, because his understanding is there isn't any other program. But you know there's another program, they have access to it, and they've done it, you just don't have the results. That seems to me to be what the counsel's talking about. And it seems to me to be a Richardson violation. There's discovery that's ongoing, you know about it, and you're not telling them about it until we're here. So as far as Mr. Moretti is concerned, I think that's a discovery violation. And I'm finding it to be a discovery violation. I think the only way it can be cured is he's not going to testify about this second procedure that happened. Not coming in. Same thing, if you want to keep investigating a case, you can do it. If you can find exculpatory information, you may change your mind as to how you proceed with the case, and I don't have a problem. You can investigate whatever you want to investigate. But as far as using new discovery that you're coming in, I think a cutoff needs to be happened, because this is what's going on. We're going to have this. If you find something new, there's a whole, as counsel describes it, that then you try to find evidence to plug up the hole that's new discovery. The defense doesn't have an opportunity to depose the witness. The defense doesn't have an opportunity to do X, Y, and Z. And that's just not the way it should be. It shouldn't be done by surprise. So
it's clear this was not a new item. This was just all of the information was told to be identical.
You found it. You had a meeting with the detective in May when we're in hiatus because I'm on vacation. All right? You had a meeting with him in May after we picked a jury, and when we're ready to, or we're in the middle of jury selection, you picked it. You did it, and you said, well, he tells you, or you ask him, do you have more programs to go ahead and provide the information, and you find out there's another program, and he runs the program, does a different download with something other than Cellbrite, and therefore you have more information. Don't make the defense aware of it. You hold that to yourself. You go ahead and put on a couple weeks of trial testimony, and then when it comes up after he in cross-examination points something out, you bring it up and say, well, by the way, I told him the detective in our pretrial meeting, it came up and he has the program and we can use it and we're doing it. All right. And, but you don't tell him about it. You just go ahead and hold it, keep it close to the vest yourself. Don't explain it to him. And then you say, when it comes up at trial, I say, what was it? I don't have the report yet. that's why I didn't turn it over to him, but didn't disclose it's coming. It seems to me that's not what's supposed to happen. Not supposed to happen, period. That's a discovery violation. Okay, so as far as the Detective Moretti, and whatever other form he used, that's not coming in.
Okay.
All right, that's the sanction. If you have other information, other discovery that's in the works, you better share it with me, because right now, if you don't have it, they're not aware of it now. It's not coming in unless it's something extraordinary that pops up. And just because, you find out they have additional capabilities and you want to go retest something, that's not extraordinary on my way of thinking. I'm not familiar with what the case law says. It just seems to me that this is a fundamental fairness thing. You have evidence, you need to turn it over to him. If you didn't turn it over to him, you can't use it. That's really the basic.
Understood, and so everything has been turned over. That was the only item of which there was additional investigation done on to see if there was any other information or anything else that came out. It was reported to me that it was identical in terms of the information that was done through Gray Key versus Celebrite on that. So defense counsel is attacking the veracity of the Celebrite program on that. So with regards to that, that's the only reason why that would even be brought up. But if I understand there, so we can move forward on that. But I do want to address one other issue, more outside the presence of the jury. Counsel keeps objecting to publishing of items that are already in evidence and making speaking objections. So just ask if Your Honor could address that specific issue, because the state can publish the items that are in evidence in the presentation of their case, and defense can object if there's something that has not been admitted or something to that effect. But in terms of the speaking objections and things like that, those are improper in front of the jury.
Thank you. All right, no speaking objections.
Understood.
When do you expect this documentation to come over?
I think the printer just started working.
And I provided it to Ms. Liberty.
Do you have those, Ms. Liberty?
Yes, confirmed, Judge.
All right, you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, sir.
Bring the jury in.
The red phone and the blue phone. And just to remind the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is the red phone number?
That is listed at the top of the slide. It's 772-713-9807.
And then the blue phone number.
The blue phone number is 954-248-9081.
Okay, so going back, you have a little green box with the numbers 154129-11. What is that?
So that we're on the same page, the red phone is Melly's phone. The blue phone is Sak's phone.
That is the name of the tower and the sector.
Okay. And the times that are listed below, what are those indicative of?
So there's a time that says 3:20 a.m. in blue, and it says 3:20 a.m. in red, and that is the time from the records that the blue phone and the red phone each respectively connected to a tower.
So based on what you're showing here, what can you tell us about where the blue phone and the red phone were at 3:20?
So generally in the area around New Era Studios.
Okay. As you're moving across the slide, what are we looking at?
So we see a series of towers that the red phone and the blue phone were observed by as they move from east to west. So you see there's a line of towers generally in this area, kind of along 595, I-75, and then the last ones at the end of the slide are the west, kind of by the intersection of a tower that's near the intersection of Pines and US 27. The tower is 63035, sector 15, at 3:57 a.m. that tower saw each of these phones.
So I want to make sure it's clear when you're the 3:20 a.m. that's on the right side of the screen. Can you kind of show in order the way the towers are plotted?
Yeah, so I didn't know the time for each tower because then it would be just a mess of boxes on the slide. But generally, these towers in the northeast, and then sequentially or chronologically, as time went on, these towers were used. This tower was used later in that tower, and this tower, and that tower. And so as time went on, from 320 closer to 357, these towers were used.
And based on your training and experience, what does that tell you about how the phones were moving in relation to one another between 3:20 and 3:57 a.m.?
Yeah, so in my opinion, that's consistent with devices moving generally together.
So you mentioned that there are some in which there is red and blue together. So I want to focus in. There's one here. It looks like at the intersection of Flamingo Road and I-75. And
Yes.
595 rather. The red with the blue. What does that mean when you have them overlaid like that?
So that tower saw both the red phone and the blue phone.
Okay. Is that at the same time or are they at separate times?
Could be either.
So going on to the phone of the 772-713-9807, what are we looking at this slide titled 3:47 a.m.?
So this is a plot of timing advanced data, and it shows that two data points basically from the engineering report. The tower 64337 sector 2, that's pointed south, recorded the red phone at two data points, one at 3:47:13 a.m., one at 3:47:24 a.m. And the measurement that went up was that phone at those times was 0.24 miles from the tower.
So you said it's two different times, but it's the same measurement. How do you explain that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
That's just what the records recorded.
Okay. And in terms of by having two data points along, are they going to be in the same exact spot?
Well, it could be or it could not be. So the 0.24 miles from the tower is this red arc here. And I guess your question is the phone in the same spot or not? I don't know. Those are two data points close in time. They're separated by 11 seconds, so the phone certainly could be stationary. The phone could also be moving. For instance, at one point it could be here, and at the other point it could be there. There are both possibilities, and you can't determine for this thing.
And in terms of you don't have any cameras if it's stuck at a red light or anything like that?
I don't.
So that was the 772-713-9807 at 3:47 a.m. Okay. Moving on to the 772-713-9807 from 3:52 to 3:53 a.m. Could you explain what you're illustrating and the data shows on this slide?
Okay, so this shows two data points, both using the same tower and sector, tower 151, 685, sector 13. And the first data point is at 3:52:58 a.m.
Okay.
That's this arc here. That's 0.58 miles from the tower. And then 50 seconds later, at 3:53:48 a.m., the arc is 1.16 miles from the tower. This other arc.
And in terms of the distance between the two arcs, what is that amount?
It's a little bit over half a mile,
And the time frame in between those two arcs is how long?
about 50 seconds.
Based on the records and that you have, can you give a information as to where that phone was along those arcs?
Based on the records that I have,
Yes. Based on other additional information that was provided to you, can you make a determination as to where it's more likely than not the phone was?
yes.
And where is that?
So the phone moved half a mile in 50 seconds. That's consistent with vehicle travel. It's too fast for a phone to run. That's 30 miles an hour. So there's a couple places that the phone could be logically. For instance, it could be going east to west on Pines. It could be going north to south on 184th. Those are both options. There's a data point that was provided to me. And that reason for this analysis was I was asked, hey, the detective recovered some video footage from Montessori Academy that he believed these devices might be in a vehicle that was seen driving by around this time. The detective asked, is the cell data consistent with these devices being in the vehicle? In my opinion, yes.
The data points that we're looking at, are those the only data points that exist in this case?
No, but these are the data points that are 352 and 353.
No. So going on to now the 772, 713, 9807, and 954, 9081. The 4 a.m. to 4:03 a.m. Can you describe what information is contained here?
So both phones were seen at the same tower in sector, tower 63035, sector 15, at 4 o'clock and 36 seconds. The blue phone was 1.45 miles from the tower. We have two data points on the red phone, one at 4 a.m. 54 seconds, one at 4:03 14 seconds.
Does anyone remember what time they made it to the hospital? Was it 5? I don't remember what time they made it to the hospital. I'm gonna write these down so that we can figure this out. There are 3 things I need to know. The time the car went through the gate of the subdivision. Okay. The time Courtland made it to the hospital. And this is just I need to do this. Okay. Oh, I see Lexi. Lexi always gonna come through, baby. Okay. 4:30. Lexi said 4:35. He made it to the hospital. Let me see. And let's just assume if they're together at 4:03, there's no way Melly made it home and okay, we know it's 4. They made it to the hospital. Thank you, Lexi. If he makes it, I'm just going to tell you what I feel right now. Hey, Shay, good morning. Right now, Melly was with those boys. He was not in that red Jeep. You're not going to tell me he was in that red Jeep because this is the same phone he's had. Even after jail, after all of this stuff, he had it. Angel, we're going to see. Y'all always say that, Mel, you're going to feel differently. So y'all always tell me that. I'm just looking at the cell data right now, and I can't. Oh, my God. I can't. Let's see. Let's get through it. Because right now, watching, I'm definitely like, okay, it looks like his phone was with them. I don't know if Angel, I don't know if I'm ever going to change the fact that I think he was on the scene. I don't know if he did it, but I just, that FaceTime call did it for me. I think he was on the scene. Okay, let's see.
The red phone was reported being 1.5 miles from the tower, 1.45 miles from the tower.
So when we're looking at here, this purple area, why is that?
Because the red and blue phones are both, they are red and blue mixed purple. So.
Yes.
Just in case anyone's colorblind. So, with regards to the locations along this arc, can you narrow down in any way where the phones are along that arc?
Now, from the cell records, all you can tell is that there's some further in. Yeah.
And in terms of if you're looking at it in the totality of the circumstances based on the other records and information that you have, can that help and assist you in rendering opinion as to where the phones are located?
Yes.
And where would that be?
So the red flag depicts the crime scene that the detectives told me about, and they asked, is it possible for these devices to have been in the crime scene? In my opinion, yes. The data is consistent includes devices being in the area of crime scene at this time.
Okay. So going on to the 772-713-9807 phone at 4:06 a.m. What information or data are you showing in here?
So this shows the red phone at 4:06:22. There's a data point where it's back on tower 63047, sector 3. It's 1.02 miles from the tower. So in this band here.
Okay, and in terms of where it is along that band, can you give a more definitive answer?
From the cell phone records alone, no. The reason for this slide, this analysis, was because the detective had video footage from Montessori Academy again at a certain time.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sorry, repeat your question.
So based on these records, can you say where the phone was along that band?
And your objection is it calls for hearsay?
That wasn't the same question, Judge.
Thank you. Proceed. You can answer the question.
So based on these records, can you say where along the band it was?
No.
Was other physical evidence provided for you to review?
I don't think I saw physical evidence, no.
Oh. So going on to the next slide, the 772-713-9807 and 954-248-9081. If you can explain what we're looking at on this particular slide.
So this is a series of data points on 3 different towers for both the red and blue phone between 4:17 and 4:23. We're starting back on the left side of the slide, where 4:17:43, the blue phone, is 1.21 miles from this tower. Shortly after that, at 4:18:02 a.m., the red phone is 0.87 miles from the tower. Shortly after that, 4:20:50 a.m., the blue phone is 1.02 miles from this tower. Then after that, at 4:23:22 and 4:23:55 a.m., the red phone is 0.29 miles and then 0.68 miles from this tower.
Okay, and in terms of what can you tell about how the phones are related and direct in distance from one another based on this slide?
Distance from one another. Well, both phones moved north and then east. We know that the blue phone and the red phone are both over here, and now they're over here in the analytic period.
Can you have an opinion as to whether or not they separated during this time frame?
During this time frame,
Yes, 4:17 to 4:23.
I don't know. To me, I don't think there's enough data here to form.
Okay. So going on to the blue phone, 954-248-9081, 4:40 a.m. to 5:52 a.m. What data points and what information do you have on that phone?
So there was a lot of data points, or many data points for the blue phone during this time period. All the timing advance bands were either 0.82 or 0.87 miles from the tower, tower 62492, sector 3. Each of those bands, the 0.82 miles and 0.87 miles are shown here.
Okay. Does that phone then, that's all the data that you have for that particular blue phone?
Right.
Okay. Now to go to the 4:40 a.m. for the 772-713-9807, where does your data show that phone to be in the area of?
So at 4:40 a.m., at this point, the phones are clearly separate. At 4:40 a.m., we have 2 different types of data points that we're plotting here. At 4:40:31, we have the timing advance data, which shows that the phone is 0.5 to 8 miles from this tower. And then at 4:40:34 a.m., the red phone makes an outgoing call using that cell site for that tower in sector 62407. Chapter 12.
Okay, and the outgoing phone call that is made, is that identified from the records?
Yes.
And what is that? Sorry.
That is a outgoing call to phone number 954-376-9158.
Okay. Does the red phone ever coincide again with the blue phone on the same arc that covers the hospital?
No.
So that was the first analysis that you did. Did you do additional ones?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to move on to the sprint and records and analysis that you did. Council, your favorite one? So with the sprint records that you were given, did you have the same measurement or distance data for those phones?
No, we had a similar report, which is the time in advance. Sprint calls it per call measurement data report. It's formatted differently. It's a different network, it's a different company, but it has generally the same types of information contained in the report.
Okay. If there was going to be a distance in this report, where would it be shown?
It would be shown in column I.
Column I?
Yeah, just titled distance in miles.
Distance miles there. Okay. And to be clear, we're looking at the records here for 954-371-7895. Did Sprint provide the distance for column I at any point between 3 a.m. and 3:57 a.m.? Sorry, that's column 163. Was there any distance provided?
No.
Okay. The 164 column, or row 164, row 60, 166, 167, and 169 was distance provided by Sprint at that point.
Yes.
Are they from a different manufacturer or vendor of cell tower?
Yes.
So on this, the state would also publish what's been previously admitted as State 63. And for the record, that is the 2018-221418-6155597 customer service management screen of Chris Thomas. And the second one is published is the customer service management screen of Dontavius.
That's the objection.
May we approach?
Sure.
Christine, no, she heard it. I was trying to see if I see anything on there. Didi, I think I'm just annoyed with Christine because she's just annoyed me one too many times.
Or 8-6155640 records that have been previously admitted into Sprint and previously admitted as part of State 63. Special Agent Collins, the number that you're looking at here on the screen, 772-713-2341. Did you do analysis for those records?
Yes.
Okay. And again, for the record, publishing the subscriber information previously admitted as State 63 for Chris Thomas. Going down to the next phone number, did you do a cellular analysis for the phone number 954-371-7895?
Yes.
And for
Okay, y'all, 2354, that's Juvy's number.
the record, publishing what's been previously admitted as State 63 with an identified subscriber of Dontavius Withers. Okay. On the Sprint records, do you do substantially the same type of analysis that we talked about on the true call data analysis?
Yes.
Okay. And you use the same information to illustrate cell sites and cell sectors and
Yes.
towers?
Yes.
Okay. So again, the same demonstrative that's on what's labeled as page 3, you're still using the same symbols, the circle to represent a tower.
Yes.
Are you still using the same wedge or pie shape to identify a specific cell site?
Yes.
As to the next image that we're looking at, what does this show?
This shows the Sprint network in South Florida in the time of October 2018.
Does this fairly and accurately depict how the cell towers for Sprint were situated in October of 2018?
Yes.
And we previously discussed the locations of interest. Are those the same as in the previous analysis that you did?
Yes.
Why don't you put these all on one giant map together?
All the phones.
Yes.
Well, one, it would be a lot of phones. It could be like confusing to look at to see all the different data points. And then, so that was one of the reasons why.
So going on to the phone number, the 772-713-2341, the green phone on this, and 954-371-7895. Can you explain what we're looking at of this October 26th, 3:22 to 3:43 a.m.?
So, much like the red and the blue phone, this shows that the green and the purple phone both use towers or semi-towers in the Fort Lauderdale area near the flag with the N unit. Represents New Era Studios. At 3:22 a.m., the purple tower seen by Sprint Tower 168845. And then at 3:23 a.m., the green phone by a different tower, 33591.
Okay. And in terms of, to go back to the 772-713-9807 and 248-9081, you're showing the same or similar time frames.
Yes.
Do the phones, the green and the purple phone, move consistently together during this time frame?
During this time frame, yes.
Okay. And how can you say that?
The towers, again, advancing chronology, consistent with the phones moving together, generally south, moving west, and then south again. They were hitting the same towers at similar times through this point.
Moving on to now 3:43 to 3:57 a.m. What are you showing and illustrating on this slide?
So this is only the purple phone. And you'll see that there are several towers that saw the purple phone during this time period. Unfortunately, because we didn't get distance information in the report, we can't tell where, in relation to those towers, this device is. So you'll see that there's overlap between the towers, right? Like for instance, between 343 and 352, there were multiple times that this tower saw the phone. But during that time period, this tower also saw the phone, 348. During that time period, this tower also saw the phone, 349. 350, this tower saw it. So we have multiple towers from all different locations where the antennas are generally pointing that direction that saw the phone, but we don't have distance information.
Are there any phone calls or anything that would indicate that the phone used one of those towers as the clearest, strongest signal to make a phone call?
No.
Then going on to the 772-713-2341. Is this using some of the same towers?
Some of them.
Okay, and if we can just kind of go back and forth a little bit to explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury which ones are the same and which ones are different.
Sure. So I believe all three of these are the same, but the purple ones, or the purple phone.
Okay, y'all, this is Juvy's phone 2341, and I just told you the last phone we were looking at is Wither's phone. I am wondering, is Withers the driver of the red Jeep, or are they thinking the Withers phone is the phone Bortland had on him that night?
Had multiple other towers that were used.
Okay. To look at tower 336234-3. I'm trying to overlay them as, are they using the same antenna on that tower?
No.
Okay. Is this consistent with the phones being together?
No, in my opinion, this shows that the phones were separated.
So, and then in terms of the final analysis at 3:49 a.m., you could, for the 772-713-2341 tower, if you could identify that on this exhibit, which is page 9.
The tower that recorded the phone at 349.
Yes.
This one in the center, tower 3360972.
Okay. And then in terms of the final tower, the 3:57 a.m., if you could identify that one.
It's the western edge of the map area, tower 336-234, sector 3.
Okay. So going on to the third analysis you did in this case. Did you do an analysis again for the phone number 772-713-9807, the red phone, and 954-376-9158?
Yes.
And in terms of the 954-376-9158, is that the same phone number you testified to was the phone call at 4:40 a.m. and on the 772 phone?
Yes.
Okay. So going on to those, you again use the same information to depict timing advance and cell sites and everything of that nature?
Yes.
The two phones, is it important to know what network a phone is on before you do the mapping?
Yes.
Okay. Were both of these phones on the same network?
Yes.
On this particular one, what network were both phones on?
T-Mobile.
Okay, so back to the red phone. I know these, again, fairly and accurately depict the location of the T-Mobile towers of October of 2018.
Yes.
Same locations of interest, or is there an additional one on this particular item?
There's an additional one.
And what item or additional location is on this map that is different from the others?
The Toscana Apartments, 5700 Toscana Lane, Margate, Florida. It's shown with on the map with an orange flag with a white letter T on it.
And if you could just circle it so it's clear to the general jury where that's at.
Here's on the map. Here's the actual location.
Everything else remains the same?
Yes.
Okay. So on the 954-376-9158, the kind of turquoise phone, what information are you showing from 1:08 a.m. to 8:23?
All right, so this phone here, the 9158, because I know they're not using names, 9158 is for Jameson Francois. That is Track, aka Melly's manager.
a.m.
So this is information from the call detail records, engineering data. This is calls and texts. And it shows that between 1:08 a.m. and 8:23 a.m., there are several calls and texts that the phone, to and from the phone, using two different sectors of the same tower, shown here with two different wedges.
And so based on your training experience, do you have an opinion as to where that phone was from 1:08 to 8:23 a.m.?
Yeah, so generally in the area, it's kind of apartments.
Oh, so Jasmine, right now, he's not going through like what phone calls were made, this person called this person. He's just giving us the location of the phones within a specific time frame. I think the time frame right now is, let me play it, 12:01 p.m. to 12:12 p.m. let me see if it tells us the date, on October 26th. So it looks like right now, this is Jameson Francois' phone. They're probably going to track him throughout the day, only using cell towers. And what I think is important to know is with the cell towers, it can't give us an exact location. It can give us an area, right? So you kind of say it's more than likely than not that he was there. If the tower pins next to the studio and we know that we have video evidence of him at the studio, then you can kind of say it's more likely than not reasonable to assume that he was at the studio. That's the most we can do with this information. And that's why I said with Melly's phone, the fact that he ended up having that phone, because we know he talked to Mariah. We know he talked to her mom. We know he talked to his mom. We know he talked to Track. If in fact this phone was pinging near Sak's phone, hitting the same tower, and then at some point he has that phone, I think it's reasonable to assume that man was at the crime scene, because why else would his phone be pinging with Sak's phone? So they told me I'm going to feel differently once the defense comes up. But right now, I think his phone was there. And if his phone was there, he was there. And I also believe Felicia. He FaceTimed her from some bushes. He did that.
Moving on to October 26, 2018, from 12:01 p.m. to 12:12 p.m. on this triplet.
Angel said, so wasn't one of his phones left in the truck? I'm not sure, Angel. I can only go based off of let me give you the number, the 9807 number, which I do believe is Millie's phone. I think it was his primary phone. Way too many damn pictures in there. They're saying, it showed up with Sak. That could be some doubt for the jury, but for me, I believe that was Millie's phone. 9807 was with Sak at 4:00 in the morning, 4:06. At some point it leaves, but if they get to the hospital at 4:35, how did Melly with 9807 make it to the house? How did he end up at Fredo's house? Why didn't anyone see him leaving Fredo's house? So maybe we'll get those questions answered. Again, this is only day 6, so I'm only going off of what I've heard. But his phone pinged right with Sak's, off of the same tower. In my mind, they're together until they tell me they're not. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
This phone, the 954-376-9158. What information are you mapping here?
So here we're showing both the engineering data, the time in advance information, as well as information from the call detail records. So first, 1201 and 1202, the phone, turquoise phone, is in these two bands here. First, this one is a little closer to the tower, it's 0.63 miles away, and then the second band is 0.73 miles from the tower. During that time period, also at 1201:39.
Oh, and also to make sure we're on the same page, I think I said that they're following Jameson throughout the day. Well, this is October 26th. The murders happened in the wee hours of the morning, so about 4:00 in the morning. Remember, Felicia said that she left wherever she was from. She was 3 or 4 Cocoa Beach, 3 or 4 hours away, got in her car, traveled to where Melly was. She made it to whoever this is, Slim, whoever you are, baby, we stop and talk over here, okay? What you can do is go to Law and Crime, type in YNW Melly, and you can watch it all day by yourself, boo. Because over here, we stop, talk, and we do. Don't come over here with that, okay? But you can go to Law and Crime. I don't know why people will come to a channel and tell you to be quiet when you have free will to go watch it on Law and Crime. Come on now. Just go. But anyway, the murders happened at 4 in the morning. We are at 12 o'clock right now. So this is when they were at Fredo's house. So you guys are what they're showing is everyone is together after this happened, right? Everyone is together. This is 12 o'clock. Felicia said she got there about 1. I think it was between 12 and 1 o'clock she got to where Melly was. which is Fredo Bang's house. So now that's what they're mapping, where all these phones were around 12 o'clock, October 26th, the day the murders happened.
The turquoise phone places an outgoing call to the red phone, 9807.
So then the next time frame that you're mapping on this location is what?
It's 1205, when the time in advance measurement that's recorded is 1.02 miles from this tower, south of it.
Okay. Going on to 120607 to 121237.
Yeah, Melly.
So during that time frame, there's measurements from
Ronnie, I should have known you was coming.
two different sectors in the same tower. So we see on the one hand that there's arcs here that are either 1.45 and 1.5 miles from the tower.
Okay.
But also during that time period, we have measurements from a different side of that tower. They're 1.5 and 1.55 miles from the tower.
Okay, and in terms of the location, is there anything you can say with specificity as to where that phone was at 1207?
Well, I mean, I think that I would generally look for the phone to be someplace where the arcs are overlaid, or an area where it would be seen by both sectors, but you can't in isolation very well.
Do the cell phone towers overlap in their sectors?
Yes, they do.
Going on to October 26, 1214 to 1220 a.m., the 954-376-9158 phone number, the turquoise phone. What are we looking at in this image?
So, starting down here, south on US 27, or excuse me, the tower near the area of Pines of US 27, pointed south. At 12:14, 14 p.m., the band is 1.45 miles from the tower. Then a few seconds later, it's 1.21 miles from the tower. It's getting closer. A few seconds later, it's 0.97 miles from the tower. And then 0.48 miles from the tower. Then it's in this band on a different sector, but perhaps still closer to the tower, traveling in the same direction, 0.63 miles. And then to the north, 1.1 and 1.6 miles from the tower.
And so in terms of the north to south distance of each of these bands, how wide are they? If we're looking at the north to south, aspect between here and here, what type of, remind ladies and gentlemen, what, is this still on a 4G phone?
Yes, yeah. So each of those arcs is still 78 meters.
Based on the multiple locations that you have, do you have an opinion as to how that phone or handset was traveling?
Yeah, I think the data is consistent with the phone traveling south and north during that time.
Now going on to the 772-713-9807 between 12:01 and 12:12 p.m. on October 26, 2018. What are you illustrating with this particular image?
So at 12:01, first there's an incoming call from the turquoise phone 9158, and then at 12:01, the red phone is in this band, 0.92 miles from the tower. At 12:03, it's 0.68 miles from the tower. At 12:05, it's 0.92 miles from the tower. And 12:07 to 12:12, it's 1.55 miles from the tower.
Okay, and just to flip back again to the 12:01 to 12:12 for the 954-376-9158. In terms of, can you make any opinions as to where these two phones were located in relation to one another during these time frames?
So they're in the same general geographic area for sure. Right? They're both on the same tower at the same time. Times in US 27. There's areas where there's times when their bands are approximately the same, and there's times where they're different as well.
Can you make any sort of opinion that they were in the same vehicle?
No.
Going on to the 772-713-9807 phone from October 26, 2018, from 12:14 p.m. to 12:21 p.m. What data are you illustrating in this particular slide?
So the first data point, 12:14:47, is this span here. It's 1.02 miles from this tower. The next one, 12:16:28, it's this span here, 0.92 miles from the tower. Then continuing on in time, at 12:18:08 p.m., the red phone's in this span, 0.92 miles from the tower. And then at 12:18:28, 0.68 miles from the tower. And then finally at 12:21:17, it's 0.29 miles from this tower.
And in terms of that was the end of the mapping and cellular analysis that you were asked to do in this case.
Yes.
Do all of the maps fairly and accurately represent your testimony that you just gave?
Yes.
In terms of, we talked a little bit about cell phone signal and things like that. Does being in a parking garage or being at elevation change your analysis of where the phones would be?
Being a part of the elevation change. I mean, I don't think so. No.
If there was something that was a red flag in the data, what do you do to catch that?
If I see a red flag for whatever reason, something that doesn't make sense, I'm going to look at it much more closely. I'm trying to figure out, okay, what is the issue? Is there an issue? And, yeah.
Was there any such information or issues that in the records that you looked at in this case?
No.
Can you ever say why a phone picks a particular tower or doesn't pick a different one?
No.
Yes. So if we're talking about making a call or sending a text, and then from the call detail records, the phone picks the tower based on its readings of signal strength and signal quality. The phone always picks the tower with clear strong signal. If we're talking about the engineering data, what the network sees, why the network reports the distance measurement from one tower instead of another, no, I don't know why.
In terms of, can you tell whether or not a specific tower was working on the evening in question?
If there's a record associated with that tower, it was working on the evening.
There's other mapping software that's available. Does the FBI use a specific mapping software when doing this?
Yeah, we have a couple different programs. I used one program,
Okay, and what is that?
ESPA.
What is that specifically?
ESPA is a program for cell site data.
Why do you use that specific program?
It's the tool, the one of the tools that we have, and they meet our needs or requirements as an agency.
In terms of just plugging the latitude and longitude into Google Maps, is that something you can testify to based on those records?
Yes.
And do you use that and those latitude and longitude that are in that timing advance data to determine where the phone was?
So I didn't use the latitude longitude to produce that report. Could I use them? Could I plot them in ESPA or Google Maps and look at them? Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Why don't you rely on them?
I don't rely on when I'm doing expert testimony because I don't understand all the factors that go into the network driving that estimated location for the device. For investigative leads or something, if I'm looking for a kit or something. I'm making my report for expert testimony. I use the time in advance to understand the math.
And in terms of, is the math constant?
Yes.
Do you take into account, you mentioned the UTC time versus local time? Do you take that into account in all the records when you're looking at those?
Yes.
Does the power of the antenna or cell site affect your analysis on the speed of light and the distance from the tower for each cell phone?
No.
Okay. Can you explain what is tower loading?
Tower loading. Like when a tower gets overloaded?
Correct.
Okay. So towers have, finite capacity. There's, not unlimited network resources for a phone company. So generally, you're able to make calls or text whenever you want, right? Like towers generally don't get overloaded, but it is possible for towers to get overloaded. So the way you'd see that, I guess, would be one, if you're trying to make a call. If you ever experienced the phenomenon where you're looking at your phone, like say it doesn't have to be an event where there's a ton of phones, like an unexpected, unanticipated influx of devices and people, like say the Super Bowl or something like that, and there's just an incredible demand for network resources. Everybody's trying to Facebook Live or make calls, take video, everything. So if you've ever been in a situation where you're looking at your phone and you see, man, I have like great service, I have full bars, but I try and place a call, and the call just won't go through. It's because the towers could be because the towers are loaded, you just can't handle your call.
Okay, and in terms of, would that be something that the phone would be able to see in the phone records?
So if the tower is overloaded, the phone won't know that it's overloaded, right? The phone can't see or doesn't have a view into what the network is handling, which is why your phone has identified a particular antenna as the one that offers the clearest, strongest signal. It says you've got 4 bars from this antenna, this is the one I'm going to connect to. It doesn't know that antenna is overloaded, so that's why when you have 4 bars, hit send and try to make a call, the call just doesn't connect, it just won't go through. If the phone doesn't know, oh, I should be looking for an extra antenna someplace, all it knows is that's my antenna.
And if there's no records or no entry in the records, can you analyze any of that data?
No, obviously I only am able to analyze the data that I have data points for.
In terms of the mapping and everything that you created, is it a fair and accurate depiction of the cell phone data and records that you just specified to?
Yes.
Does it in terms of as you're creating it, are you creating it as an expert in cell phone data and mapping?
Yes.
Do you do validation and verification of the data and the information that you're relying on?
So, through my training experience, I know that the time in advance data is very accurate. And we talked about that earlier or yesterday, where it's like have real life validation for it. Like, yes, I've done historic cell site analysis. I've validated by finding the phone in a place where I expected it to be, or see video of the person with the device.
Thank you, Kay Schmidt. Thank you so much. Kay Schmidt just gifted 5 Millionaire Mail memberships. And it's not new over here. Well, if you are new, if you get a membership, please just say thank you in the chat. I appreciate it, Kay Schmidt. Thank you.
All right. Fair enough, we may approach Sidebar.
A short recess to not discuss the case, not form any opinion about the case, or allow any opinion. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury step down. Counsel remain. Call the defendant. Yes, counsel, I'm sorry. I just figured it was easier if we just let the jury go.
Understood.
Makes sense. Your Honor, may we have this discussion just in case there needs to be some supplementation testimony outside the presence of the court?
Sure. You can step outside.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Special Agent Collins has left the courtroom. Yes, sir. He wants an issue yet?
Well, he's got to use the restroom.
Who does?
The back line.
Sure. We'll take a we'll be in recess.
I
So
provide
arrange
case,
for a restroom break for Mr. Demons.
and I provide case officer of the court and counsel on the admissibility of demonstrative exhibit that is here.
Thank you. I'll take a look at it.
So y'all see Christine, he told her he wasn't gonna let all of that stuff in. Christine said she got some case law. So I can't wait to see this. Yeah, Rennie, he messaged me maybe a week or so ago. We were talking about Ken Reed. He popped in here one day too. I don't know if it was when we first started Melly or what we were doing. But yeah.
And 18. The two.
Okay, there we go.
The two phones, is it important to know what network a phone is on before you do the mapping?
Yes.
Okay. Were both of these phones on the same network?
Yes.
On this particular one, what network were both phones on?
T-Mobile.
Okay, so back to the red phone. I know these, again, fairly and accurately depict the location of the T-Mobile towers of October of 2018.
Yes.
Same locations of interest, or is there an additional one on this particular item?
There's an additional one.
And what item or additional location is on this map is different from the others?
The Toscana Apartments, 5700 Toscana Lane, Margate, Florida. It's shown with on the map with an orange flag with a white letter T on it.
And if you could just circle it so it's clear to the general jury where that's at.
Here's on the map. Here's the actual location.
Everything else remains the same?
Yes.
Okay. So on the 954-376-9158, the kind of turquoise phone, what information are you showing from 1:08 a.m. to 8:23 a.m.?
So this is information from the call detail records, engineering data. This is calls and texts. And it shows that between 1:08 a.m. and 8:23 a.m., there are several calls and texts at the phone, to and from the phone, using two different sectors of the same tower, shown here with two different wedges.
And so based on your training experience, do you have an opinion as to where that phone was from 1:08 to 8:23 a.m.?
Yeah, so generally in the area that just kind of apartments.
Moving on to October 26, 2018, from 12:01 p.m. to 12:12 p.m. on this turquoise phone, the 954-376-9158. What information are you mapping here?
So here we're showing both the engineering data, the time in advance information, as well as information from the call detail records. So first, 12:01 and 12:02. The phone, turquoise phone, is in these two bands here. First, this one that's a little closer to the tower, it's 0.63 miles away, and then the second band is 0.73 miles from the tower. During that time period also, at 12:01:39, the turquoise phone places an outgoing call to the red phone, 9807.
So then the next time frame that you're mapping on this location is what?
It's 12:05 when the time in advance measurement that's recorded is 1.02 miles from this tower, south of it.
Okay. Going on to 12:06:07 to 12:12:37.
So during that time frame, there's measurements from two different sectors in the same tower. So we see on the one hand that there's arcs here
I think this might be their
that are
replay.
1.45 and 1.5 miles from the tower.
I think that was the replay. Long time ago.
Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the pleasure of the defendant. Demons of counsel, Assistant State Attorney, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, all witnesses. Attorney Collins remains on the stand. Ladies and gentlemen, outside the present, the state offered items QQQ, RRR, and SSS. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and they were admitted into evidence. What's the,
States QQQ will be 65, states RRR will be 66, and states SSS will be 67.
thank you. Counsel Jury, you may proceed.
Thank you. Okay. Special Agent Collins, I want to go through on some of the timing advance records. And just so for the purposes of what we're talking about, it's row 139, 140, 141, 142, and 143 of the 772-713-9807 phone records. The latitude and longitude you mentioned, and this would be covering the times from 3:48 a.m. through 3:52 a.m. You indicated that the latitude and longitude are the first columns that are put there. And then the next column, column C, is called confidence.
Yes.
What does the confidence column modify?
It refers to columns A and B.
So is there a numerical value that's assigned to the low, high, and medium data entries in column C, the confidence?
So confidence, it refers to, that's T-Mobile's determination of, based on the number of data points that they have used to derive or estimate the device's location with that latitude and longitude, refers to, or it gives it confidence of like low, medium, or high based on the number of data points.
And in terms of, do you use that in any way, shape, or form to testify to where you are placing the phone in your analysis?
No.
Okay. The question as to the difference between accuracy and precision. Can you explain that?
Sure. So precise, I guess, would be much more narrow. In other words, the latitude and longitude we were just talking about, like that is incredibly precise. That refers to like a particular point on Earth. But it may not be completely accurate. Right? There could be a margin of error. So, for instance, if there's a margin of error that says, okay, like I'm giving you a precise point, a particular latitude and longitude coordinates, but my margin of error is 800 meters, well, that might not be very accurate. What you're saying is somewhere within an 800 meter radius of this latitude and longitude point. So, I guess precise would be very small. Accurate, whether it's reliable or not. In other words, like a cell site used by the phone to make a call, for instance, that's not a very precise area. We're talking about a general coverage area of an antenna. But it's completely accurate. There's no denying that is the cell site that the phone saw as the cell sector that gave it the clearest, strongest signal. So it's very, very accurate. It's not very precise. It's the size of the coverage area.
Okay. And so last but not least, the state would just be publishing part of State 64. The top number, the 954-376-9158, is that the cell phone that you did the analysis on? One of them.
It's what?
One of the phone numbers.
Yes.
For the record, publishing part of State 64, contact list for the phone number 954-376-9158 from the phone extraction 772-713-9807. No further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. You have any cross-examination?
I do have a cross-examination, Judge. If you remember before court, I had asked that we take a break before.
Oh, yes, that's it. Why don't you come side by side?
It's on lunchtime.
Looks like 5 and 12, so how about if we see everybody back here 1:15. All right, does that give you enough time? Yep. All right, 1:15 for lunch. Remember, don't discuss the case, no research. Just leave your notepads on your chair. Turn it over to the defense now. Counsel, if you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Agent Collins.
Good afternoon, Ms. Liberty.
Nice to see you in person. The last time we met, I think it was over Zoom.
Yes.
And last time we met, you actually told us you were working for the terrorism squad section of the FBI.
The transnational organized crime.
Okay, and that's where you learned the CAS report stuff as a collateral duty, correct?
No, I started doing CAS as collateral duty when I was a special agent working gangs, part of our state streets gang unit. And then I started doing terrorism investigations as my primary job and continued doing CAS as a collateral duty. Then I did CAS full-time in DC as a supervisor. Then I got promoted to field supervisor, which is my current job.
So you're still supervising organized crime?
Yes.
Do you do any of the CAS work with the organized crime?
No.
So do you know, if you know, when's the last time you actually did a CAS report? An actual one for an actual case, when's the last time?
This would be, so I kept all the cases that I had done previously that had been adjudicated.
Okay.
I have not taken new cases since becoming a supervisor.
And just curious, from the last time we spoke, which was about a year ago to now, has anything changed with the technology that we should be aware of?
No.
Right. So you had testified earlier talking about timing exams, and you said with T-Mobile they call that true data, correct?
Timing advance is the principle where the network is able to calculate the distance from a tower. T-Mobile has the brand called TrueCall that they use to do that.
And who within T-Mobile would do the TrueCall? Is that engineers? Who would know that information?
I don't know.
So I'm going to put up your report. And looking at this band.
You want that?
Oh, I do. Sorry.
Thank you, Gary.
All right, so this is your report. And we have this band here that kind of looks like, I know last time you called a hot dog, I like to call it like macaroni. But what does this band represent?
That is the timing advance band. So the engineering report, the TrueCall report from T-Mobile would say the distance from the tower is 0.24 miles. And so then based on the timing advance measurement, which in 4G is 78 meters, that band is 78 meters deep, so it would be plus or minus 39 from 2.4 miles on either side.
So plus or minus, so it's an estimated distance, correct?
Yes.
All right. How does T-Mobile determine? I think you testified earlier that T-Mobile determines the distance by speed times time equals distance, correct?
Yes.
All right. And how fast does that signal travel?
At the speed of light.
All right. And you testified earlier that the speed of light is a static number, correct?
Yes.
However, I tried to do the math myself because I think I'm really smart. And one of the things that I came across when I was looking at the speed of light was that it could actually be a 3 times 10 to the 8th power meters per second, or the actual number is 2.99792458 times 10 to the 8th power. So if you know, is T-Mobile using the higher number of the 3 or using the actual number with the speed delay?
I don't know.
Okay. But you would agree when we're dealing with the meters per second, that could actually be a big distance, correct?
Yeah, so obviously the bigger the distance or the bigger the time, then the more significant the distance or the difference between those two numbers would be, yes.
And just curious, would that estimate, because we talk a lot about sectors and I'll get further into it, is it possible that that estimate would change what sector you're paying off of?
Possible estimate change.
Well, let me ask you this,
No.
because if we're dealing with a meter, if we're dealing with a meter, it's 3 feet, 3 inches, correct?
Yeah.
And if I'm off by 4 or 5 meters, we're talking about like 15 feet basically, correct? That's a little bit more than 15 feet.
Yeah, so I guess at some point there always has to be a transition from one sector to the other, because they have multiple sectors. So on the sector boundary, could that change? I guess, yeah, there's a possibility for that for sure.
Okay. Can you do this calculation yourself?
Which calculation?
The calculation of the speed times time equals distance. Can you do that math yourself
Yes, I can.
by hand? And would you include timestamps when you did that calculation?
So I didn't do that calculation for this report. I used the distance that was in the engineering records that T-Mobile gave it produced. If they gave me the time, and we could use either 3.0 or 2.99, whatever the other number you said was for the speed of light, I can do math if that was your question. But for this report, I did not do that math to produce these distances.
Okay. So can you tell me about any publication that would tell us about these expected accuracy of the timing advance records?
Nope.
All right. You haven't. So in your map, throughout your map, you talk about these bands and the distance from the tower. Is there any publications or any other data that you have that would explain how accurate that is?
No.
Do you know of any scientific testing outside of the legal community as to this whole cell tower stuff?
I mean, the cellular community, because this is an important part of how cell phones work on a cellular network.
Okay.
But apart from that, no.
Okay.
Now y'all talking about Christine's voice. Raven's voice got me like, ugh. I don't know if I don't know if I prefer Christine. I might prefer Christine over her.
And you show that band as a plus or minus 10 miles, correct? Is that the width of it?
No, it's 78 meters.
All right. And could you break that down? How big would that be? If you were to compare, like, would that be a football field, 2 football fields?
No, it's less than a football field, slightly less than a football field.
So slightly less, like 3/4 of a football field?
Something like that.
And do you have any factual basis that would back that up?
Factual basis for what 78 meters is?
Yeah. No, well, the distance, the approximation of the span. Do you have anything that would back that up?
As to why it's 78 meters?
Yeah.
Because that's what based on how the technology works, based on 4G, that's what the timing advance is. I mean, that's just what it is.
So did T-Mobile tell you this in your training, or how did you figure it out?
Yeah, through my training experience, not T-Mobile specifically, but I mean, that's for regardless of whether it's T-Mobile or Verizon, Sprint, I mean, 4G technology, the timing advance is 78 meters.
All right. So is this an estimate that's being made by T-Mobile?
The distance?
Yeah.
The tower?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So would you say that this is T-Mobile's best estimate and it's actually no more accurate than the call detail records themselves?
Well, so I think that in my opinion and experience, generally the timing advance is accurate. The call detail records are accurate. I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
So I was just asking, it's T-Mobile's best estimate on this map, correct? Is it any different or any more or less accurate than the call data records, the CDR?
Well, the call detail records will have to be more accurate because they are less precise. So without a doubt, that is the sector that the phone chose. The timing advance measurement, in my experience, is accurate, but there are factors that could make it less accurate than the call detail records. For instance, we just talked about how the difference of whatever 3 100ths in math could make a difference in the calculation of distance. Earlier, we talked about how like multi-path signal bounces off multiple surfaces on the way to the phone or on the way from the phone back to the tower. That would increase the amount of time that it traveled, which would then also increase the distance. So although I think the timing advance is accurate because it's more precise, there's the potential for it to be less accurate than call detail records.
So do you know of any publications or studies that would back up your opinion?
No.
Okay, so based on that information, you can't really tell the court precisely which locations these phones are following, can you?
No, and one of the limitations of cellular analysis is that you can only say a general area where the device would be at the given time.
All right, so even with the general analysis, all of the stuff that we've gone through for about 4 or 5 hours, at the end of the day, you can never give an exact location.
True.
All right.
And I think that's the thing that ticks me off right now. Like Raven just said, we've sat here 4 or 5 hours. He can't give us an exact location, which means the state needs to have other information in excess of just this cell phone data, because we can't just go on the data alone. The data can give us a general location, and then we can, from the general location, say, okay, well, it's more than likely than not that he was right here. But we can't say it with 100% certainty.
Can you tell us if the phone is on a highway?
So that depends. From one data point, no, you can't. You just general area where the phone will be. If you have multiple data points, you may be able to infer an opinion as to where you think it is. For instance, like in this case, if you see the device traveling from east to west, the towers along 595, and you have time between those towers, you could infer what the speed would be and say, okay, I think it's likely that they're on a highway because I know the area, or they're on State Road 84 traveling at a certain speed. But from the cellular data alone, no, you can't tell the phone's in a car, on the side of the road, on the road.
So can you tell if it's in the woods?
No.
How about another residence located in the area?
No.
And could you tell if somebody was walking around a car with the phone? Would you be able to tell that?
No.
Okay. Go back to your report. So it'd be your testimony that this phone, 9807, could be from here to here, correct?
Yes.
And what was the distance from here to here?
Well, I don't know what the distance is from one end of that illustrated arc to the other.
Okay. Well, can you actually guarantee?
And that just pisses me off. He said he doesn't even know the distance. See, this is stuff that I want them to like really double check. You don't know. That's something you get to, 4 miles, because 4 miles will make me believe, he was right there. You don't even know the distance. It could be 20 miles.
That the phone is in the arc?
No.
And why can't you guarantee that it's in this arc?
So that arc depicts the time in advance measurement with the time before, including the 78 years time in advance, which is all the resolution you can get. Why I can't guarantee that it's there as well. One, the sector itself. So that's an illustration. It's an approximation of the sector, right? Like talked earlier about it being a flashlight to illustrate the direction that the cell signal is going. If anyone drew a flashlight, we draw a home, there's something that looks like this. But everyone who's used a flashlight knows that it's not actually like a tube on a paper towel. It's not actually just a tube, right? It's brightest here and it gets weaker and weaker and weaker. So although in this illustration, there's hard black arms that say this is the limit of the sector, that's not really the case. There's some bleed over. So that's the first point, is that it could be, in this instance, potentially over here, potentially over here. Second instance is, as we talked about, if there was something that delayed the signal traveling from the tower to the phone or back, that would make the distance longer than where the phone actually is. So it's a depiction of the records. But with 100% accuracy to say that the phone has to be in this band, no, I can't say that 100%.
Okay. And I did switch the page, so we're looking at your page 12 of your report. And looking at this, can you tell the court if the phone is between these two bands at any given time?
I infer, in my opinion, yes, because it had to have been at some point in time between those two bands, because it was here at 350 or somewhere within this area at 352.58 and somewhere here at 353.48. So to get from here to here, we had to be somewhere between them at some point.
But didn't you tell us earlier that you don't always necessarily connect to the tower closest to you as the one with the best signal? So could it be possible that this is actually the tower with the best signal and the phone is nowhere in that sector?
So this is from the engineering report. And so the engineering report had two measurements for this tower and sector, the 0.58 miles and the 1.16 miles. The engineering report does not, that's the network's perspective. So what I was talking about with the call detail records, where the phone measures the clearest, strongest signal, and then picks the tower or the antenna on the tower that offers the clearest, strongest signal, that's from the call detail records. The engineering reports is the network's perspective.
So where did you get the engineering reports from?
From T-Mobile.
So didn't you previously testify that Detective Moretti gave you these records?
Yes.
So did they come from Moretti or from T-Mobile?
From Detective Moretti.
All right.
From T-Mobile.
And so the engineering report, is it what Ms. Bradley, the state attorney, had put up previously, all these numbers and environments?
Yes.
Okay. Do you double check that report?
What do you mean?
Do you validate it? So you get this report with all these numbers.
Yeah, what do
You have a system in place at the FBI that you could cross-reference this to make sure that the latitude and longitude and the distance is actually what it's saying it is.
No.
So, do you even know if it's credible?
Objection outside the scope.
Overruled. You can ask the question.
So, yeah, the accuracy of this report is pinned on those records being accurate. In my experience, the records that we get from telecommunications providers are accurate, which is why this works.
Well, let me ask you. So, have you ever had an engineer come through on any of your cases, the 130 cases that you had, and have them validate the information that you got from T-Mobile, Sprint, or whatever carrier it is?
So, I've had cases where there was actually, no, not for me. I know of other cast assets who had cases where there was a red flag.
Now, Black Sheep, Ronnie literally just said, I haven't seen Black Sheep. Where is he? Oh, thank you, Black Sheep.
A problem, and then we contacted the engineers and said, hey, there's something that it's not making sense. We need to look more into this. But for me, no.
All right. Do you know of any instances in these records where a mistake or any oddity occurred?
No.
All right. So, and you already testified you did not request an engineer to assist you to review these records, correct?
Correct.
And you said that one of these bands would be a little less than 100 yards away?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you this engineering report that you're talking about. Okay. So there's a section on this engineering report that's labeled environment. All right. And it goes on to tell you, and I'm looking for, good thing I didn't do the cell tower analysis, it would be a mess. So obviously I can't handle this modern technology, but you have a section in here called environment. I just want to find where it's at.
It's to the left.
Yeah, it's so small I can't even see it. But you know what I'm talking about when I talk about environment, correct?
Yes.
Do you rely on this?
No.
Why?
I don't know how it's calculated.
So, and it goes back to my other questioning. This document that's produced from T-Mobile, from their engineer, your engineering report, says that T-Mobile can tell you if a phone is outside, inside. So why do you rely on everything else in this document, but you won't rely on that column?
So I rely on the time in advance, I guess, just because I have, I think it really comes down to two things. One, because I understand it, right? I understand speed of light times time equals the distance. And two, because I've done that and I've been able to validate that through my real world experience. That's why I have confidence in the time in advance. When it comes to the environment and the latitude and longitude coordinates and their associated confidence level, why don't I use that? Well, I didn't use them in this report because I don't know all the factors that go into calculating those. And I don't have real world experience validating those or disproving them to speak to myself personally, whether they would be
So
exact.
you had previously testified that in your training you actually get invited out to different cellular companies, correct?
Yep.
And did you get invited to T-Mobile?
Never been with T-Mobile.
Okay. Do you know if any of your past people went to T-Mobile?
I don't know.
Okay. Can you tell us how T-Mobile could tell if a phone is indoors?
I don't know.
Have you ever performed any testing to determine if a phone is indoors or outdoors based on the time and advance records from T-Mobile?
No.
And is there any way for you to verify that environment column? The environment estimate from T-Mobile?
Yeah, I mean, if we wanted to test it, we could coordinate something with T-Mobile, or I'm sure T-Mobile could test it, where they would use test phones and do things that people do with phones, calls, texts, data. They would look at the phones of the record and say, like, okay, here's our control group, and here's what the data said, and here's where the phones actually were. So, is there a way to do it? I'm sure that.
So we're kind of just talking about a hypothetical, because
Right.
as far as you know, it's never happened. Right. Okay. So, with the true call distance estimates, has T-Mobile ever shared the calculation with you or possibly other members of the task team?
I think one of the things, whoever said Mel, wait till Cross. The only thing that I see on Cross is he just looks confused. He just, oh my, The questions make him look like he doesn't know what he's talking about, but for me right now, it does not change what I've seen on direct. I hope that makes sense. And when I say it doesn't change what I've seen on direct, I still feel like the phones were in the area. She can do the whole tower, the closest tower, furthest tower. We can hear all of that, but for me, because again, Felicia just testified. We heard about this call. I know the jury didn't hear, but we've heard about it. So I'm talking about for Melanie. For me, I still think he was at the scene.
I mean, the calculation is the speed 3.0 or 2.997, whatever times the time. That's the calculation.
So have they shared that with you guys? Have you gone through to find out what exact number is, how they're coming up with these formulas, anything like that?
Yeah, that's that calculation for time in advance. Again, that's not unique to T-Mobile. That's how all phones have to function on cellular networks. They have to have time in advance measurements of. That's what we talk about all the providers. And
So it's just T-Mobile gives it to you. You have 100% trust in T-Mobile and its records. So you just get them and you go off of that, correct?
I plot the data from T-Mobile and do an analysis. I don't take anything for given as I'm doing my analysis.
But you don't know if the numbers are correct because you don't have it in there and validating or rechecking anything, do you? So you're
I'm taking. I'm relying on the accuracy of the records. Yes.
all right. So basically, you're telling us that we're to trust an undisclosed calculation as being
Objection
accurate.
argument.
State.
Right. And do you not have any of the measurements for the underlying true call data?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of columns on this engineering report. It's possible that something is buried there, but I don't think so.
Okay. Go back to your report.
So in this report, you say that the measurements of phone number.
Just like on the phone.
I'll move it up here. So your report says, you can come in the state if you want to help me.
Of course.
That these two phones, 9807 and 9081, are in the area of the crime scene, correct?
Does it say consistent with, or what's the?
Your language is cellular measurements are consistent with, yes, the two phones being in the area of the crime scene.
Yes.
All right. But is it not true that they could also be over here?
Yes.
And could 9807 be over here and 9081 be over here?
Yes.
Could it be over here?
I don't think so. Yes. Yes.
And right here.
Yes.
And again, this is an estimate because it could just be pinging to the tower with the best signal, correct?
No. Because this is from the engineering report.
Okay. So, page 14 of your report, you say that phone number 9807 is within this area, correct?
Yes.
But would you agree it's not actually touching any of the points of interest?
At that time?
Yes.
Yes. If you find points of interest, if you mean the locations that were highlighted earlier in the presentation, yes, it's not overlapping the Montessori Academy or any other place at that time.
Okay, let's turn to page 16 of your report. So does this show phone number ending in 9081 near the hospital?
Yes, that's consistent with the phone being at the hospital.
But this science is not actually precise enough to pinpoint the location of the phone, correct?
Correct.
So while you say it's consistent with it being at the hospital, you actually don't know that, do you?
From the cellular data alone, no.
Right. Go to 17. Here you've mapped again the data for 9807. And again, would you agree that this macaroni does not touch any of the points of interest?
Yes.
Can you explain what this means to me?
Corona, this is like my second time being featured on YouTube. Maybe YouTube is trying to feature me because they had me blocked for 2 days, okay? Maybe they're saying, Mel, our bad. Let's feature that page so that you'll be good. I think I'm less than 200 away from 10,000 now. So maybe YouTube trying to mess with your girl. I don't know. Hey, Corona.
You see that?
340, the text box that you're pointing to?
Yes.
Yes. So that means that there were multiple data points on that tower and sector between 3:43 a.m. and 3:52 a.m.
Okay, so 3:43 to 3:52 a.m. That phone number was.
And y'all know I like Raven a lot better than I do Christine. But one thing I can say, Raven, if you know you're going to be on this camera, you got to get that manicure like Christine. Christine's manicure looks good.
Pinging off of this tower.
So it's from the engineering reports, and that tower saw the phone multiple times between 3:43 and 3:52.
Okay, so let's go over here, and what's this mean?
The same thing. All these cell sites that are shown are from the protocol measurement data from Sprint's engineering reports, and those towers in that sector on that tower saw the phone at whatever times indicated.
Do you know the difference from this point to this point?
I'd imagine it's a couple miles.
So from this report, we're showing that there's a couple miles difference, but the phone is pinging over here at 3:49. But according to your report, between 3:43 and 3:52, it's pinging here.
Uh-huh.
And what does this one mean right here?
3:48.
So it's pinging from this tower at 3:48.
That tower saw the phone, yes.
All right. And then down here?
3:50.
So again, back here, between 3:43 to 3:52, it was pinging off of this tower. But at 3:50, it was down here.
No. The phone wasn't down there. It wasn't up here. The phone wasn't in any of those places. That's not what the data says. The data is saying that these towers at those times saw the phone. This is all from the engineering reports, which means that these towers that see them, are not necessarily the tower with a very strong signal. It's not necessarily.
Nicole, wait a minute. Nicole, don't do that. Nicole said Christine is in the nail salon too much. That's why her case is shitty. Don't do that, Nicole.
The serving cell that saw it. If we had distance information at these times, we'd see like a band, just like we did on the T-Mobile record. So for instance, at this one, 3:49, we'd see a distance, whether it's a number like this or like this, whatever. The distance column on that engineering report for all these data points was blank. We don't have distance. So we know that these towers saw the phone. And we know that they were not necessarily the serving cell. It could have been. Anyone who could have been. But we don't know that. And we don't have any calls on the call detail records to cross-check and say, okay, well, which tower did the phone reach out to and they need to make a call? So we're left with the question then is, well, what's this mean? Because as you we're just asking, as we were just talking about, 3:49 falls between 3:43 and 3:52. How could two towers in two completely different areas both see the phone. Well, they both did see the phone at different times because they registered that connection with the phone. So if you ask me what's my opinion, what's that mean? It's like, well, the phone was someplace where all these towers could see it. And I note that this one is pointed generally west, this one's pointed west-southwest, this one's pointed southeast, this is northeast, this is this way. So my conclusion would be that this data, which it's hard to form a conclusion from because I don't have the distance information I want. It's not to say, okay, the phone is, generally it's in Miramar. We know that, right? It's not in Fort Lauderdale or Miami. It's probably somewhere in the middle of all these towers. So if I'm asked a specific question, like, hey, is this consistent with the phone being in Silver Lakes? I would say yes. Is it consistent with the phone being in McDonald's? Yes. I mean, this is a...
So it could be anywhere in Miramar, basically.
I don't think it could be anywhere in Miramar. I think it could be anywhere kind of in this map area. I think it's a fair statement.
Okay. At any given time as well, correct? Because I just, for the sake of my knowledge, when we look at this item that says 343 to 352, so I know it's hitting that tower throughout that time, right? But it's then also hitting this other tower at the exact same time, and 30 seconds is hitting this other tower. Is that a fair statement?
The network's hitting the phone. The phone isn't hitting the network, but yes.
Okay. And then, how far can a phone go? Is it 1 mile? Could it be between 1 mile and 20 miles? Or could a phone ping off a tower that's 50 miles away? Do you have any background on that?
Yeah, so it depends kind of what you're asking. If you're asking how far away can a phone be from a tower when it makes a call, well, that depends. If you're asking how far away can a tower see a phone, which is a different thing, because the phone choosing the tower is going to rely on the phone's clear, strong signal, and that also depends. Generally, I see something in the range of like a couple miles, but I've seen in extreme cases many miles that a tower can see a phone.
Okay. So even with this is again based on that.
Yep.
Any area could be in this ping.
To try and make a conclusion about a precise location for a phone on this data is not possible based on this data.
So wouldn't it be more accurate just to show a range of where it could be at rather than trying to do these curves and pinpoint the precision?
What do you mean?
I mean, you would agree with me that there are some unknowns. Even though we're talking about the speed of light static, we don't know what T-Mobile's using. Are they rounding up to the 3, or are they actually keeping the right number, correct?
Well, regardless of what they're giving us a distance. And that's the distance that's plotted. So we plot the distance, applying the records that T-Mobile gave us, not saying, okay, the phone's here in this bubble or something like that. Or saying, hey, this is what the records show.
Well, it seems like you're giving testimony that it's precise, but when we get through the data, how it's used, that it's actually really just an estimate. So is it precise, or is this an estimate that you're giving us?
It's not an estimate like just some number that's made up, just a ballpark, hey, out of 10,000 or something like that.
Yeah.
But if you're asking, I think you're asking about really the accuracy, not the precision, because that number, like if the number is 0.54 miles, that's a precise number, right? That's down to hundredths of a mile. You're asking how accurate is that number? We'll say, okay, generally that's accurate. And that's why with my testimony, even when I have a precise number like 0.54 miles from a tower, I still say it's consistent with it being in this location, where it's generally in the area of this apartment complex or something, because the possibility may not be precisely there.
So based on that map, could it be possible that you had 2 phones registered to the same person on the same carrier being operated by 2 different people who were sitting next to each other? Can those 2 phones ping off different towers?
When you say hang off towers, you mean are you talking about the engineering report?
Yeah, the engineering report.
Could different towers see those phones?
Yeah, so
Yes.
we're both sitting in the car here.
Yep.
Is it possible that it's pinging out to here and then the other person's phone is pinging here?
Yes.
While they're next to each other.
Yes.
All right. Can you tell if this phone's in somebody's pocket?
No.
Can you tell if it's left on the car seat?
No.
Can you tell if we've had the phone?
No.
Okay. No further questions?
Oh, Renata, I don't know if I've seen your name before, so I'm not sure if you've been here since we've been watching, but nobody in this chat has ever said that Portland was the shooter. I think the consensus is Melly may have done it. The issue that a lot of us have is the evidence that's being presented. In order for him to be found guilty, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And a lot of us just feel like it's a lot of holes in the story. It's a lot of maybes, what ifs, and that's a problem for the prosecution. I think one of the biggest issues the prosecution has is how long it took them to put Melly in that car. Because, and then the crime scene, they didn't find the actual crime scene until almost a month later, about 3.5 weeks after the murders occurred. And by the time they tested Melly, no, he's not going to have gunshot residue on him. He's not going. You're not going to find his dirty clothes because it's been 3.5 weeks, and they don't have a weapon. So I don't think any of us here feel that Borland did anything. He was in the car. Yeah, no emotions. We looking. It's a lot of holes. And you may be new to this channel, but a lot of us here, we've been watching for over a year together. We watched the trials. We may have emotions. I mean, my gut tells me Melly did it, but the evidence just is, I wouldn't be able to convict him. We can't convict using our guts. My gut says it was him or he knows. And that's the problem I'm having. Because I need to make sure I say that. My gut, half of the time I'm like, he did it. He did it. And then the other half, I think about that FaceTime call. Why would he call Mariah scared like that? Maybe something was happening and he ran. I just don't know. I don't know. And that's the problem. Yes. That's the problem, y'all. But the evidence that has been presented right now. Okay. Well, Renata not new here. Then you know, Renata, we're reasonable people, Renata. We try to be reasonable. So, I wish I could give you a straight answer. Y'all, one minute I'm like, he did it, and then the next minute I'm like, I don't know. Now, one thing I will tell you that I feel with 100% certainty is that Melly was at the crime scene. Well, I can tell you, you won't convince me that he was not out there. He was at that crime scene. It's the cell phone evidence and it's that damn FaceTime. He was at that crime scene. Did he do it though? I don't know. I don't know. I don't. I don't know if he did it. That's the thing. That FaceTime happened. Was he truly scared or was he creating an alibi? I'm only on day 6. Renata, if you've watched this already, this is my first time watching. I'm only on day 6, so we'll see what the evidence is. But okay. Here go my people. Look, y'all pops out. Candy Girl said when they go over the crime scene and the trajectory of the shots, you'll see he did it. Okay. Did the car stop that Melly was in, Mel? Did the car stop? Are you talking about the Jeep? Or if you're talking about the Jeep that they were in or the red one, I'm not buying that he got in the other car thing. I'm not buying it. Somebody was saying something about a gas station they stopped at, and that's where Melly got in the other car. I said, okay, but I haven't seen any evidence of this said gas station. Yeah, I haven't seen any evidence of this said gas station. I don't know. All right, Candy Girl says she's very convinced. She was very convinced after watching the trial that he did it. He's grimy. I don't know. I was talking to Miss J, and she said something about the two cars stopped at the gas station. That's when Melly got in the other car, and I said okay, because I had always been under the assumption they honked the horn, stopped on the side of the road, and he got in the other car. That didn't make sense to me, because why aren't we seeing phone calls? I should see phone calls between the two cars saying, pull over, Millie's going to get with you. I don't see that text or anything. But I haven't seen it. Maybe she was mistaken, because I haven't seen any evidence of a gas station. All I see is the studio and then them pulling up at home. I don't know. Oh, I got to get a Ninja Slush. Pretty got one. Okay, you'll see someone sitting in the car shot those boys. There's no question about that. Bad, I want to say that is a piece of the trial I actually did listen to. So I am aware of that. There's no evidence that Melly was sitting in that seat. Well, Bad, here's the thing though. Renato, you know we love it over here, okay? We love a great debate. So here's the thing, Bad. There is evidence he was sitting in that seat. The studio video. The studio video Melly gets on that side of the car. Now, what I can't understand, though, is why there's no DNA, why Melly's only DNA, the only DNA they have of Melly was from the door handle or something like that. I don't know. Okay, court says their phones didn't stop with each other before the shooting. Well, what I just saw from the cell phone footage, their phones were pinging off the same towers. And I don't care what Raven Liberty says. Add that with the fact that I saw him get in the car with those boys. There's a FaceTime call. He was at the scene of that crime. Okay, so let's see. Bad says an hour before the crime, but not when the crime happened. He didn't get out at the crime scene. True. Renata, I do think they proved it wasn't a drive-by. Well, let me say this though, Renata, because let me tell you what I'm thinking there. Oh, I love y'all. Who's to say there was a drive-by? You know how they said the other gunshots were put in the boys' bodies after they were already dead? Who's to say the first couple of shots didn't kill them and then the rest hit their body? I was having this discussion with someone. I don't know if it can work like that, so if I'm wrong, just blame it on my ignorance of this particular topic, the science, okay? But who's to say those bullets, as they were shot, they killed instantly, and then the rest of the bullets came? I don't know. She said, if there are any, let me see if I missed something else. We're going to see, guys. We're going to see. We're going to see where the casing's different. I don't think so, but do not quote me on that. And if I'm not mistaken, in the car, I think one of the reasons too, we heard that they believe it happened in the car is because there was one shell casing, one inside of the car. I think what's hard for me to believe is that these little 18-year-olds were able to get rid of, if there were different casings, get rid of two guns, make sure his DNA wasn't on the car, get rid of his clothing. They were able to do all of this. They're 18. They were 18, Steven. I'm saying we don't know. I'm saying I don't know yet. This is day 6. I can't tell you what I truly believe until after the case is over. This is where we are right now. It's day 6. I didn't watch the first trial. They also said they shot the wrong side of the car for the drive-by. Well, I'm gonna see, because again, this is my first time watching, so I don't know. So Candy says I've sat on 2 murder trials, and it was proven to me that he did it. Just keep watching. That did happen, Mel. After he killed them, he got out and shot up the car to stage as a drive-by. Oh no! I know that is what they're saying. I was having this conversation, and the person I was speaking to was said, "Well, Mel, did you ever think about the fact that maybe they shot them? They died. Maybe it was a drive-by. They died instantly, and then keep shooting." I said, oh, "Okay, didn't think about it that way." So we will see as this progresses. I love it. We're going to keep talking, but again, this is day 6 for me, so I can't tell you what I would vote right now. But I will tell you personally, walking into the case, I definitely think he did it. But I also see the other side. So we'll see as we get more evidence. We'll see how I feel.
Council, thank you. Mayor Redirect,
Yes, Your Honor.
you ready? You may proceed.
So in terms of, I'm going to make sure we're clear and it's very clear for the jury. What's the difference between the engineering report and the call detail report?
So the call detail records show what the phone was doing, like the phone's calls and texts. And they will list a tower and a sector in them. And that's the tower and the sector that the phone identified as the one that offers the clearest, strongest signals. That's the tower that the phone chose to connect to when it needed to make a call or send a text. That's the phone's perspective. The engineering report is a network's perspective, so different towers that may or may not be the serving cell could have seen the phone.
Why is it important to differentiate between those two?
Because, so if I'm plotting doing a report, and I plot the phone that was the serving, and the tower that was the serving cell.
Baby, I love when somebody comes in here and reminds the whole damn chat that no matter what I personally believe, no matter what my gut says, he is innocent until proven guilty. And Jenny says, in order for me to convict this man and send him to the and sentence him to death, she said, prove to me that gun was in his hand and not just a video of him getting in the car. Jenny, I'm not mad about it. I'm not mad about it. And Jenny, that was good. I'm not mad about that.
Then I'm showing, okay, wherever the phone was in this coverage area, it saw this is the best tower, the best, the strongest signal point. With the engineering report, like the slide we were just looking at, none of those may have been the best one. So if I'm looking at something that I plotted because of the call detail records, I would infer that that's probably the tower that's the closest or the best line of sight. With the engineering data, that may not be the case.
Okay, and so in the one we were just talking about, that was under the 3717895. That phone, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there's discussion about the accuracy versus the precision of the records. Is this a precise estimate of which towers saw that phone?
Yes.
And how can you say that?
Because it listed, the records listed specific towers that saw the phone at a specific time.
Are you ever going to say, based on the data that you have here, precisely where that phone was?
No.
What conclusions can you draw from this map based on your training and experience?
That the phone is generally somewhere in the area shown on the map. In my opinion, it's likely to be in the center of the map here, because that's where the direction that the antennas on the towers that saw the phone are pointing.
So counsel asked you about the latitude and longitude columns that are on the call records from the engineering report.
Yes.
And so you mentioned that you do not validate these particular records.
Yes.
Could they be accurate?
They certainly could be accurate, yes.
Can you explain as to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you call 911, what does a cell phone provider send out to law enforcement?
At minimum, it has to provide the tower and sector.
Oh. And at maximum, what can they provide?
I don't know.
In terms of those coordinates and things of that, is that also collected for the purposes of location for 911 emergency?
Maybe.
You had said that, and council asked you a lot about validating your findings, your records, your analysis. When you are doing the training and experience, do you validate the records that are given to you by going out and finding a specific phone in the field?
Yes.
Okay. Would you be able to validate your records with other corroborating information?
Yes.
For example, a video, would that help validate your records if the phone is seen in the video?
Yes.
If there is video or surveillance footage of locations and the phone is seen in that area, would that validate your information?
Yes.
Is, for example, on the cell phone records that have been placed in the mapping of the 772-713-9807 and going to the 248-9081, 4:40 to 4:52 a.m. If that phone is found at the Miramar Memorial Hospital, would that validate your findings?
Yes.
Is cell phone technology new?
No.
How long has it been around?
Decades.
Okay. The materials and things that you are relying upon, how long have those been used?
A long time. More than a decade.
In terms of the difference between the 2.99 and 3 to the 10th, what types of difference in distance are you looking at when you're making those tiny advance bands?
So that's not a huge number, a huge difference between them. So that would be generally a small difference between the distance estimates there.
Are we talking meters or miles?
Meters.
In terms of the distance, you said it's 39 meters plus or minus each direction from the center of that location.
Yes.
The specific location that's plotted is based on the location of the tower.
Yes.
Is the tower a known quantity?
Yes.
Does the tower move?
No. I mean, they can, but as of the records, no.
With regards to publications and trainings and things of that nature that you rely upon, are you trained in this area?
Yes.
What types of resources and materials are you used during your training with the FBI CAST analysis?
Yeah, so instructors from Florida Institute of Technology who teach cellular theory and network engineering, network engineers from all the major service providers, other related fields, certain like manufacturers, the ecosystem, and then also we have a lot of peer instruction as well.
In terms of if a child is kidnapped in Miami, are they going to call an engineer to find them?
No, they'll probably call the police or the FBI.
Council asked and brought up a lot of things about the distance and the measurements in the records. Is it possible to go through the CDRs or in the instance of the Sprint, or for example, the engineering report on the 9807 phone number and highlight instances of exactly where on your records it corresponds with the records that's provided from T-Mobile?
Yeah, we could go through line by line and say, here's the map that I made, here's how the corresponding line and the T-Mobile report is.
And in terms of the records and things that were sent to you, were they forwarded with a T-Mobile email address attached to them?
Yeah, I got them on a thumb drive, and they had a certification from T-Mobile or Sprint or whatever.
Okay. In terms of, there's a lot of discussion, I'll make sure it's clear for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. When you were plotting some of these particular phones, specifically the Sprint ones, are you saying that these towers are the ones that would have been used if they were making a phone call?
No.
What are you saying?
These towers, solid phone.
Can you give any more indication on the direction or anything on that specific issue?
on the direction, you can see the side of the tower that saw the phone. But that's it.
Has this type of analysis been used to solve crimes?
Yes.
Has it been used to locate missing persons?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to object because this line of question is outside of my cross-examination.
Overruled.
In terms of the data that you rely on, has it been validated in your personal experience and training?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
This witness excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Excuse me. Counsel, want to call your next witness?
Yes, Kurt Rhodes.
Welcome. Things down. Remain standing. Raise your right hand. Be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony?
Okay, y'all. So we're finally done with the FBI agent. He did the cell phone mapping. He had the cash reports for the phones. I don't know. Again, I don't think I can be swayed with believing he was not at the scene. I do believe he was at the scene. But and that's all. The cell phone the mapping confirmed it for me.
You should give this question the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Kurt Rhodes.
Please spell your first and last name for the court reporting.
KURT RHODES.
Thank you so much.
Please have a seat. Mr. Rhodes, that microphone in front of you will adjust up or down, but it does not move back and forth. All right? Are you ready to proceed, sir?
Yes.
Counsel, you may.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Rhodes. How are you today?
I'm welcome.
Very well. Thank you for asking. Could you please introduce yourselves, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and tell them where you work?
My name is Kurt Rhodes. I am a DNA analyst. I work in the BSO Crime Laboratory as a DNA analyst.
And what are the qualifications to be an analyst in the BSO Crime Lab for DNA?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in Forensic Science from the University of Central Florida. I've completed the Sheriff's Office training program for DNA analysts. I hold certification from the ABC for American Board of Criminalistics and Molecular Biology. And I am required to complete at least 8 hours of continuing education per year.
And so how long have you been employed for the Sheriff's Office?
I began in 2004 as a DNA technician. I went into DNA training in 2005 and began DNA casework in 2007.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what's the difference between a DNA technician, like you were in 2005, and transitioned to 2004, and transitioned to 2005 to be the DNA trainee?
As a technician, I would do instrument maintenance, quality control checks on the chemicals and reagents, do ordering, record keeping, examination.
So you briefly mentioned a little bit of your educational background. What types of coursework and classes did you take when you were getting your initial degree in the sciences?
The program that I did through the UCF was the DNA-based program for forensic science. So there was genetics, molecular biology, biochemistry. There was a statistics course, mainly the coursework towards the end of the degree requirements were mainly geared towards genetics and microbiology, biochemistry and molecular biology.
So do you have specialized training using statistics to interpret DNA?
I have completed the statistics in my college coursework, and I have attended courses throughout my career in the Sheriff's Office dealing with statistics and how they relate to DNA history.
You mentioned that you're required to do 8 hours of continuing education. Is that on a yearly basis?
Yes, president.
And approximately how many hours of continuing education have you completed since 2005 when you started your DNA training?
As again, it's at least 8 hours. Some of the courses, use the term loosely, range from 8 hours to 40 hours. So 1 year maybe 8 hours, another year maybe 48 or 60. It just depends on the year.
So in terms of the DNA section that you work for, what does it do on a day-to-day basis?
As a DNA analyst, I examine evidence that's submitted by investigators in attempts to develop DNA profiles from question samples and ultimately compare them to known standards to see if the individual that is being investigated or even the alleged victim would be included or excluded from the evidence that's submitted.
In terms of the DNA analysis, do you do that yourself, hands-on?
I do.
In the training that you started to talk about, you said you started training in 2005. Could you talk and explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that training entails?
It entailed readings, hands-on processing of the samples that we did, time, extraction methods, quantitations. There was written tests as well as a mock report. Then there was it ended with a competency test to ensure that I was able to process samples appropriately, and then I was allowed to do supervised casework, and then finally independent casework.
So let's explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is a competency test?
A competency test is given to an analyst after they have completed a training program for whatever subject. It could be as simple as an extraction method or maybe a quantitation method. So the laboratory will then provide a test that the analyst would conduct. They would process this test and return the results to the agency to see if the results that they've gotten were appropriate for what was done.
And do you have to pass these competency tests or examinations before moving on to the next steps?
The competency tests are done to ensure that you are competent in the technology that is going to be employed in the casework.
So once you pass that initial testing, is there additional yearly or biannual proficiency testing done?
As a DNA analyst, I am required to do 2 proficiency tests per year. In my laboratory, the agency will purchase proficiency tests from a provider. I process them, generate my results, my answers, and those are then sent back to the provider to ensure that I'm getting the correct answers.
Are those done in-house in terms of the scoring and completion of that proficiency testing twice a year?
I process it in-house, it's reviewed, and then it's sent back to the test provider.
Does the proficiency test require and include statistical interpretations?
They do.
And has the statistical interpretations changed as the way they've been doing in the field of DNA over the last couple of years?
In my laboratory, yes. It went from statistical calculation with known as random match probabilities, single source samples, and CPIs, which were combined probability of inclusion. We've transitioned from those 2 methods to a likelihood ratio method.
And can you explain, in as simple of terms as possible, what is a likelihood ratio?
A likelihood ratio is a comparison of 2 hypotheses. Hypothesis 1 compared against hypothesis 2. In terms of casework analysis, the initial hypothesis is that a person is included as a contributor to a sample, and the competing hypothesis is that the evidence or the DNA profile is coming from an unrelated unknown individual. So that is how the likelihood ratio is set up. Person 1 or person of interest is the contributor to the evidence versus it's coming from an unknown, unrelated individual.
Okay. So I want to go back, and so can you describe So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when you're doing a DNA analysis, what is it that you're looking for?
For the analysis that I'm doing, I am processing for STRs, or short chain repeats. These are small fragments of DNA that are located in our DNA genome. They repeat a certain number of times. When I first began DNA casework, I was processing 15 STRs plus the amelogenic or sex determining marker. And now the technology has gone to 24 STRs.
So when you say short tandem repeat or STRs, do they code for something like eye color or hair color?
These are non-coding fragments of DNA.
Why is it important to look at those areas as opposed to eye color?
The locations that we're testing, or that I'm testing for, the locations that I'm processing, they're robust. They're polymorphic, meaning that there are differences. There's not just one or two variations. There could be 10 to 12 different variations, and they are independent from each other, meaning that the result that I get at location 1 will not affect the result that I would get at location 2, or the DNA profile at location 1 isn't affected by the DNA profile of location 2.
Is that a genetic marker? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And just so it's clear, can you define exactly what a genetic marker is from the DNA analyst perspective?
As it relates to what I do, it is the STO, the short tandem. That is the specific DNA fragment or DNA marker that I'm processing and testing for.
Can you explain what an allele is?
The allele is the genetic trait or characteristic. In terms of STRs, as I mentioned, they're short fragments of DNA that repeat. So they're measured in numbers. At location, I'm just going to say location 1, an allele or characteristic of gene may be a 7, or an 8, or a 9, or an 11. So a DNA profile that I generate is actually just a series of numbers based off of the alleles or traits that I obtain at each DNA location.
You said they're identified by numbers. What does that mean? Could you explain like where the numbers, what you said? Is it 274? Is it 11?
As I mentioned, the 7, 8, or 9, that refers to the number of repeats. So with the STRs, it's a repeated fragment of DNA, ATCG, and that ATCG may repeat a certain number of times. It may repeat 7 times, or 8 times, or 9 times. And so that is what those numbers that I'm expressing represent.
And where does that repeats? How does that show up in a person's individual DNA?
It is located on the DNA chromosome.
And what determines what makes up an individual's DNA chromosome?
In the case of humans, our DNA is inherited from our parents. We receive half of our DNA from our mother and half from our father. And with the exception of identical twins, no two individuals are going to share the exact same DNA.
In terms of your casework and the DNA process that you do, has that been validated?
Yes,
Is the Broward Sheriff's Office Crime Lab accredited?
it is.
And by what outside accredited body?
We're accredited by ANAB, or the ANSI National Accreditation Board.
What's the purpose of maintaining an accreditation as a lab?
The accreditation is a voluntary process. The accrediting board will do an audit on our laboratory. It will check our SOPs, or standard operating procedures, to ensure that we are doing proper record keeping, we are following procedures that we have in place, and that the laboratory is essentially running as it is supposed to be according to the SOPs.
And in terms of the specific areas in which the lab is accredited for, are you only talking on DNA?
It's accredited in 4 different sections: DNA, firearms, chemistry, and fingerprints.
Have you worked in any of those other sections?
I have not.
In terms of the proficiency testing that we talked about earlier, is that also part of the accreditation process?
Yes, everything that is done in the laboratory will be audited through the accrediting body.
And is there also accreditation and validation in terms of statistics that are used?
Again, it's part of the audit.
You mentioned that you used to do 15 areas plus Analogen, and now you're at 24 areas. Can you explain what made that change occur?
The DNA analysis is a science, and as the years go on, the science advances. So the companies that provide these commercial kits are able to make combinations of these STRs in a bigger multiplex, that's what it's identified as, to analyze more DNA locations all at once in order to provide a better picture compared to years prior when it may have only been 9 locations.
With regards to the locations, does the software take into account the frequency then, or the number of times a particular repeat is found in the population?
I'm not sure of your question.
And previously, when you were doing random population, random match, or CPI, is it important to know how frequently a specific allele was shown up in a population of individuals?
Yes. At the end of the analysis, if I am, let me start over again. After I look at the evidentiary samples, I'll determine if it's a single source profile or a mixture, and then do a comparison to a known standard. If I am going to report that the known standard is included as a contributor, I am required to give a weight to this. And in order to give a weight to this match or inclusion, I am required to provide a statistical calculation. So years prior, as I mentioned, it was RNP or CPI. We've gone to glycolates now. But all of those different calculations or those statistics are based on allele frequencies. And what that means is those STR markers that I mentioned before occur in the population at different frequencies. So I mentioned allele 8 may occur at a frequency of 25% of the population has it. And allele 7 may occur at 15%. So when I do a statistical calculation with all of the alleles present in the DNA profile compared to the standard, all of those frequencies are used to calculate the end result, whether it's an LR, a CPI, or an RNP.
So while you change your method, you're still using a lot of the same and building on the same items that you've used in the past.
Yes, that's right.
Has the likelihood ratio, LR, been validated for statistical analysis?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about how in the lab you prevent any sort of cross-contamination?
When I process evidence, I am processing one case at a time, and when I refer to that, screening evidence. So the initial step is to look at the evidence that I am receiving from our central evidence supply to ensure that the seals were intact. I'll do an inventory of the evidence compared to the submission form and property receipts. Typically, the items are packaged all together, kind of like a big brown bag. I'll open that bag up and do an inventory. And then again, process one evidentiary sample at a time while leaving the other samples in a drawer or a cabinet.
What do you do in between each sample to your workstation?
And the workstation is cleaned with bleach and alcohol. As I'm doing my screening, I do wear a lab coat, gloves. I work in what's called a dead air box, a big plexiglass box about the size of this bench here. And I do all my processing on the bench. I'll clean that up after I'm done with the evidence, change my gloves, and then move on to the next piece of evidence. When the next step will be extraction, which would be after I've taken my sample and my cutting of this evidence, I place it into a tube, and try and elute out or purify any DNA present that's on that sample. At that point, I'm working little test tubes. So I would again be changing gloves, wearing a lab coat, a mask, and I would only be working with one sample at a time, or only open at one sample at a time to avoid sample contamination.
In terms of, you mentioned the test tubes, are those sealed?
Yes.
So you talked about how you get evidence and it's brought to you. Does the lab assign a specific case number at the lab to track all items of evidence and samples?
Yes. When the investigator brings the evidence to the evidence window or the central receiving, there's a property receipt in the submission form that's brought in, accepted by the evidence intake unit, and it is given a laboratory number.
When you receive evidence, you mentioned you check the seals. Why do you do that?
I check the seals. It's an indication if the evidence has been tampered with. There is a chain of custody form with property receipt, and it lists who had custody of the evidence, and then basically from which person to which person it's transferred to.
And where is the evidence stored before you go and retrieve it?
For the most times, it is stored in the evidence vault. There's some cases where the evidence intake unit keeps it up front in their area, in the safe, but the majority of times they have an evidence vault in which I go to retrieve the evidence.
So we've talked a lot about DNA and kind of the process leading up to that. What about serology? Is that a part of your job as well?
Serology is one of the first steps that I do when screening the evidence. With each case that's submitted, there's an evidence submission form. It gives me an idea of the type of evidence that I'm going to be processing. Sexual assaults. Years prior, I would screen for semen, looking for sperm cells. Maybe the case has indications of blood, at which point I would do presumptive testing for blood. Items of evidence are submitted where the investigator is just looking for what's essentially called contact DNA, where an individual had come into contact with maybe an item left at the scene. There was no real serology to do on that one, but I would just take cuttings of the samples.
So, Mr. Rhodes, I want to make sure it's clear. Is it your job to go out and collect DNA evidence?
No, I do not do any of the collection. The evidence is submitted and I retrieve it from the evidence file.
Do you give any advice on where to collect evidence from?
I do not.
Have you ever been any training in crime scene or evidence collection?
I have.
In terms of your employment at the sheriff's office, have you ever worked outside of the forensic DNA section?
I have not.
How many times approximately have you done the DNA analysis process we're going to talk about?
I was processing about 100 cases per year. I would say roughly 2 to 3 samples per case, so maybe 200 to 300 samples per year for a good 10 years. So thousands of samples in processing.
And in that time, have you had the opportunity to testify in court?
I've testified in Broward County about 40 times, and in the federal district 3 times.
You're offered to defense for blood matter?
No need, no objection. Proceed, yes.
Okay, so I want to start with, in this particular case, did you do DNA analysis?
I did.
Could you please describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the step-by-step process you go through? You started talking a little bit about extraction. You could pick up there and continue.
So again, the first step would be a screening of the evidence to collect my samples, which I would then put in 2 small, essentially test tubes, little microcentrifuge tubes. I would add reagents or chemicals to the tube in order to elute out any potential DNA that's present on the sample and to purify any DNA that may be present in that cutter.
Should we approach for just one moment?
Yes.
I was going to tell you guys, I've been checking on the cash out trial as well while we're watching this. The jury has been asking some really great questions. They seem to really be back there trying to get this verdict right. I don't know what the verdict is going to be because I didn't watch the cash out trial. But But the jury has been asking some really interesting questions. Like they want evidence. They're trying to, Miss Sylvia's there, so I've been watching her tweets. They want to sync the phone evidence with the videos. They need pictures of this. They need to know dates. They need definitions of certain things. So, yeah, they seem to be working.
Okay. You need a restroom break, Mr. Demons? Yes? Can we arrange that for Mr. Demons, please?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll be in recess. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could tell the witness why we're taking a break. They were being loud.
We're in recess.
I object to this. Gary, of course. And I want to say that the BS.
Oh, what they mad about? All right.
For demonstrative purposes.
Could you make some jokes while you're up there?
You ready?
One in a row.
While we're waiting, I want to say that the BSO officers that are in this courtroom have been very cooperative and helpful. And I thank them all, except for Gary, of course.
Call the guy with the AC.
And that's right. There was no drive.
Again, Gary, over here, we think you're awesome.
Thank you. That side of the table. This side, nah.
Okay, I thought they were getting started.
Yes, sir. I showed it to defense counsel already.
And I have no objection.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm just going to piggyback off of Bad. So seems like majority of us, an overwhelming amount of us, are in agreement that there was no drive-by. They lied. Bortland lied. There was no drive-by. We are all in agreement right there. There was no drive-by. We just don't know why they lied about the drive-by. Okay. Oh, Gary is Christine's husband. I saw someone say something about that's her husband, but I thought you guys were talking about one of the analysts, one of the forensic analysts or techs. Okay, I got you. Gary. Okay.
And you'll give that instruction on demonstrative evidence.
Yes.
Thank you.
Wait a minute. Angel, this is why I love this. Angel said, wait. Hold a minute. Hold on. She said, not they. Because only Bortland said it was a drive-by. Okay. So we are in agreement that Bortland lied. There was not a drive-by. There was no drive-by. Okay. All right. Okay. We have agreed on something. There's no drive-by. He's just, oh my God, he's so small. I'm gonna add to this. If we go off of the theory that Sack was bullying Melly, and I hear you guys with the gang comments, but I want to go on this theory. Have you guys seen Sack stand next to Melly? Sack is big, okay? Melly is 5'8", 120 pounds. I believe they had his weight at 120 pounds. And then you have Sack. What if he really did feel threatened? And this is the only way I'm going to be able to get away from this person. I know death is not the answer, but some people really feel like this is my only option. This is my only option. I have to do this. So I'm going to be keeping that in mind too.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the jury, defendants, his counsel, the assistant attorney, or witness remains on stand. And when we broke, I think counsel, you're going to be able to continue with your direct examination. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor. So,
You may proceed.
thank you, Mr. Rhodes. Okay, we talked about, you discussed what is extraction. Next, so is that, did you complete your discussion of what is the extraction step for DNA?
I'm not sure. Extraction is when I'm trying to elute out and purify any potential DNA present in the samplings or cuttings that I've taken from the evidence. The next step would be quantitation, and that would be to determine how much DNA present, if any, is in the DNA extract, to then target a specific optimized amount of DNA for the amplification. Amplification is where I'm now going to be targeting those STRs, or those short tandem repeats, through a process called PCR, or polymerase chain reaction, in order to make a detectable amount of DNA from that DNA extract, so that I could then go on to the last step of instrumentation, which is the detection phase using capillary electrophoresis.
So I want to go back and we talked about the PCRs, the polymerase chain reaction. Does that change the underlying DNA sample in any way?
It does not. It's simply there to make a amount of DNA that can be detectable on an instrument.
And why do you do that?
That is the basis for the DNA typing that I do.
And the PCR typing that you're talking about, how long has that been used?
That's been for several decades. It's used in mass disaster identifications, paternity testing, in the medical field.
How long has the process of DNA analysis and identification been used?
Again, it's been decades. STRs came around in the 90s, the middle to late 90s. So for 30 plus years, PCR has been employed.
Can, again, just it's been a little while since high school biology, can you explain how DNA comes to be in an individual person?
As I mentioned, you receive half from your mother, half from your father. The woman has the egg, and the man has the spermatozoa. Each of those cells has half from each parent, and it combines to form the child.
So is it always the first allele in any allele pair always comes from mom, and the second one always comes from dad?
No. So the way that the allele table is organized is the smallest allele or number, comma the biggest allele number. I would only know which allele came from which parent by doing a comparison to the known parents. But there's things called recombination that take place during reproduction. So it's basically just a random sampling of the parents' DNA when those reproductive cells are formed to then make the offspring.
In terms of your DNA analysis, do you take into account siblings?
Siblings do come up from time to time. The best way would be to request a standard for comparison.
With regards to a sibling, or if you thought a sibling was involved, is that something you could tell from the data?
There is significant sharing between siblings. So if an analyst, myself or any of my coworkers comes across a case where there is the potential that there could be a sibling, that information can be relayed to the investigator.
And I want to talk about, so it's clear, what is a standard when it comes to DNA?
A standard is a sample that's collected from a known individual. As I mentioned early on, the purpose of my analysis is to compare evidentiary or question samples collected at an alleged crime scene to a known standard or to a known person to see if that person is included or excluded as a contributor to any DNA left, again, at the potential scene.
In terms of how you're expressing your conclusion? Are you expressing it in terms of it's more likely to be this individual than an unknown, unrelated individual?
Very close. I issue a report, and the wording is that the evidentiary sample is X times more likely to have originated from the person of interest than if it had originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. And when those samples become mixtures, then it becomes a little bit more wordy. That's the intent of it.
So going into, you talked about the unknowns and the standards. Is that related to you in some form when the evidence is presented to you?
Yes, it has to be.
Why is that important?
It's important so that I know exactly what evidence is questioned and what is the standard. The evidentiary samples are processed separately from known samples to avoid any sort of contamination.
When you say separately, do you mean separate workstations, separate times? Can you define that for ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to what you do to separate them?
I will process the question samples first, and then I do work in extraction batches. So several cases of question samples will be extracted, amplified, and put on the instrument together. And then I'll work a set of known samples, again, separate from the question samples at different times and spaces.
Is it separate by days?
Not always, but there are chances, or there are times where it is separated by days, but it's definitely separated by time.
So the last step of the process that you were talking about, the capillary electrophoresis. What is that?
That is the step where I put the amplification product. I take a small portion of the amplification product and inject it onto an instrument. And what that's doing is it applies an electric charge to this little liquid to essentially suck up the DNA that's present from that amplification. And it runs through a little thin, tiny straw, so you have a visual, a capillary. And the DNA fragments are separated by the size, because all of the STRs have to be detectable and they all can't be the same size. So as they migrate through this capillary or little tiny straw, there is a fluorescent tag that is present on each of these DNA fragments. A laser will excite that fluorescent tag that emits light, and that light is captured. But again, the DNA fragments migrate or travel through that little capillary based on the size. The smaller ones will migrate faster, and the larger ones will migrate slower.
Is this captured in some sort of a chart or diagram that's then presented?
The samples are collected, and then they're analyzed through a program, and then I do have printouts. They're called electropharograms.
So with Your Honor's permission for a demonstrative as to what an electropharogram looks like.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
All right, again, ladies and gentlemen, the witness will be using a demonstrative to assist in explaining or illustrating his testimony. Please remember that the testimony of the witness is the evidence. However, the demonstrative is not to be considered by you as evidence in the case unless it's later received in evidence, and it should not be used as a substitute for evidence. Only items of evidence received will be available to you for consideration during your deliberation. So at this time, this is not in evidence, it's demonstrative.
Mr. Rhodes, may I? Mr. Rhodes, can you explain kind of what this chart is?
So this is an electropharogram. This is one of the pages. They're typically on 2 or 3 pages based on whether it's a single source or a mixture profile. As you see across the top, there's some red boxes. And
So I'm going to zoom in a little bit so it's easier to see.
there's these red boxes, and then you'll see a bunch of letters and numbers. To the left, you'll see D8S1179. That is one location that I am testing for. It's on the 8th chromosome. I would call it D8 for short. And as you go across to the right, you'll see D21 for short, D18 for short. And these are the locations or these are the specific STRs that I'm analyzing.
In terms of you said it's a D8, is that the address of where this STR is located?
That's essentially what that is. It's location on the chromosome, the 8th chromosome, and then the S1179 gives a more specific location on where it's located.
Can you describe that like in terms of a house address? If the address is 123 Main Street of a house, how would that you correspond that to what you're looking at here?
The best I can do is, again, it's on D8 would mean that's DNA on the 8th chromosome, and the S1179 gives a more specific location on that chromosome. Again, we have 23 chromosomes, so there are multiple chromosomes.
And do you test and sequence every single marker on every single chromosome when you're doing DNA analysis?
No, it is only the select set of STRs that is used for each specific commercial kit. And in this particular kit, I use what's called global filer.
And what is global filer?
This specific DNA kit used for these STRs.
And how many specific locations are you testing for in global filer?
There are 24.
So in terms of the specific evidence that you did in this case, I want to kind of just go in order with your reports, if that's okay. The items that were submitted to you and processed on that. I'm going to start with the lab member items 16 and 17. If you need to refer to your report.
Yes.
Okay, so items 16 and 17. Was there a description attached to those items?
There was.
And where do you get the description from?
The description comes from the property receipt as well as the evidence packaging.
If there is a discrepancy between the property receipt and the evidence packaging, do you note that?
Yes.
So starting with 16 and 17, what description were you given as to where that swab originated?
These are oral swabs coming from Cortland Henry. Item 16 is the right side, and item 17 is the left side.
Do you test both of them?
I did not. I tested one.
Why don't you test both of them?
It's a buccal swab or oral swab coming from the same individual. There's not going to be a difference in DNA based off the left side of his cheek or the right side of his cheek.
So when you test item 16, can you explain to ladies and gentlemen in the jury how you go through that process?
It is, again, what I mentioned before. I would screen it, do an extraction, quantify it, do an amplification, and then develop the DNA profile and use it as a DNA standard for Mr. Henry.
Moving on to item number 18. Did you test in that particular item develop a DNA profile?
I did.
And the DNA profile assigned to item number 18 was what?
It is a DNA spot card from Christopher Thomas.
And in terms of what is a DNA spot card?
It's a blood thin collection card taken from the medical examiner.
And as to item number 19, the next item, did you test and develop a DNA standard or profile from item 19?
I did.
And what was that?
It was a DNA spot card from Mr. Anthony Williams.
Going forward to item number 20, what was that?
It was identified as swab from water bottle PM number 18.
Do you know where that water bottle was?
I did not.
Did you do the DNA analysis on that particular item?
I did, yes.
And can you explain what conclusions you drew on that item?
The DNA profile obtained from item number 20 was uninterpretable due to insufficient data.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what does it mean with insufficient data?
After I do the analysis of any DNA product, after I run it through calculated electrophoresis, look at the electrophoreograph, I look at the data and I have to determine, is there enough data to determine the number of contributors? Is this a single source profile? Is this a two-person profile? for a two-person mixture is a three-person. After looking at the results, I deemed that there wasn't enough information to even determine how many number of contributors were in the profile. So I deemed it insufficient or uninterpretable.
So does that mean there wasn't DNA there?
It means that there was DNA, but I was unable to make any sort of comparison.
You mentioned that you have to determine the number of contributors. What would help you determine the number of contributors to a DNA item?
The number of contributors, it's based off of the DNA results. One of the things that I look at is the number of alleles that are present. As I mentioned, we receive half of our DNA from our mother, half from our father. So at a specific location, I would expect to only find a maximum of 2 different alleles per location. So if I'm looking at, let's say, D8, as you had seen, and there was 3 alleles or 3 different peaks present, it's a pretty good indication that it's coming from at least 2 individuals. If I had seen 4 peaks or 4 alleles, maybe 5 alleles, now there's a potential that there's 3 people that could be contributing to this profile. And after I do an overall analysis of the entire list program, I would then come to a determination of whether it's 2 or 3.
So when you're saying overall, do you look at each area or each address you're looking at individually?
Individually first, and then overall to get the final interpretation.
And is that something you have training and experience in doing?
Yes.
How often do you have to analyze mixtures as part of your DNA casework?
Mixtures usually come up, I would say, at least half of the time in DNA samples that are processed.
So going on to what was labeled for your DNA report as item number 21, what was that listed as?
It's listed as swab from spent casing laser 40 S&W PM number 18.
Were you able to get any DNA results from item number 21?
I was not.
Why not?
There wasn't sufficient DNA present in the extract to obtain DNA results on the electrophotogram after I did the amplification.
Okay, going on to item number 22. What was that described as?
Swab from Gucci sandals, PM number 19.
On number 22, were you able to determine the contributors on that particular swab?
That result was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 contributors.
And were you able to identify the 3 contributors?
I was not.
In terms of, are you able to say and give a statistic as to each of the 3 individuals that you identified on item 22 as to their likelihood of being a contributor to that mixture?
Yes. So every sample that is deemed to be conclusive or whether interpretable single source mixture, I would then do a comparison to any known samples submitted. So each of the 3 individuals were compared against this mixture.
And were you able to determine whether or not you can give support to Christopher Thomas being included in that mixture?
Yes, the DNA results are 4,730 times more likely if they originated from Christopher Thomas and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. And this provides moderate support that Christopher Thomas is included as a contributor.
So this is the first time, ladies and gentlemen, that we have heard moderate support. Can you explain what the verbal qualifiers are that you're going to be testifying and using to describe the DNA results?
Yes, the likelihood ratio can go from really small numbers. The resulting likelihood ratio number can go from really small to really large. So I will have a verbal qualifier listed on the report, and it goes from limited support, moderate support, strong support, and very strong support. And this tries to give a scale to the number that you're hearing.
And so the numbers that you're going to be talking about are exponential sometimes.
That's correct.
If it's the opposite direction, if it's an exclusion, what type of number, what type of words would we be using?
If it's an exclusion, which is really, there's a chance that there's a small likelihood for exclusion, and at that point it would be limited support for exclusion, or it would just be a straight exclusion with no FOBA qualifier.
So going back to item 22, you said moderate support as to Christopher Thomas.
That's correct.
Okay. And did you also analyze that with regards to the individual that was identified as Anthony Williams?
I did.
And so what was the likelihood ratio that Anthony Williams was a contributor to the DNA found on those samples?
The DNA results are at least 3.07 times 10 to the 25th, or 30.7 septillion. Times more likely if they originated from Anthony Williams and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
With regards to the individual that was identified as Portland Henry, what conclusions were you able to draw with regards to him and that DNA sample?
He was excluded as a contributor.
So you said 30.7 septillion. How many zeros is that?
There are 25 zeros after the 3.
Why is it that you don't say it's Anthony Williams, Chris Thomas, and some unknown individual?
Sometimes that is reported if it's requested. The likelihood ratio that I'm reporting out now is done on an individual basis. So I would conduct or calculate the likelihood ratio of the first individual, report the number, do a likelihood calculation of the second individual, report the number, and if it's requested, an additional calculation can be done and reported in which both individuals would be included in the mixture.
So I want to make sure it's clear. You're looking at each contributor individually,
Yes,
and that is because it's the hypothesis is either how many times more likely that they are versus that they are not included.
could you say that again?
You're making me do math. So with regards to the likelihood ratio, the first hypothesis is the number that you come out with, or the number you're reporting. If it is the 30.7 septillion times more likely that they are included, that's the first hypothesis, that they are there and they are a contributor. The second hypothesis is that they are not. So you're saying that it is 30.7 septillion times more likely they are a contributor than they are not. Than they are excluded.
Sort of. I would explain it as, again, these likelihood ratios are, it's a calculation that's going against 2 competing hypotheses. So there is more support that Mr. Williams, in this case, would be included along with 2 other unrelated individuals than if the DNA results were coming from 3 unknown individuals.
Okay. And so for item 22, the swab from the Gucci sandals, you had testified Portland Henry was excluded.
That's correct.
Okay. Moving on to item number 23. What was that?
It's listed as a cutting blood stain on front of t-shirt. Drew, I'm not sure how to say this, Drew Filmetit CG10.
Okay, going on to item number 23, the cutting from the front of the t-shirt. What were your results on that?
The DNA results were interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 contributors.
Okay.
After doing the comparisons to each individual, the DNA results are at least 982 times more likely if they originated from Christopher Thomas and 1 unrelated unknown individual than if they originated from two unknown, unrelated individuals. And this provides moderate support that Mr. Thomas is included as a contributor.
And then with regards to Anthony Williams.
The DNA results are 3.22 times 10 to the 25th, or 32.2 septillion. Times more likely if they originated from Mr. Williams and one unrelated unknown individual than if they originated from two unrelated individuals. And this provides a very strong support that Mr. Williams is included as a contributor.
982 and 32.2 septillion. That's a big difference.
Yes, and that's, again, one of the reasons that the verbal qualifier is put into the report.
In terms of identifying and making a conclusion based on that, is there anything that you take into account as to the amount of DNA that's in it?
The DNA mixtures that are analyzed at the laboratory that I analyzed, I use a program called StarMix or STRMix, and this is a program that helps to deconvolute these mixtures. And what deconvolute means is to determine if you have two contributors in the mixture, are you able to tease out or generate essentially who the first contributor would be compared to who the second contributor would be. As the amount of DNA is increased in these DNA extracts, these amplification products, the result becomes more robust, and you would have a more solid comparison, or an easier comparison, maybe that might be the right word. If you have a full single source DNA profile, it's a lot easier to compare to a standard than if you had a really partial DNA profile. And once you start compounding that into a mixture, if you have essentially two partial DNA profiles mixing into one stain, which would then make this partial two-person mixture, doing comparisons may lead to likelihood ratios that are on the lower side, versus if you had two robust DNA profiles or two robust DNA sources of DNA making a mixture, and then the likelihood ratios may result in a number that's far larger and more support for the inclusion.
Okay, so I want to make sure it's clear. If you have 1 gallon of blood from one individual and 1 drop of blood from another individual, is that still, you can get out 2 profiles?
There is a potential, yes, but again, it depends on the overall result.
Would that come across in the data that you're looking at?
Absolutely.
And how would that read out in the data?
When I look at a DNA profile, mixture profile, you can see, or oftentimes you can see that there is one contributor that is contributing or providing more genetic material to the mixture versus the second contributor or third contributor. So you'll see differences in the peak heights or the alleles or the characteristics as you go across the electrophoregram. And I can look and see, hey, this looks like a two-person mixture. This one contributor is providing more DNA material than this other contributor.
As to item number 23, can you say which individual contributed more genetic material to that cutting on the front of the t-shirt Drew filmed it?
I cannot specifically say that, but the likelihood ratio would provide the verbal qualifier that there's very strong support that Mr. Williams was included as the issue, or actually the issue.
So and then in terms of, did you also analyze that cutting against Portland Henry?
I did. Mr. Henry was excluded as a contributor.
So I want to also take a moment here to talk about different types of DNA and serology. Did you do serology on this particular item 23?
I did, yes. I did a presumptive test for the indications of blood, and it was positive.
if there are blood genetic material and epithelial genetic material. Does that change your analysis in any way if you know they're commingled?
No.
And why not?
If a stain has potential blood on it, I'm going to take a cutting or a sampling based off of that size of that blood stain, because I can't saturate my DNA extract with all the blood DNA from the blood stain in hopes that I obtain enough or there is any second contributor from any potential epithelial cells. And epithelial cells are basically the skin cells on the outside surface of your body. So if I were to rub this bench top here, deposit some of my DNA from my skin cells from my hand, and then there's a blood stain that comes up next to it. If the investigator swabs this, essentially this mixture of my DNA plus the blood stain, the blood is going to, for the most part, cover up or provide a majority of that DNA, because the blood is a far richer source of DNA than the skin cells.
Is a person's DNA the same in every cell in their body?
It is.
So going on to now item number 23. What is that described as? I'm sorry, 24. We just finished 23. Item 24, what is that described as?
The cutting blood stain on rear of t-shirts, Drew Phil Medit, CG10.
Did you do a DNA analysis on item number 24?
I did. It was interpreted as originating from a single male contributor.
And you were able to make a reasonable or a likelihood ratio as to which individual contributed to that blood stain?
I did the comparisons to the 3 individuals. The DNA results are at least 1.59 times 10 to the 25th, or 15.9 septillion times more likely if they originated from Mr. Thomas, Christopher Thomas, than if they originated from one unrelated, unknown individual.
Were you able
Mr. Henry and Mr. Williams were excluded as contributors.
That's my next question. So with regards to item number 25, were you able to conduct a DNA analysis of that item?
I did.
What was that item identified to you as?
Swab, bloodstain, G12, Air Jordan, sneaker E.
Were you able to come to a conclusion as to the source of that bloodstain?
I obtained a DNA profile and interpreted it as originating from a single male contributor. Mr. Williams, or all 3 individuals were compared. In comparison to Mr. Anthony Williams, the results are at least 5.3 times 10 to the 25th, or 53 septillion, times more likely if they originated from Anthony Williams than if they originated from one unrelated, unknown individual. Mr. Henry and Mr. Thomas were excluded as contributors.
So I want to move on to the next report that you did. In terms of the crime lab and how it works, when evidence is submitted to the lab, is it submitted in batches from the investigative agencies?
When evidence is submitted, we have a submission policy. So based off of the type of incident that's being investigated, there's essentially a number of items that can be submitted. In the cases of homicides, there are typically 10 to 12 items per testing round is what we call it. We want the investigators to provide the most probative evidence for their investigation first, and then move on after that. With the cases of maybe a non-suspect burglary case, you may only get 2 evidence items worth.
In terms of limits on homicide cases, is there any limit to the number of items that can be worked?
There's no limit as far as I know. Again, it's worked in series of samples so that 100 or 150 items aren't submitted all at once. again, to try and have the investigator determine which would be the most probative evidence for the investigation.
And in terms of your role in that process, do you know the underlying facts of the investigation as it's progressing?
Sometimes yes, but mostly no. I'm typically just assigned the case. There may be some communications between the unit supervisor and the investigator as to why more evidence is being submitted or reasons why the investigator is requesting more evidence.
In front of you, there's a stack of items that have already been admitted into evidence. If I may approach on
Yes.
We've talked about a few already here. Do you recognize the green sticker on this item that's already been admitted as State 58?
May I vote?
Please.
Yes.
And how do you recognize that?
On the back, it has my laboratory number, my initials, and all the other numbers as they were submitted to the laboratory.
And do you then assign the individual numbers that we talked about?
Yes, the numbers are assigned based off our record keeping system. They're a sequential number, so the first item gets number 1, and then sequentially down the line.
Okay. Moving on to what's been placed into evidence as State 53. Again, do you recognize that item?
I do. Again, it has my laboratory number, my initials, and my item numbers marked on it.
What's been previously admitted into evidence as State 33. Do you recognize that item?
I do. Again, it has all my markings on it.
Okay. As to what has been admitted as State 46.
Yes, again, the items are marked and my notations are on the evidence.
Okay. And as to item State 32. Did you ever get this one?
I don't think so.
So the answer is no.
No, I do not, because my markings are not on here.
Okay. As to what's been admitted as State 26. Have you reviewed that item?
Yes, I have.
Is that
I've
okay?
marked it and with my laboratory item numbers and my initials.
So I'm approaching with what's been previously marked as State GG for identification purposes only. Okay, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as State GG for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item? Please. It is open.
Yes, it has my markings on it, case number, item numbers, initials.
Did you analyze the items inside of that package?
Yes, I did.
Hold on just a moment. So showing defense counsel, it's been marked as State triple T. Correct. Showing you what's been marked as State triple T for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item?
I do. It again has my information marked on the outside.
And did you collect that item?
No, I did not collect it.
Is that an item that you analyzed?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll come back to that. Thank you so much. So all of the items that we're looking at here, Mr. Rose, are packaged in paper bags.
4 mil envelopes. Yes.
Why is that?
The investigators use these types of evidence packaging in case the evidence is wet. It helps to allow air to get through the package to dry it. One of the things that will cause issues, degradation, is essentially having a biological stain remain wet, and mold, mildew, and bacteria will grow on it and potentially destroy any DNA that's present.
Is it important to keep DNA in a dry environment for preserving it?
Yes.
Is there limits on the temperature range in which the DNA is kept at the evidence vault?
There's no limits. The evidence vaults in the laboratories are around 60 degrees, maybe 65. We do have freezers that we have old cases. So as long as the evidence is kept cool and dry, and being frozen is cool and dry, the DNA will persist for decades.
In terms of if the DNA is heated, would that cause degradation to it?
Yes, heat, moisture, and sunlight are three of the main factors that will cause degradation and essentially destruction of the DNA present.
So why don't they just keep it in plastic bags?
The plastic won't allow any air to get through to the evidence. And it will basically cause condensation if it's moist. If the evidence is moist or wet, which will then lead to the mold, mildew, and bacteria growing.
Can one person's DNA change to become someone else's?
No.
How does it not? Does air bring other DNA into those bags and samples?
No.
So going back now on to item number 26 that you processed. What was that identified as to you?
Swab from Yellow Jacket.
And there's another number that you list in your notes and reports of an 81. Where is that number coming from?
The first number, 26, is the item number that is generated in the laboratory when I am doing inventory in my inventory system. The 81 is the agency number as it's submitted on the prior receipt.
So going on to item number 26, did you analyze the swab of the Yellow Jacket as it's described?
I did, yes.
And what were your conclusions on that particular item?
The results were interpreted as a mixture originating from 4 contributors.
So were you able to make determinations as to the standards that you had?
I did, yes.
Okay, we can discuss first with regards to Anthony Williams. What conclusion did you reach and what statistical basis for that?
He was included as a contributor to the mixture and the likelihood calculation. The results are at least 2.05 times 10 to the 8th or 205 million. Times more likely if these DNA results originated from Anthony Williams and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals.
In terms of a 4-person mixture, do you expect the statistics to be a little bit lower just based on that?
It depends on, again, when I was speaking of contribution, if a person is more represented in a sample, the statistics or likelihood calculation can be rather large. It just depends on how much contribution is in that mixture.
Were you able to exclude anybody from the swab of the Yellow Jacket item 26?
Christopher Thomas and Cortland Henry were excluded.
In terms of item number 27, how was that item number 27, how was that number identified to you?
Swab from Gatorade bottle.
Were you able to analyze that and develop DNA profiles?
I obtained a single source profile indicating male origin.
Were you able to determine the single source origin of that profile?
Christopher Thomas was included. The likelihood calculation is as follows. The DNA results are at least 1.65 times 10 to the 25th or 16.5 septillion. Times more likely if they originated from Mr. Thomas than if they originated from one unrelated unknown individual.
Okay. Going on to item number 28, did you do the same?
I did.
And what was that listed as?
Swab from Gatorade bottle.
And that swab, who were you able to determine or what DNA conclusions were you able to make?
The DNA results were interpreted as originated from a single male contributor. Mr. Anthony Williams was included. The likelihood calculation, the DNA results are at least 4.38 times 10 to the 25th, or 43.8 septillion times more likely if they originated from Anthony Williams than if they originated from one unrelated unknown.
At this point in everything that we have talked about, were you provided a standard for the defendant, Jamell Demons?
No.
So going on to item number 29, were you able to develop a DNA profile on that particular item?
I analyzed the results and deemed it to be uninterpretable due to limited data.
And what was item number 29?
It's listed as swab from blood stain on rear passenger seat, PM number 1.
And you couldn't say where that was collected from.
I can.
Going on to your next report, I'm talking about the MVAC filter. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is an MVAC filter?
An MVAC filter is a filter paper where the investigator will essentially soak the surface of whatever they're looking for, maybe a shirt or a shoe or even a door, in a liquid, and they come back and they vacuum it up. And all of that vacuumed up liquid will then go and be deposited on the filter paper. That filter paper is then taken out of the apparatus, dried, and then I will take a portion of that filter paper and try and develop a DNA profile from the surface that they process.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the item number. What's that?
It's item number 31 of his report.
Thank you.
So on the MVAC filter, item 31, that you were asked to process in this case, what was your information relayed as to where that MVAC source was?
It's identified as MVAC filter 9 from spent casings found on ground at US 27 and Southwest 208th Avenue.
So we talked a little bit about things that are conducive to DNA. Does sunlight have an effect on it, you said, I believe, right?
Yes, it can.
What does sunlight do to DNA if exposed?
Again, with the heat, light, and moisture, it allows bacteria to grow and to essentially degrade the DNA.
And when you did an analysis of item number 31, the MVAC filter, what conclusions were you able to draw?
I did an extraction on the piece of evidence, and after quantitation, I determined that there was insufficient amount of extracted DNA to go forward. So I did not attempt to develop a DNA profile, and I stopped processing at that point.
And if you remind ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what does it mean if you stop it at that second step?
The extraction, meaning I would not obtain a DNA profile that could be used for any sort of comparisons. There just isn't enough genetic material in the extract.
What is the information, what are you relying on, and what training and experience to make that conclusion?
It's the quantitation results, the type of sample that I have obtained or that I analyzed. So I'm not surprised that MVACs from casings yield very little DNA.
Moving on to your next report, item 32. Was that item provided to you for DNA analysis?
It was, yes.
And that is in evidence, I believe, if I may. As states 46.
Yes.
So if I may, published for the jury.
You may.
So I'm publishing now states 46. What was states 46 reported to you to be?
These are oral swabs or standards from Jamell Demons.
And with regards to item number 32 and 33 in your report, are they the same?
Item number 32 is listed as the right cheek, and 33 is listed as the left cheek.
Similar to we previously talked about, did you just pick one to test?
Correct, I did, just the first one.
Is there any rhyme or reason as to picking the right versus the left?
Nope.
Going on, and so once you got this standard, Did you go back and look at the other evidence you previously analyzed?
Yes, so comparisons were made to all the previously analyzed questioned evidence.
So going to item number 22, the swab from the Gucci sandals. We're able to compare the profile from Mr. Demons as opposed to the profile developed from those sandals.
I did, and he was excluded.
The blood stain on the front of the t-shirt, item number 23. We're able to compare Mr. Demons' profile to that.
I did a comparison, and he was again excluded.
What about item number 24, the cutting on the blood stain of the rear of the t-shirt?
After comparisons were done, he was excluded.
Okay, then on item number 25, the swab of the blood stain from the Air Jordans.
Again, an exclusion.
Going on to item number 26, the swab from the yellow jacket.
An exclusion as well.
And in terms of the item number 27 and 28, the swabs of the Gatorade bottles. What were the results on that?
Those were both exclusions.
So going forward to what's been shown to you but not yet admitted into evidence for identification purposes is states triple T. What was that item told to you to be?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. On your item 34, what's been shown to you for identification purposes only as states triple T. What was that item described to you to be?
It's listed as a cutting of headline.
And how did you analyze that particular piece of evidence?
That evidence, I had to do a visual examination on it and actually take a cutting of a potential blood stain.
And can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what's the difference between using it from a swab versus a cutting of a knife?
This was a piece of evidence, a headliner. It was the size, maybe a foot squared. There were some small red brown stains on there. So there's oftentimes where the evidence itself is better to be submitted as opposed to moistening a cotton tip swab and then swabbing it, just in case the small blood stain becomes too diffuse on the cotton tip swab. And why that's important is I do my best to preserve evidence for future testing. So if an item of evidence is submitted, I typically process only half of the evidence. If there's only one swab submitted, I'll process half of the swab, leaving half for retesting either in current technologies by another laboratory or save it for future testing when technology has advanced even further. So if there's small potential blood stains, again, it might be beneficial to actually examine the evidence and take a cutting, as I did in this particular case.
Okay, and in terms of were you able to do an analysis and develop a profile on that particular item?
I did. I obtained a DNA profile originating from a single male contributor.
And were you able to identify the source of that single male contributor?
Mr. Anthony Williams was included as a contributor.
And what support can you assign to him being the contributor?
The likelihood ratio calculation, the results are 5.12 times 10 to the 25th, or 51.2 septillion times more likely if it originated from Mr. Williams than if it originated from one unrelated unknown individual.
Did you also do serology on that specific item?
I did. I did presumptive testing for blood, and it was positive.
When you're doing DNA testing on this, will you know without doing serology if something is epithelial or blood?
I would have.
In this case, the serology indicated blood. And which test did you use to determine that?
I used a phenolphthalein test.
And were any individuals excluded from that sample?
Mr. Henry, Mr. Thomas, and Mr. Demons were excluded as contributors.
So moving on to item number 40, getting towards the end. With regards to item number 40, was that item submitted and analysis done?
Yes.
What was item number 40? What steps of the DNA process did you take it through as well?
Item number 40 was extracted for DNA, but after quantitation, there wasn't a sufficient amount of DNA to move forward, so I did not attempt to do any DNA profiling.
And what was item number 40 described as?
Contact swab of non-blood area of rear of driver's seat.
And is this the same discussion we had with regards to the last item? With not enough DNA, so then you stop it at that first step?
Correct, after extraction. Sure, after quantitation.
Why don't you at least try and take it through and go through all the steps?
Oftentimes the quantitation results in a 0, meaning none was detected. Sometimes it results in a null value, meaning not even less than 0 was obtained. So at that point, I'm pretty confident that I'm not going to obtain a DNA profile.
Do you do a control swab or sample as you're going through the DNA process each time?
The DNA processing has several controls during extraction. I have a reagent blank, and this is just a sample of just the reagents by themselves. The extraction reagents that I use will be processed with the samples to ensure that the reagents are free of contaminants. When I do a amplification for PCR, there will be a positive control and a negative control. The negative control is again just a tube of reagents. There shouldn't be any DNA present at the end. And the positive control is a known DNA standard. And so after I do my amplification, the negative control needs to be blank, and the positive control needs to I need to generate the DNA profile from that positive control.
So let's go back. You mentioned reagents. I don't think we've defined that for the jury here today. What is a reagent?
Reagents are the chemicals that I use for my DNA processing.
Are they standard and part of the kit that you were talking about earlier?
There are different components.
I don't know if it's so much as him being boring or if it's the fact that Christine is trying to pack all of this DNA into the minds of the jury. We expect you guys to have Sak's DNA. We expect you to have Juvy's DNA. I expect Cortland's DNA. The person I want to hear is Melly. But she's going through all of this DNA evidence, right? She just said you're going to go to number 40. She didn't have to go through all of this, but she knows what people want to hear is not there. So she has to cloud the case with all of this DNA. Christine knows what she's doing. So this is her plan. She's trying to bore you to death to distract you from the fact that she's going through all these samples and you keep hearing Jamell Demons excluded. She's doing this on purpose. This is on purpose.
In the amplification kit, quantitation kit, we have different reagents used for extraction. So at every step, there are a set of reagents that we use.
And those are all related to the controls as well.
Correct.
So going back, so once we talked about that, let's talk about item number 41. What was item 41 described to you as?
It's listed as blood swab of smear from rear of driver's seat.
Were you able to come to any sort of conclusion as to item 41?
I obtained some results, but I reported that they were uninterpretable due to limited data.
What does that mean?
Meaning I obtained the electrocardiogram stage, I've analyzed the ending result of that PCR amplification and deemed that there wasn't sufficient amount of DNA to make any comparisons.
Okay, so I'm going to move on to item number 66. Did you analyze that particular item? And in terms of what was item number 66?
Item number 66 was initially reported as contact swab of rear of driver's side door handle interior.
Were you able to determine what the packaging of item number 66 said?
Yes, the contact swab, rear driver's side door handle interior.
I'm sorry, on number 66 is which?
Front of driver's side door handle.
So you can't testify as to which it came from.
I'm not sure of the question.
You didn't collect this item of evidence.
No, I didn't.
So after reviewing the item and now, did you amend your report to read contact swab of front driver's side door handle interior?
That's true.
So going on to item number 42, which is been labeled as item 66 by the Miramar Police Department.
I don't know if you guys heard that. She said going to item number 42. She has gone through 42 items. Well, I don't know if she went through 42 items, but it feels like she's gone through 42 items. And I haven't heard Melly's name. I haven't heard anything that was like him. I wanted some DNA on Juvy shirt. You know, I wanted something like that. Sack shirt. I hadn't had that yet.
Results did you have?
Again, I obtained a DNA profile, but ruled it or determined it to be uninterpretable due to limited data.
Does uninterpretable mean no DNA?
In this case, no, there was DNA present, but it was insufficient amount to make any sort of determination, number of contributors or even comparisons.
Are you still looking back at those same standards that we've talked about previously?
The interpretation of the question samples is done prior to looking at the interpretation of the notes.
Why is that?
It's to avoid any sort of bias. I want to make my interpretation calls of those unknowns absent of knowing what the known standards are.
Does the computer do any of this analysis or say, hey, it's person A or person B for you?
No, it does not.
So moving on to item number 43. Is that the last item you tested in this case?
Yes.
So with regards to what was item number 43 listed as?
Swab, rear driver's side door, handle interior.
Were you able to do DNA testing on that particular item?
I did. Yes.
Did you develop a profile?
I did.
And can you explain what DNA profile you developed?
In this particular case, I reported out both a two-person mixture and a three-person mixture.
I think it is.
And so explain why you would report out two different hypotheses.
When I did the initial interpretation of the question sample of this item 43, there was the appearance of a two-person mixture. After doing a comparison to the known standards and doing the likelihood calculation, the result was essentially unintuitive. There was a lot of contribution being attributed to an individual, but then resulted in an exclusionary likelihood ratio.
So can you explain what that means in a little bit simpler math terms, if possible?
Yeah, essentially the likelihood ratio resulted in exclusion. So after talking with my technical leader, I determined, or we both came to the consensus that it would be best to report out or then interpret it as a three-person mixture and then report out both results.
So with regards to when you're saying it's an exclusion, is there a certain number of loci that it has to not match for you to report it as an exclusion?
When it comes to likelihood ratios, as I have mentioned before, it's doing it's comparing two hypotheses, essentially that a person is included versus a person, an unrelated unknown individual is included. And it does this at every specific location. So going through all of those locations, there's the potential to have 16, 17, 18 locus-specific likelihoods. likelihood ratios. And at the end of it, those are all multiplied together to get the final result. So if one specific location results in a 0 likelihood ratio, but everything else is inclusionary, it's an indication that there's an issue with how the software was set up. And so as an analyst, I would go back and see what the issue was and then rerun this deconvolution and redo the calculations. In this particular case, after doing a visual comparison of the standards to the mixture and then looking at the resulting likelihood ratios, again, I spoke with the technical leader and we determined that there would be best to report out both.
So I'm going to go starting with the alternative proposition on that. Were you able to exclude anyone in the alternative proposition that you put forth?
Mr. Portland Henry was excluded.
Okay.
With regards to the initial proposition,
Cortland Henry, Anthony Williams, and Jamell Demons were excluded.
who was included on the initial proposition?
Christopher Thomas was included.
When you were looking at it as 2 contributors, how did you exclude the defendant in this case, Mr. Demons?
How did I exclude him?
Yes.
So again, after doing the visual comparison and then running it through to generate the likelihood ratio, it resulted in an exclusionary likelihood ratio.
When you looked at it again as a 3-person mixture, were you able to make a determination as to whether or not Christopher Thomas was included as a source of that mixture?
Yeah, he was included as a 3-person as well.
And what were the statistics on the 3-person mixture for Christopher Thomas?
The results are at least 8.15 times 10 to the 24th, or 8.15 septillion times more likely if they originated from Christopher Thomas and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
In terms of as to Cortland Henry, were you able to do the statistical calculations as to whether or not he was excluded on a 3-person mixture on item number 43, swab of rear driver's side door handle interior?
Yes, the results are at most 46, and this is an inverse LR calculation because the number was less than 1. So the DNA results are at most 46 times more likely if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Cortland Henry and 2 unrelated unknown individuals.
So is your conclusion that Mr. Henry is excluded from that sample?
Yes.
Going on to Anthony Williams, were you able to make a conclusion as to whether or not he was included or excluded?
I did. He was included. The LR calculation, the DNA results are at least 41.2 times more likely if they originated from Anthony Williams and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
And in terms of the verbal qualifier that you would give for Mr. Williams being included in that sample, what verbal qualifier would you give?
Limited support for inclusion.
Is that the lowest for inclusion?
Yes.
Okay. I believe I forgot to ask you with Christopher Thomas, what verbal qualifier would you give if he is included on that?
It is the highest at very strong support.
And at last but not least, were you able to analyze the profile of the defendant, Jamell Demons, in this case?
I did.
And what was your conclusion in a 3-person mixture as to the results of Mr. Demons being included or excluded?
He was included. The likelihood calculation, the DNA results are at least 2.12 times 10 to the 8th, or 212 million times more likely if they originated from Jamell Demons and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
And what verbal qualifier did you give to that particular item?
Very-
Mr. Demons being included?
There is very strong support for the inclusion.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
I see what she did there. She did a good thing.
You ready to make the change?
I see what she did.
Okay. Sure. We'll take a short recess. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in the presence. Serving no research. Just leave your notepads on the chair.
Wait a minute, not y'all woke up because she done. All right, I don't want to. Okay, well, longer crime looks like they're gonna be up here talking. Now let's take a look at.
Jamell, thank you. Please.
Yes,
I feel like it's nighttime.
By any chance, you know George Bellow?
he is the unit supervisor for the firearms section.
He gave us an education on firearms, and you've now given us an education on DNA. So he said he would give us some type of certificate. So I expect you also to get some type of certificate on DNA. But in any event, when did you perform your first DNA testing? Absolutely. Feel free at any time.
Everybody woke up here with me, Sunshine, Dad, and Jenny talking for about 2 hours. He said last thing, oh, y'all told him, thank God.
My initial examination of the first evidence was on January 23 of 2019. On January 23 of 2019.
2019.
Correct.
And that's when you analyzed or examined various items that came out of a grade G. That was water bottle, some sneakers, I think, a yellow jacket, a Gatorade bottle, item 27, I think you identified.
For this particular date, it was items 16 through 25.
16 through 25, okay. On 123 of 19, you examined a water bottle, a spent casing, Gucci sandals, and a blood stain on front of a t-shirt and a blood stain on the rear of the t-shirt. And also a blood stain on an Air Jordan sneaker, correct?
That's correct.
That turned out not to come back to this young man right over here, correct? Mr. Demons. I'm going to call him Jamell. It's easier. Okay. Is that correct?
At this time or later?
Later.
Later. May I refer to my report?
Absolutely.
Oh,
And give us a date that you did that, please.
There's a lot of notes, too.
So on January 25th of 2022 is when the comparisons were made to Mr. Demons, and he was excluded from all those items.
That was January of what?
The report was issued on January 25th of 2022.
I'm sorry.
I did my analysis on January 24th, the day before.
Okay. That was approximately 3 years after he was arrested. Did you know that?
I did not.
Then you analyzed, did you not, item 26, a yellow jacket, a Gatorade bottle, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And what date did you examine those items?
Uh-oh.
That was on August 24th of 2021.
What?
August 24th, you said?
Correct.
Of 21. That was 2 years approximately after he was arrested. Did you know that?
I did not.
And those came from inside the Jeep. Did you know that?
I did not.
And those did not match Jamell, correct?
That's correct. He was excluded.
Then you received some additional items, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What was the date that you received the additional items?
They were received on multiple days.
Okay, give us the first date you received additional items, please.
I began processing the impact filter on January 5th of 2022.
That was approximately 3 years after his arrest.
The cutting of the headliner, which is item 34,
When did you receive that?
I began processing on January 28th of 2022.
Also about 3 years after his arrest.
Objection, counsel's testifying.
That's a question.
I thought it was a question. Restate it. Restate your question.
Did you know it was approximately 3 years after he was arrested?
I did not.
This is
Additional items were submitted. These were items 40, 41, and 42. Those were processed on April 25th of 2023.
April 25th of 23?
That's correct.
53.
Did you know that was after we started this
Objection,
trial?
Your Honor, improper.
Excuse me. Why don't you come settle?
Y'all. No. Why?
Okay, let's see. I know she mad about that, but why are you processing evidence while trying?
When you received the blood stain on the headliner, that was after this trial started?
I did not know.
But you started that in April 25th of 23? Just 2 months ago?
The headliner was, that was prior.
Oh, I'm sorry. The item that you received on April of 23 was what?
Those were the contact swab, non-blood area, rear driver seat. The blood swab of smear from rear of driver seat. And the contact swab of front of driver side door handle interior.
Okay. And you did not know that was after this trial started, correct?
I did not know.
And none of that came back to the DNA of this young man, Jamell, correct?
Correct. It was deemed uninterpretable, as well as one of the items I did not attempt to generate DNA profile because there was insufficient amount of DNA.
Do you know what the delay was in sending that evidence to you?
Objection, outside the scope. Speculation.
Hey, put you up there. What was the delay?
And did you receive any other items in 2023?
Yes, one last item, item 43.
And that was the door handle of the rear door?
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And did I hear you correctly that you first ran a test and it did not come back matching or belonging to or contributor to Jamell?
That's right.
And did I also hear you correctly, then you discussed something about your software with your supervisor?
With the technical lead, yes.
And then ran another test and had a 3-person contributor?
That's right. Yes.
And all of a sudden, it matched, or it was labeled as Jamell may have been a contributor?
That's right.
What date was that, sir?
That was on June 1st, 2023.
Approximately 3 weeks ago?
That's right. That was on June 1st, 2023.
2023.
Approximately 3 weeks ago?
That's right.
Who requested that,
Objection,
if you know?
What's the objection?
speculation, outside the scope.
He might know.
As far as outside the scope, so rule, if he knows, he can answer.
Who submitted that item to you 3 weeks ago?
It would have been Miramar, the investigators.
Miramar Police Department?
Yes, I can look at my
Feel
submission
free.
form.
I hate to be the conspiracy theorist. I really hate to be the conspiracy theorist. But you mean to tell me you ran a test years ago, it excluded him, or you really couldn't make a read on it. But 3 weeks before trial starts, you run the same test, and now he's included? It's hard for me to take that. I can't take that.
It was submitted by a Miramar investigator.
Can't trust which one?
Mark Moretti.
Moretti.
It was listed on the submission form.
Can't trust it. It's different proctor.
And that was the only item that supposedly matched Jamell's DNA, correct?
I believe so. I can look back just to confirm it.
Please do.
But I do believe that is an accurate assessment.
It's different proctor, Abby. And I can't trust him. I don't trust him. I heard the same thing you heard like 3 weeks ago. It's different proctor.
Yes, it was an item with the inclusionary likelihood ratio.
Could you tell these folks when that DNA was placed on, supposedly, on the door handle?
No.
It could have been placed a week.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
How long can DNA stay on an item?
The DNA can persist on items. Again, as I mentioned, heat, light, moisture can cause it to degrade or become unusable. But if DNA is deposited on the surface, it can last weeks, months, years, kept in a nice, cool, dry environment.
Did you know this Jeep was stored in police custody in a safe, dry area?
I do not.
May I have one other question? One other moment, excuse me.
Weeks before a trial, that doesn't sound fishy to y'all.
Thank you very much.
Attorney Redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Rhodes, is it unusual to receive multiple submissions over the life of a case?
No, it's not unusual.
Does the date in which you work a particular item have any effect on the results you report on?
No, it is not.
As to the likelihood ratio on item number 43, Who was included in that particular item?
For both propositions, Mr. Thomas was included for both the two-person and three-person contributor propositions. Under the two-person proposition, Mr. Henry, Mr. Williams, and Mr. Demons were excluded. Under the three-person proposition, Mr. Thomas, Mr. Williams, and Mr. Demons were included.
And with regards to the time of collection of that swab, would that be indicated on the box that it is found in?
Sometimes there are indications on the collection. I can look at the marker receipt. It may, I'm not sure if it's a newer one or an older one, but I can look at the marker receipt if you'd like.
Okay, and that would be item number 67, what's been put into evidence as states 33. Latest or not?
Yeah, latest.
Exactly.
So according to him, he did his first test 2019 January. That makes sense. Then he does another test in August of 2021. Then he does another test in January of 2022. He does two tests in January of 2022. Then he does another test on August 25th of 2023. Then another test June in 2023. This was supposedly their big case. This is the big case, the one you cross all T's and dot all I's. This was the big case. So I'm just not understanding the gap. And I'm sorry that 3 weeks before and now all of a sudden his DNA is there. It just doesn't seem right.
Doesn't seem right. Okay. Really?
And so item 33 in evidence, is that item number 67 and you're labeling here?
Yes, that's right.
What was the date and time of collection according to that specific item?
So it's dated at 10/26 of 2018,
And the time?
17:36.
Okay. If DNA is stored in an optical environment, will it persist forever?
I'm not sure about forever, but it will persist for decades.
And in terms of if it is collected on a cotton swab that is dry and sterile, is that an ideal place to perpetuate DNA storage?
Yes.
Nothing further.
I have one or two questions based on that, if the court will allow me.
Sure, go ahead.
You indicated it's not unusual to get multiple submissions of evidence.
That's right.
Do you know why it took 5 years to submit that exhibit to you to analyze?
Exactly.
Your Honor, speculation.
It's out there.
He knows he can answer, you know?
I do not.
Thank you.
Counsel, anything else this witness?
No.
Is he excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Counsel, you're excused. Ladies and gentlemen, my understanding is that's all the witnesses we have for today, and so we'll see everybody back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in the presence, and certainly no research, just leave your notepads on your chairs. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Looks like we're done with this day. Okay, well, before I get off, I wanted to find something. I have to find something. Because I'm not going to start 7. Okay, it's only about 8. Let me see if it's only 8 minutes long. No, this is 26 minutes long. So hold on. Damn, it's music playing, y'all. So I'm going to make sure. Okay, I wanted to watch this because people in the comments were talking about it, and then I Googled. This is YNW Juvy's father. He did an interview with Law and Crime and can maybe answer some questions or just kind of give us a little insight as we're now progressing, and I think Danny Polo is the next witness I see in the comments. And as we progress and we'll start seeing the messages that they have, we're gonna listen to this. Hold on.
The man accused of murdering him, YNW Melly, is on trial accused of killing another man too. Juvy's dad is here with his story. I'm Anjanette Levy, and welcome to Law and Crime's Sidebar podcast. Testimony is underway in the trial of Jamell Demons, known by his stage name YNW Melly. Melly is accused of murdering two members of his group, Chris Thomas, who went by YNW Juvy, and Anthony Williams, who was known as YNW Sakchaser. The men were shot to death in an SUV after leaving a late-night recording session on October 26, 2018, with Melly and another group member, Cortland Henry, who went by YNW Bortland. Bortland was driving the SUV. Later that morning, Bortland showed up at the hospital. Juvy and Sakchaser were dead in the car. Melly was not with them. Chris, first of all, I know this has been a difficult almost 5 years now. How are you doing right now with this trial finally starting?
It's kind of overwhelming at times, but doing the best I can at the moment.
A lot of people may not know a lot about your son. What do you want people to know about him? We know he was, an aspiring rapper. He was part of this YNW group.
Chris was a good kid. He's the second of my oldest boys. He's the oldest of his mom's kids, and he loved his whole family. He loved all his friends, and he just got caught up for being too loyal and got betrayed by one of his so-called friends. It's a sad situation for everybody.
Tell me a little bit about that, because, it's my understanding that Juvy was friends with Melly and Sakchaser for quite some time. Tell me, when did you first come to know Melly?
I met Melly around like 99, like a couple years before Chris met him. I was friends with his Melly's mom, best friend at the time, and that's how I got to know Melly. Then Chris got to know him after that. They was all good kids coming up, just laughing, playing, joking with each other, having fun, like to hang out with each other, and he loved them boys, and he loved them to a fault.
So he was friends with them since they were little kids then, it sounds like.
Yes, man. They went to elementary, middle school, high school, all together. That's how I know his mom as well, and his stepdad, and the rest of his family, Melly's family. And the music started, I think, around 2000, maybe 13.
And they were just all making the music together?
Yes. Started from rapping at school until making music together and coming up with the name, the YNW, and just went from there. And Sack and Chris and Melly and even Jay Green was all founder members of the YNW. Melly was just the face of it. I say now that Chris and Anthony is gone, now he just took everything over.
It sounds like your son and...
Okay, I don't know if you guys peeped this word too. Did you guys hear how his father was sure to say they were all founding members? Melly was just the face. So in the trial, people talk about money is going to come up. They were trying to sell the YNW brand. So just listen to things like that.
The other guys had a lot of really big dreams.
Yes, ma'am, they did. They love music. They love to perform. And they was on their way, like, to do big things, and it just got cut short. This tragedy. Everybody else around still trying to pick up the pieces. Like, a lot of families got broken with the situation.
Melly is saying that he is innocent. His defense attorneys are saying the state can't prove its case. But it's my understanding you believed from the very beginning that Melly was responsible for your son's death and the death of Anthony.
From the day one, I believe that Melly was responsible for my son's death on October 26th when I first heard the story, because his explanation, when I finally talked to him and Cortland on a FaceTime, their response and how they was reacting, they showed no remorse. They didn't act like they was grieving, like they lost a best friend or nothing. They was, in my opinion, they was in the best spirits. They never came to town, never came to my son's funeral, never came to Sack's funeral. And these are best friends. He passed straight through the county of Indian River, went to Brevard and did a music video, but he couldn't even stop and pay his condolences to his best friend's mom. He even got Jana tatted on his neck. That's why his defense attorney got him wearing turtlenecks and shirts to hide his neck, because he got the Jana tatted on his neck. That's Sack mom's name, and he got Chris' name and Sack name. And this guy, that guy is just, I have no words for that guy.
What was it in particular that was said on that FaceTime that made you think that Melly was responsible?
Nothing was said. Actually, it was like the demeanor. It was like the body language, really. Like I was just reading them, and as I'm telling them and asking them questions, I got so emotional, I started crying. They wasn't reacting to, they act like they didn't have take a loss at all. That's how I took it. And then when I was talking to them, I still had in the back of my mind that something's not right. Something's not right.
Did they tell you anything about what they claimed happened with the drive-by they claim happened?
No, they had absolutely no explanation. Like, we had to figure it out just like the police.
Chris, why do you think that this happened? Why do you think, Melly did this? Because, Melly is on trial. The state has to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt that he committed these crimes. But why do you think this happened?
I think the story about the 200,000 with Anthony was a true story because it's not reported, but Chris told me the same story, and also it was a $500,000 play, and Melly was going to get 200,000, Sack was going to get 200,000, Chris was going to get 100,000, and as I'm hearing it from Chris, they was going to sell the YNW brand, not a record deal or nothing like that. It was like for the brand itself, and by them being founding members, they was going to get a piece of the pie. So I don't think Melly did it on his own. I think that manager guy got in his ear and did a little divide and conquer. Because if it was up to Sack, it would never be a 100K management.
They were going to sell the YNW name for licensing or to sell products. What do you mean they were going to sell the name?
For marketing, licensing, stuff like that. I think they want to go up on the big umbrella just to push them. I think push the brand more global. That's what I'm thinking.
And so you think that Melly wanted a bigger cut of that?
I think Melly didn't want to give them guys nothing. He wanted to be the only one to shine. And then they came to town next day and gave the mothers 15,000, the other mother 10,000. So I thought to myself, if Sack was going to get 200,000, Chris was getting 100,000. If we could pay these people 25,000, keep 275,000, that's how I saw it. It just nothing added up. And Melly still to this day for me to hear him call them boys his best friend is an insult. That is an insult.
Was there any sign of bad blood before your son's life was taken and before Anthony was killed? Or was there any tension there that you knew of?
Not with Juvy, not with Chris, but you heard things about him and Anthony getting into like altercations about disputes about money over certain situations, and they got in a fight prior to that, and they said, like, the story that they say Sack beat him up and knocked his goals out in front of his girlfriend, and like 2 days later, I think that's when the incident happened.
Chris, I know that something that has to be really hard about this is the fact that there are relatives here, relatives of Cortland Henry, who are also relatives of the victims.
Yes. Chris and Cortland share a sister, and she's my daughter. Her and Chris had the same dad, which is me, and her and Cortland share the same mom. And she took the side of Melly. She still to this day screams Free Melly all on her Facebook, Instagram. She'll go live with the Free Melly shirts and all.
I got to hear that again.
2 days later, I think that's when the incident happened.
Chris,
I'm on mute. Summer, I was looking for you. I said, Summer, if you're still watching, this is what you were telling me right here.
I know that something that has to be really hard about this is the fact that there are relatives here, relatives of Cortland Henry, who are also relatives of the victims.
Yes. Chris and Cortland share a sister, and she's my daughter. Her and Chris had the same dad, which is me, and her and Cortland share the same mom. And she took the side of Melly. She still to this day screams Free Melly all on her Facebook, Instagram. She'll go live with the Free Melly shirts, and they just got her brainwashed with the money. They just showering her with gifts and Portland, and got my daughter just brainwashed to the fact that she wishing the killer of her brother was free. I just don't understand that. That's a heartbreaking feeling, man. For me to see that daily, her saying that, that's just heartbreaking.
Do you talk to your daughter about this?
We haven't talked. She was living with me up until the time shortly after the funerals, and then we went our separate ways.
Damn.
I haven't talked to her in over 2 years.
So it sounds like you've lost 2 children.
Yes, ma'am. And them the 2 that look like me the most, and
How many
it's
you
crazy.
had?
Are you hoping that this trial, maybe at the end, things can change with your daughter?
Yeah, once she see the truth and them boys get convicted, I'm hoping that her whole demeanor change. But knowing them, they're gonna be like, wait till the appeal. He's still innocent. Wait till the appeal. But just have to wait and see, man. It's gonna be a process.
I know you watched a lot of the first day of the trial. How did you feel it was going so far? And have you watched today as well?
Yes, ma'am. I think it's going pretty good. It's just a long process. Just got to trust the process in my book. And I think she's doing a good job. I think once the ballistic, the forensics, the cell phone, and when it showed that Chris got shot on his left cheek in the back ribs, he got shot from this side of the car in his left cheek with stipling on his face and the burn marks on his face from the gun muzzle. All that's going to point in one direction to that guy that was sitting in the back driver's side.
And Christine Bradley, the prosecutor, had said yesterday that the medical examiner is going to testify that before the shots were fired into the vehicle, that your son and Anthony, they were already dead. And when those shots went into the vehicle, they had already been shot, and the fatal shots came from the back seat. And that's the testimony that's expected.
Yes, ma'am. From my understanding, yes, the shot that Chris left cheek was the fatal shot that took him out. And then when he staged the drive-by, the shots from the back, they could tell by the way Chris' body was slumped over how, like, it was staged after the fact. Yeah, that's going to come out. I can't wait. That's going to be like breaking news. And with Chris wasn't killed in the drive-by. I know that for a fact.
One thing that Christine Bradley said yesterday was that in the days leading up to this, Melly was learning the oath of loyalty to the G-Shine blood set, to a gang. Did you know anything about that? Had your son ever discussed anything with you about this gang that Melly was allegedly becoming a part of?
No, that was something he was doing in his private life on his own, separate from Kristen. And Christine, or the lawyers, was always saying that Chris lived in Miramar. Chris never lived down there. He lived in Gifford. Florida. He might go down there for a day or two, but he always had the same address, same house, same everything, up until his time of passing.
Well, I wanted to play some clips from the trial so far. And Chris, I want to get your feelings on some of what was said in opening statements. This is Christine Bradley, the assistant state attorney, talking about what amounts to possibly a confession in this case.
So in summary, the last thing I want to tell you that the evidence will show is that in the Instagram, because the defendant had a moderate social media following at the time of these events, people are reaching out to him. Some fans, some friends, some associates. You'll see on October 26th, after about 8 a.m. in the morning, Eastern time, multiple messages are coming in. Messages are coming in from individuals checking to see if he's okay, if he's been injured in this drive-by. If it's true that Anthony Williams, who's also sometimes referred to as Sack, and Chris Thomas, who is referred to as Juvy, are really dead. One individual, and specifically, sends out, and I want to quote the message exactly that you will hear, and says, right after this, "Yo, homie, you good? Let me know something." And so, ladies and gentlemen, this is where context matters. What does that mean? If you work at Google and you say, "My whole floor is coding," that's a good thing. If you work at Broward General Hospital and you say, "My whole floor is coding," that is a bad thing. The context around the messages matters. So in the context of this message, this individual is reaching out, asking if Mr. Demons is good, after he's been tagged in multiple social media posts about this drive-through, this shooting. And Mr. Demons responds very succinctly, "I did that." Shh.
Chris, when you heard that, what did you think?
Sound like a cryptic confession to me. Like she said, if you take everything into context, it sounded like he was speaking on the incident that happened, and he admitted to doing it and said, "Shh, don't say anything about it." That's how I took it.
It sounds like there's going to be some cell phone evidence presented in this case, some other things. Oh, anything you can share with us about that?
Cell phone evidence will show that Melly was in the back seat. Well, they got the surveillance camera of him getting in the back seat, and they also show with the phone. They show him going around the car twice, like shooting up the car or whatever. And then once he gets out the car, they have him getting out the car as well, and on the side of the road. Then he made the FaceTime phone call to Felicia Holmes, Mariah Hamilton's mom, and she's going to testify to that she saw him on the side of the road in the bushes talking about he think that Juvy and Sack was murdered or dead or whatever. And in my opinion, like at that time of night, who told him that? So he had to have knowledge of something. So I just think, in my opinion, in my opinion, but me, it was an open and shut case. I think Melly is guilty as charged, and I wish nothing but the death penalty for him.
Let's listen to Christine Bradley again talking about Instagram messages and this whole thing about the loyalty oath to the gang.
From the Instagram, from the private messages, was that Jamell Demons is a member of the G Shine Blood set. This is not a stage personality. This is not an actor that's playing a character. This was his real life. Ladies and gentlemen, you will see that as soon as October 24th, 2 days before the homicide, Jamell Demons is learning the oath of loyalty to the G Shine Blood set. You're going to see things in these messages that will be indicative of blood membership. For example, anytime a word would normally be spelled with a C, as in Charlie, they don't use that. They replace it with the letter B. So instead of saying, "I'm at the crib," they say, "I'm at the brib." Why, ladies and gentlemen? Because C is associated with cribs. B is for bloods. So if you look through all the messages, you will notice time and time again, Jamell Demons is dropping C's and using B's.
Do you hear me?
And you're going to see pictures, you're going to see videos of the defendant doing something called stacking, which is a way to show a gang affiliation and to broadcast it to the world. And this is not just in music videos. This is not just in lyrics, because we're not going to get into that. That's artistic expression. That's not why we are here today.
Okay.
So, Chris, your thoughts on what Christine Bradley said there. Do you think that your son's death and Anthony's death was in any way related to any type of gang initiation process?
From the text messages and from what I heard her tell me about the text messages, I think so, because it's other text messages. I don't want to divulge too much information that's going to come out that's going to support that theory.
Let's look at the defense now. Melly's defense attorney obviously saying he's innocent, that they can't prove this. So let's listen to David Howard.
That's the first indication that they're just guessing and don't know what they're talking about. And that, ladies and gentlemen, by itself is reasonable doubt. Why he would commit such a heinous crime against his own two best friends for no reason. What happened here is that the lead detective, Detective Moretti, saw a video of Mr. Demons getting into a car 40 plus minutes before bodies were found in that car. And then he discovered that Mr. Demons was a rising star. And from that point on, he decided he's the only person that could have committed this crime. Because if you're involved in prosecuting a star, you become a star. This was his big break. And he had tunnel vision, and he zeroed in on this person, this young man, as the only possible perpetrator of that crime, to the exclusion of all other leads and evidence.
Chris, what did you think when David Howard said that?
It was all just something that made up. I don't believe nothing that he was just saying. Because, that's the same theory that his managers was pushing on us. Like, it's not Melly. You know how the white man always trying to take the black man down.
God, no,
This, that, and another. He's just a successful black guy. I don't want.
Now let me tell you something. I'm with the dad. I don't want to hear that shit. Don't come at me talking about the white man trying to take us down.
I want to hear none of that. That's not true. If anything, why him? Why Melly? Why just put this on him? Why Melly? It don't make sense. They just throwing Hail Marys, like throwing stuff to the wall, hoping it sticks.
David Howard also says that the police botched this investigation. Let's listen to him talk about that.
They don't follow leads. They have no motive. Investigation was botched. The investigation, as a matter of fact, is still going on as we speak, up to a couple months ago. Yet they're here telling you they have proof beyond reasonable doubt and what you're still investigating for. The job of the state is to prove it beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. And if you're a reasonable person and you have doubt, that's reasonable doubt.
I got doubt.
There's a song called Things That Make You Go,
And I'm reading.
If you say, that's reasonable doubt.
I got doubt.
You do not. Ms. Bradley is charming. She's good at her job in some respects. But this is not a popularity contest. We don't give, hey, good effort. We don't give participation awards. This man's life is hanging in the balance. And if there is a scintilla of reasonable doubt, you must have the courage to speak up and say so. You're not here to judge him. You're here to judge the sufficiency of their case. They have a big task in front of them. You should probably get to it.
Wow. So what were your thoughts? And do you believe that this investigation was botched?
Oh, man.
What?
I don't think it was botched. I think they did a great job, and everything will come together in the end. And he's just trying to put a little thought in the jury's minds. Like, he wasn't even trying to tell them like he's innocent. He just like trying to like put a reasonable doubt. Not that he's innocent. He's not trying to prove his innocence. Like, it's like, to me, they know he did. They're just trying to get.
That's true.
I don't know. They just know he did. They're not trying to prove his innocence.
I feel like so often.
No, but didn't I say that when I listened to the opening? I said, no, y'all. The investigation part, he wrong. But remember, I said this during the opening. I said, well, the defense isn't trying to say Melly's innocent. They're just saying you shouldn't be looking here. Look over there. He's not lying. He's not lying. That's his job. That is his job, David. That is his job. But that man said, don't look over here. Look at Cortland brought the bodies. That's who you ought to be looking at. And then don't forget about that man on Twitter. He was over there threatening. Look at that man. Don't look over here. Look over there. He definitely did that. Hold on, not botch. There's no gun. I want to know what leads they were working, because it took them 3 weeks to find the real crime scene. Can't wait to figure out how they found the real crime scene. I can't wait to figure that out.
You get into the evidence and really the victims get lost in these trials. Just any final words about your son?
It's always forever long live Juvy. I miss him and love him to death. He got a lot of Melly fans that be spamming my inbox and all over. Even y'all guys chat talking about free Melly. But one of their loved ones was to get murdered. And imagine the whole world saying free the alleged killer of that guy. It just make you feel some type of way and just want to crash out yourself, because I don't know. They trying to make it seem like Chris and Sack was extorting Melly, which is a false narrative that his camp painted. That was never true. And Chris never did nothing to nobody. They can't even say nothing he did to Melly. Nothing that they can't show anything that made him want to do anything to Chris. And that's what got me the way I'm feeling, because Chris never did anything, and he loved that dude, and that dude did that to him. I never accept that. And to everybody that's on his side is on the opposite side of me.
If he's convicted, would you like him to get the death penalty? Because he's the first person to go, have the death penalty as a potential punishment since the law change lowered the threshold for it.
Yes, eye for an eye.
That's it, Nene. That's it.
Old Testament.
Now he went to the Bible.
I think he deserved it.
That long pause was scary.
Because they show no remorse. They still trying to badmouth these boys. And when it happened, Melly and Kristen had Instagram pages. He went on his page. They went on his page. Whoever took all the pictures down of Chris and Anthony and made it look like they was never existed. If he's so innocent, they never put up a reward to find the killer. They never did a tribute. They never did anything. Mm-hmm. They even pushed Chris' funeral back from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. just so Melly could make it, and he still didn't show up. And he never showed up at the Sack funeral. So this your best friend, and you don't even come to the funeral? I don't know, man. That guy deserves everything coming his way. And I have no sympathy for him.
I'm sorry.
Him or nobody in his family.
Chris Thomas Sr., thank you so much for joining us. I know this is not easy. We appreciate you giving us some of your time, and we hope to see you down there at the trial.
Okay, you will.
Listen, as a parent, I feel him though. I'm sorry. I feel him. I think we went through this with, no, I don't want to compare the two, but if y'all crazy, if y'all think people hadn't been telling him what they think happened, like he said, even if I've been knowing this boy my whole life, if I FaceTime you trying to figure out what's happened to my son, and you're on the phone like, yo, man, I don't know what's gonna happen. Damn. Baby, his daddy trying to hear who it is. I don't know his daddy and what his reputation is, but the daddy trying to figure out who it is, baby. Tell me, y'all were in the car. What happened? Okay, Mel, if you gonna tell me you weren't in the car, Cortland, who was it? What you see? Talking to him as if, you got to figure it out like the police? I feel away too, is what I'm saying. I feel away too. Nicole said she wouldn't have pushed that funeral back. You know, I think the thing about it is, Nicole, honestly, maybe during that time they were struggling because he had been friends with this boy for a very long time. And, okay, we can accommodate you. We'll try to. And for him not to come, him not coming to the funerals is crazy to me. Now, I don't live the lifestyle he lived. And if we believe that there was someone else involved, maybe he didn't come so that maybe he felt like he was still a target. I don't know. Let's see. If I was the mother and father of the victim, I would be saying free that boy because his mom would be crying. Just like they did. So I have to talk to you at the graveyard. Oh shit. Okay, I got what you're saying now. I got it now. But Dave, here's the thing. At the time, I guess we have to consider too what was being said around this time. I don't know, were people already saying Melly's the one who did it? I don't know. If that's the case, then I get that day. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Yeah, like listen. I'm gonna tell you, Terry. Now that's a good question. I don't know. Let me tell you. When my mom died, her repast, and this is why I feel his daddy. And my mama repassed. My mother didn't drink or smoke, but I have a huge family, and a lot of people came to town. We probably printed about 500. No, not 500. I was really going far. We probably printed over 200. Probably over 200 obituaries, not 200. And at the repast, I just remember saying, like, why the fuck are y'all so happy? Like, y'all over here, I feel his dad there. Like, what? You feel like that with people. I mean, you feel like that going through life, So I feel his father there. And let me see, Jenny just said something. People do process grief differently because for people around me, people will come to me talk, and yes, they cry, but then they leave, they go drink, they were having a good time. And I'm thinking to myself, babe, I remember walking from the front of the house to the back. And I said, it was so loud, y'all. I went to bed. This was the day before her funeral. I remember going to bed thinking, why are y'all out here having a party? I have to bury my mom tomorrow. So you want everyone to feel how you feel, but like Jen said, people grieve differently. People they grieve differently. And Ken, look at my girl, she is on point with this. People do grieve differently, but his actions, they are a little suspect. Not coming to their funerals. Even if you're not gonna come to the funerals, damn, you're not gonna go run by and speak to his mama. I don't know what his mom did, but damn, you're not gonna send the family some chicken, take some cakes over to the house, some drinks. I don't know if that's just a black thing or a southern thing, but when people we know pass, my sister, like one of us got to go do it. You got to go take some chicken. Y'all got to take some chicken. You got to take something, okay? You got to do something. Raid, Threats funeral. I don't know, Ashley, but I did just say that, Ashley. I don't know what happened. Did Millie not come because he does know who did it, and there was still a threat to his life, and he thought he was protecting the family not going? We don't know. Okay. Terry said, I'm telling you, it's more to it. He is small, and I wonder who was off first. So people seem to think Sack was, because he was really the threat. It really wasn't Juvy. Like Juvy got shot in his jaw. Think about that. In his left jaw, and that's the shot that took him out. So if you shoot Sack in his head, because I believe the shot was to his head, Juvy wakes up, you do this and you quickly shoot again. He was shot in his jaw. Not like the side of his head. No, his jaw, which was probably it was probably panic. Juvy may have woke up. I don't know. And I think Borland didn't crash because he knew it was going to happen. I think that's what happened. Oh yeah, I saw that, Miss Cherie. I did see that. Police go to the funerals all the time. Young and Ace was at the funeral, and at a funeral, and police came and harassed him. Just an example. I understand that too, Zach. But if this like your man's baby, you at this point, you know what's coming. Get a lawyer. Get a lawyer. Ebony, that's probably what happened. A lot of people think from I was talking to Miss J too. She told me that when she watched it, she would read the comments and there would be a lot of local people. People seem to believe Sack was a bully and that Sack felt like he was owed more than he was getting. And he didn't give a damn if it was Melly's mama. He would have pulled up on Melly's mama to get what he thought was his. They say that Jameson would kind of be the middleman because Sack was 21, Melly was like 18, so Sack was older. That Jameson would kind of be like, "No, we're not doing that," or "This is how I'm giving the money," and that would kind of take some of the pressure away from Melly. You know, Jameson being that mediator. But allegedly, they had this fight. We don't know what Melly's mindset was. Maybe Melly felt like, I'm never going to get away from this man. I'm never going to get away from this man, and this was the plan. I don't know. Please, guys, we're just talking about what could have been, what may have happened, okay? I'm not saying this happened. So he just kind of, did he feel like was his only option? I don't know. Did he feel like I have to take out Juvy because Juvy's gonna tell about Sack? Another question: why was he so sure Cortland wasn't gonna tell? Why was he so sure Cortland was not going to tell? Here we go. If he even did it, you are correct. We always have to make sure we say that. If you believe he did it, why was he so sure that Cortland was not going to tell? Because keep in mind, even though Cortland and Juvy were not blood related, they shared a sister. And I don't know how you guys are, but for me, my sisters are my sisters. We grew up together, everything. So I still say that's my sister too. Why was he so sure he wouldn't tell that you killed my brother, my sister's brother? How was he so sure? Which could make you believe. Someone said it, and I think it was Bad. Bad said, if we believe that Melly did this, then we have to also believe that Cortland is risking going to jail for the rest of his life to save Melly. Why would he do such a thing? Right? Why would he do that? Here we go. He said all of that harassment and no one cracks. Not even the mob held out for that long or that much. You are making a great point. It makes you wonder, are these guys really scared of something else? Are they really innocent? And they're just praying the justice system sees that they're innocent and something else happened out there. What could have happened? It's been years. What could have happened that was so scary that they will not talk about it? What could have happened? What could have happened? I personally, y'all know who I said the person who could shut all this down is Cortland, and he has not uttered a word. Cortland has not uttered a word. Now, Nicole says he wasn't sure Cortland wouldn't tell. Cortland did the shooting. Now, Nicole, I just don't see how Cortland could be the shooter. Listen, Ronnie, Miss Snitch Bitch, at some point changed her tone. This stresses me out a lot because I don't have all of this science to go on. Karen Reed, the people stress me out more than the case. Because, we had the science to rely on. When we go here, I don't know. I just go back and forth. Biko, I hope I said that right. I think you're correct. They had their man. And Christine, even during this case, she has her man. She has her man. So she is not looking at the possibility of anything else. This would be Cortland's first trial, Nene. Yes, baby. And keep in mind they were charged in 2019. This is going to be his first trial. His first trial. Charged in 2019. And for the sister to side with Melly, there is something we are missing because Melly just can't be paying for her from jail. Mayor, I honestly, I don't know. The unknown is stressing me out. Ashley, I haven't watched it. I'll probably watch it today. I haven't watched it though. I don't know, guys, but I think you guys are telling me that day 7 will be good. That's gonna be Danny Polo. I don't know what. I'm not gonna. I don't know what I have to do tomorrow. I need to check first. I'll see. But tomorrow's Danny Polo. It could be a mother's child type of thing. Also, oh, she's closer to Melly than she is Juvy. That could be true. That could be true. I don't know, but to put death and so much uncertainty, yeah, nah. And I agree with that. I know people hate, Lord Jesus, I hate that people really don't understand when you're watching these trials, you're not wanting a criminal to get off. That is not it. We're just trying to make sure we keep the process of our legal system at the front of our mind. It can't just be, I think he did it, you go to jail. It cannot be that. It has to be, the state has to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And right now, there's just way too much doubt in my mind. Like, it's way too much doubt in my mind. No, Ronnie, I did not know this. Let me look because I have her. I do have her picture say, let me see. Now she had a wingtip. Hold up. I don't see it on here, Ronnie. Unless it's the real light, girl. I don't see it on there unless it's real light. Because I had her picture from my videos yesterday. I still got a lot of videos to do. But yeah, I wouldn't care if I was a target. Them my day ones. I'm going to the funeral. Nothing could have stopped me. Period. I agree. Listen, I agree with you. But we just don't know what was going through their head that day. We don't know what was going on that day through their heads. I think it's unfair of us to, and this is if we believe the man is innocent, it's unfair of us to put what we would do on someone who was 18 years old. This was a kid, young, probably scared, because I believe the FaceTime happened. I don't know if the FaceTime was real or if it was to get Mariah on his side. I don't know. But I do believe that FaceTime happened. And you won't convince me it did. Yeah, I you will not convince me that FaceTime didn't happen. I do believe he called her. But I don't think the jury really got to hear all of that. But I think a lot of it was outside of the jury's presence. But I know she talked about calling him, she hearing him on the phone, all of that. I do think it happened though. Yeah, I do think it happened. But yeah, I'm about to get off of here. I made it to 3:00. I was trying to I thought day 6 would be longer. Get off here so that I can get ready to do my child's hair. We are on day 6 now. Y'all know it's only 18 days of this trial. So we probably have another week and a half left of this trial. But you guys, thank you so much for all of the super chats, for the likes. Excuse me. for liking the live. I guess Bart, you must heard me say bye. She wants to tell y'all bye. Thank you guys for all of that, for gifting memberships today. And if you're new here, I appreciate it. Please make sure you like the live and subscribe. And we'll be back with day 7, which you guys say is Danny Polo. So it should be a really interesting day. A really interesting day. But thank you guys. And I'll see you. Have a great weekend, everybody. Do something nice for yourself this weekend, even if it's like a chocolate bar or something. Do something. Bye, y'all. See y'all later.